There we go. Now it's going. And we have everything loaded. But as the stream title suggests, we are in fact becoming a Warlock later. By we I mean you and me, like all of us. We're all becoming Warlock later. We're all going to become one. It's like there's the Great Old One, but instead we're going to become an amalgamation, a single entity, all existing within one body that is a Warlock. So it's going to be exciting. I'm stoked to play a little bit more of this Fae event because it's been fun so far. So I'm looking forward to doing some more stuff. And I've also hit almost all of the locations. For those of you wondering about the golden motes, I will be putting a video out for the golden motes. I honestly should get the footage today, but I'm gonna be breaking the. I want to like at least get one loot finished. My goal for the motes is to I want to give my feedback on the event, as well as include the locations for all the motes so people can find them. So it's going to be like the structure of the video that I'm going to be putting out will be opening with my thoughts and feedback about the event and what I think about it and what I think can be improved in the future for different things. Then I will give a light spoiler, which is the general location of the motes without full spoilers. And then I will give the spoiler location directly of the motes so that people who can decide what they want to do can do that. They can go like, oh, I want to watch some of it. I want to know like generally where it is, but I don't want to know exactly. So they can like stop the video when they want to. So yeah. Where's my face? I'm currently, it's stream starting. I like to give people time to filter in, Okami. I like to give people time to like, you know, turn on the stream so they don't feel like they're missing anything. So instead, I mean, technically you miss something because when I turn on the live stream, it's a lot of me just rambling. Do the old rambly person, but yeah. I'm going to get Chick-fil-A. Yo. We don't have that. Find them in random quests. Yeah, so you can find motes in random quests, but the golden motes are specific and they're only in 5 locations in the game. So I'll be making a video of where to find those. So yeah, business stream is like coffee in the morning. Coffee in the morning. Oh hell yeah, I like some coffee in the morning. I'm actually drinking coffee right now. Game sounds a little loud, especially combat audio. It covers your voice sometimes. Oh, okay. I can turn it down. Thank you for the feedback. I'll turn the combat audio down a little bit, just to make sure that that's not covered. I'll turn a couple sounds down just a little bit. So hopefully the combat sounds are better. So I reduced them both by like 25%. So hopefully it's a little bit better balance. But just do keep me informed, Kois, if they still don't sound perfectly right. I notice that sometimes when I am recording like the beginner basics, especially for the combat sections, where like I'm going through the editing and I can hear it, but it's difficult because my mic is supposed to be set up so that everything else defers to the microphone, so that if I'm talking, the voice is supposed to cut through, so everything is chained. But yeah, if that's not working, then I can always look into that. But let me see here. Where's my chaining?
Oh, I'm a rogue.
Filters. Oh, it's actually not chaining. No, it is. Yeah, it's got a side chain source. Okay, so it's supposed to side chain. So yeah, I don't know. Damn, Axlet, unlucky. Sorry to hear that happen to you. Hopefully you'll find your way. You know, it can often feel difficult at these times when it feels like everything's moving on and you can feel so directionless. But you know, sometimes you gotta do what's up for you. Okay, that's the only way to do it. So I'm proud of you. Thumbs down, my man. Thumbs down. Anyway, whoop, whoop. Haven't had any coffee for 5 years. Oh, yeah. I know a lot of people used to drink coffee on the way to work. I was also one of those people where like I would stop and get coffee on the way in, pretty much every single day. I don't do that, but I drink coffee at home because I like it. Yeah, melees are loud too. Spellcasters can be. I will say it's one of the things I kind of love and hate about Electric Alchemist. Electric Alchemist is fun. because there's some cool item combinations and it does some good damage and there's not that many electric immunes during the leveling process. But then all of the explosion, like all the potions go like, it's really loud. So it's super funny. Yeah, today we're gonna hit 20 and then turn into a Warlock. So I'm very excited about this because this is going to be the final life for this character until something happens, and I'm gonna do some Warlock testing. Two-liner for you. Not original enough to craft that kind of joke. Yeah, I used to post puns every day as my live stream title, but that was because I literally just Googled them. So that was it.
The Silver Flame are looking into cult activity in the area. Your help would be greatly appreciated.
So yeah, I don't know. So the main thing I'm testing with Warlock and what I want to know the answer to is that Warlock has changed over time, and there's been some buffs. So the last time I played endgame DPS Warlock, there were two major problems with it. Problem number one is that Eldritch Blast didn't do enough damage, but even worse than that, because Eldritch Blast didn't do enough damage, you wanted to invest in other abilities. Dragon Breath, Ruin, Greater Ruin, and as a result of having more spells that you're casting, you're spending less time Eldritch Blasting. Obviously, Eldritch Blast, you're supposed to be doing this. But when I'm trying to Eldritch Blast, instead I'm actually casting spells, I'm losing value on my Eldritch Blast, which means investing into Eldritch Blast just ends up feeling worse and worse and worse the more you invest into it, because you're spending less and less time Eldritch Blasting, because even if you put a lot of investment, it's not enough. Since that time, Eldritch Blast damage has increased by about 25%. Actually, I think it's like 33% across the board, or 30, or it's like 29% or something like that, somewhere in the middle, just on the base blast itself. And now you can get 9 more packed dice and 6 more base dice than you could before. So I'm thinking with all of that combined, it might mean that Warlock Eldritch Blast as a straight up blaster may be the play. So we're going to see how that goes and see what we can do. Close, but not quite there yet. Hopefully you can get them. Yeah. I agree. The loots are very slow to progress. So it's it's a 3-month event, and they're like, yeah, hell yeah, man, 3-month event. It's the reason why I don't want to like just like passively, I want to farm it, but I don't want to be forced to like stand still, you know. Should I get TR? Yeah, hell yeah. Like I said, my goal is TR, but yeah, coffee for now. I might get some more coffee later, but coffee is good now. Yeah, that's the thing. And I hate the idea of like avoiding short quests, because it's like, well, I want to get the moats, so I have to make sure I'm not doing any short quests. To me, that's kind of annoying. Yeah, I don't want to do the Into the Mist farm. Okay, I have to remember some of these are Symphony of the Fae items. Great Sword of the Fallen Age, Mythic, Comma of the Fallen Age, Light Pick of the Fallen Age. Because I'm trying to make sure I get anything with a Reaper bonus. It's got a Mythic 3. It's kind of cool. The item's not, though, but... Actually, the item is good, and it's got a great visual. Goggles of the Warrior. You know, I don't have goggles on, and these give double strike, and I'm a melee. Honestly, that sounds kind of good. Where are my Goggles of the Warrior? There they go. I could probably improve my gear, but like, you know. I am 15. You know what? I'm going to take a second to go improve the gear. Iconic Warlock? Yeah, I'm going to be doing it with the Iconic Warlock, so we'll see how it goes. Can you take a first life tune up to 20 with Vow of Glory and then reincarnate and take Vow of Glory again? No, you can only do it the first time. So what that means is if you pick up the the loots, you just have to make sure you get all of them. If you have all the loots in your inventory, you can reincarnate at 20 and it's fine. But if you don't have all of them, let's say you pick up 3 and you complete them, then you reincarnate. You can't pick up the other 2 because you're not a first level character with no past lives. So you'll have to do it again and make a new character. So just pick up all 5. After with it, how'd you get one without the seasonal tag? Just pick up all the loots right away. Many people in my groups when we were fighting the golden moats were like, oh, I don't have this one. Just get all the loots right away. Don't wait. Okay. Seeker, Insightful Seeker, Deadly. What are we looking for here? What do I got? What do I got here? Acolyte's Lenses. Cloak of Victory. There's got to be something in here. I kind of like these. So take a look at this. Prudent Cloak of Dodge is kind of good. Prudent Helmet of Spell Sight. Actually, I think I want the helmet instead, because it gives me more wisdom, which is good. I'll put this away. Family Recruit Sigil is nice, because it gives me a lot of stats. But then I don't have the light spell power, which is annoying. But then I get the Hammer Fist, because that's good, because it gives me stats. So we can get the Hammer Fist instead. So we can do that. We can do this. Wildwood Outfit. Do I have the Turncoat in here? I don't have a Turncoat. I do have the Nimble Boots of Parrying with a movement speed, so I'm going to do that instead. Bit of an adjustment. And then Acolyte's Lenses. Goggles of Dusk gives the Wisdom, Evocation Focus. We got the Dex Ring. Con and Dex Ring is kind of good, but do I need it? No, honestly, probably not. Yeah, no light spell power is kind of rough, man. So I guess I don't use the new Imbue, even though it is kind of good, because I don't have any spell power. How do I get spell power? Light spell power. Obviously there's the cloak, but I don't want to wear the cloak because I want my XP item. Life is pain. Alright, no light spell power it is. I guess we're just not going to use the Imbue, even though I have the points. Because I have no spell power. It's 119 versus my melee power, which ends up being at 28, so double my melee power. I guess the light Imbue actually still is better, even with 28 melee power. So I guess that just still ends up being better, which is kind of funny. And I could use the Dark Apostate Shadow Shroud instead. Ooh. It gives incorporeality and concealment, but I don't get healing on hit. Weird trade. I wonder if there's bugged like for Reaper Boost scraping. That's a good question. I don't know. Can you go back and pick up the ones you did not at level 1 at higher levels before reincarnating? No, you have to pick them all up at level 1. At least I'm pretty sure. Double check that, but I'm like 99% sure you have to pick them all up at level 1, but I would just go talk to the NPC. Spellpower into your weapon. The problem if I slot it into the weapon is that the weapon's level 7. I don't want to increase it. That's the problem. Oh, yeah, I do have the ring. I have Ring of Summer's Heat. So that is there. We've been part of the name gear from the event. So all the gear that has the special tag on it, so like this, the Symphony, this means this gear can be worn by people playing hardcore. If you're playing hardcore, you can only wear gear that has these symbols on it. If you're not playing hardcore, this doesn't matter to you, but if you're playing hardcore, you can only wear this type of gear. Winter loot path just confirmed. Yeah, I wish they would just they should have told everybody, because that's how it worked for the lantern event before. And I guess if people didn't play it, they wouldn't have known about it. But yeah, you have to do that. So if you didn't pick up all of them, unfortunately you will have to make another character for doing the rest of them. But yeah, you want to make sure you pick them all up right away. Spell Resistance Mass and Freedom of Movement Mass is kind of cool. I still don't have Quicken, which is annoying, but whatever. We'll solve that problem later. Bull's Strength. Mass Bulls is really funny because in Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, having mass bulls, bears, and all that is actually really, really good for like pen and paper. Oh, it's funny. Where's the negative amp? Saves versus spells, stunning DCs. I don't need enchantment DCs. MRR is kind of good. That's free. Enchantment DCs. I have one more racial points. I get +3 to enchantment. What am I enchanting? What am I doing this enchantment? Do I have any enchantment? Hold on. Am I enchanting? Hold on. Are we enchanting? Do we enchanting? Chat? Are we enchanting? No, there's no enchantment. I have nothing. So I'm just going to do this. Problem solved. No Deathly Bite. This one? Oh, this one? Oh, dude, I don't cast Deathly Bite. I'm a cleric. I'm a Dark Apostate. I just cast Harm. It's like Deathly Bite, but better. Dark Apostate, baby. Okay, am I missing anything? Reaper Shrouding. Oh, yeah, the Imbue. Imbue. Dark Apostate's Curse. Enter. Oh. Oh, I'm lagging? I was like, why can't I enter this? Yeah, we are becoming a warlock as a collective. We will merge and all become one. Oh, I agree. Being able to play back the music is amazing. The golden moat stuff is sick. Where's the different ones? Like the Gravedigger's Fiddle. I should use this to start the live stream. So in the opening segment, I like play this. Yep, everything can be solo and elite. The sheets also should have been bound to account. It is very annoying. So I hope they retroactively change it. Because the sheets are really neat, but since they're bound to character, it means they're just going to take up TR slot space, or I make an alt specifically to grab them, and neither one sounds good. It's only you. Oh, that's true. Yes, there is one that's Reaper specific. The Reaper one is the Flight. No, this one. Yeah, the Summer Sky. And I don't want to. No, it's the Sky, and I don't want to spoil it. But it is part way through the game. One of the golden moats is Reaper specific, so I don't want to spoil it though. You go to 20 and reincarnate and still have them. We'll still have the vow after reincarnation. We'll be able to weather seasonal items. You're supposed to still have the seasonal, or you're supposed to still have the restriction because it's based on the loots. Is my understanding. It's the loots that give you the restriction, so you should still have it. Yeah, this one's a banger. It's like spooky, what do you call it? Yeah. It'd be amazing if people mention this, if you could, or Spooky Dry the Demigod, if you could sub out your bardic songs with these, that'd be so cool. So yeah, it's kind of awesome. What's up, Rachel Letters? Hope you're doing well. Good morning. Hope you're doing good. Notes and defeats that persist through TR. Yeah, that'd be kind of cool. Which one's Peace in the Glade? Oh, yeah. This is the one from, Yeah. Oh, if you could set the songs to your airship, that'd be cool. It's not... It is the song from Dryden the Demigod, but obviously it's the... There's no vocals, so it's just the fiddles. And it again, there's like some spooky tone to it. Yeah, this one's also nice, the Peace in the Glade. This event was also very cool to actually do and interact with. I haven't done the message in a bottle because I'm too high level, but I will be doing it later. Yeah, they're cool. Okay, so someone said replace the Bloodstone, and that's actually a good idea. Because I have the goggles, so I can do that. So I can get the Shard of Volin and replace the Bloodstone, so I'm going to do that. And then we'll get started with the gaming. Video games. Hey, inventory, thank you. Go in here, Shard of Volun. There you go. That gives me the insightful radiance. I can turn on my imbue. It ends up being better than this one. So now we have that, and we're all set. But yes, it some of them are new, some of them are kind of rehashes of existing songs. I just realized I didn't take Death Ward because I'm undead, so I have not been buffing anybody with Death Ward, which is kind of funny. Death Ward. Any groups I can join? Feaster for mine. I could just go do Giant Hold right now, but I kind of don't feel like it. I want to do Necro 4 is what I'm feeling. So I'm going to do Necro 4. Necropolis. I've heard from some people that due to the changes to Death Ward, you can now still take strength damage from shadows, even if you have Death Ward, which is a hilarious side effect. Hey, so this is for First Lifers only. If you mean this, as in this character that I'm playing, You could try to replicate this, but I recommend you do it on elite difficulty. But yes, you can. The Dark Apostate Monk Falconer does definitely work. You don't need to be a Dampier because Dark Apostate gives you the undead form, but the Dampier is nice because it makes it so you heal whenever you attack enemies, which is pretty good. If by this you mean the Fey event, the hardcore requires you to make a brand new character, but the non-hardcore you can use on any character you want. And if this means something else, then I have no idea what you're asking about, but I'm doing my best. Despite 20 of these scrolls. Effective stacking the Eldritch and Death Aura. Eldritch and Death Aura. Effective at what? What are we talking about? I'm sorry, Hardcore Shul, I don't understand your question. Lunchtime was Nightmare when I played negative damage? Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, because of the Death Ward. Oh yeah, because everything gives Death Ward in there, so you can just kind of skip it. Well, except for the Death Knights, which are annoying. The Warlock Aura? I don't know. Like, is it Warlock Aura and Death, like, effective at what? For damage? For debuffing? For snapshotting? I believe you can snapshot the Warlock Aura. Or is it dynamic? No, I think it updates, doesn't it? This is a snapshot. I'm actually not sure if it snapshots or not. That's a good question. I'm sure somebody in the chat knows for sure. Yeah, it reduces the stat damage by 50%. But the problem is Reaper mode. Yeah, it's dynamic. Yeah, that makes sense. In Reaper mode, for those who don't know, strength damage and stat damage is actually scaled by Reaper difficulty. So if something would give you 10 strength damage when it hits you, on Reaper 1, it's going to give you like 18 strength damage when it hits you, which is really funny. Yeah, Salt Marsh is really dangerous. Insanely dangerous. Hey, music, you're playing a bow, your character was strumming an instrument like a guitar. It's magic. You see one instrument, but you hear another. I actually did give that to my players. I gave them a magical guitar that sounds like a flute when you play it. As in my D&D campaign. That's it. That was the magic. It was just a guitar that sounds like a flute. Damper Iconic gives healing. So the main problem... Well, I guess the answer to that question is it depends on what you're trying to do, right? So if you're trying to do really high level content, and by I'm using high level in terms of like Reaper mode or raiding, in those types of content, which is like Reaper 7 and higher, the temporary hit points from the Eldritch Aura doesn't actually give you enough to sustain the amount of damage you're taking, because it gives you double your constitution. Imagine it's maxed out at every 2 seconds. So every 2 seconds you get double your constitution, which is cool. So if you have constitution like, let's say 90, or let's say 110, you're a tank, you've got all the gear, 110 con. You're getting 220 temporary HP every 2 seconds, which isn't bad, but you are taking hits for like 1 to 2,000. So it's not mitigating as much damage as you would like. And then the Death Aura doesn't heal you at all because you're in Reaper mode and self-healing is basically turned off. Similar situation when it comes to raids, except even if you're doing non-Reaper raids, so you can heal yourself passively with a Death Aura, you just run into the bigger issue of enemies just doing a lot of damage and taking out huge swaths of your health. So that's already a problem. So generally, passive healing is not the best when it comes to improving your tank stat. The best way to improve your tank stats is to just take less damage in the first place. Dodge, concealment, displacement, physical resistance rating, armor class. Those are usually the ways you want to go when it comes to keeping yourself alive in those instances. But again, I don't think that's like... it's not like zero sum where like these things can't work. And so one of the reasons why you can do some stuff with this is that being an undead can help you tank some things, gives you a lot of immunities to effects, which is really, really nice. So if you are undead, you can do some stuff. And if you're talking about doing tanking like low level content or just being tanky and staying alive, I think it's difficult because when I think of tank, I think of the situations where you need a tank. So I think of raids and high difficulty content, which is where you need a tank. For stuff like Reaper 1 to Reaper 5, you don't really need a tank. You can kind of just get along with whatever as long as people like have reasonable builds. And so if you're asking the specifics of can you play a tank in, let's say, leveling quests, leveling content, doing things like that, oh yeah, if you're doing like low level content, things like that, you can have a lot of success with that, just because, you know, any amount of tank is not going to struggle. Like, one of the reasons why I have a pure fighter tank is if you're doing like up to Reaper 7, you don't even need somebody to heal you. It's just so defensive. It's really, really strong. But because you lose value on self-healing at the higher levels, and then again in raids, a lot of times you just take too much damage, it's not going to be as useful. Unfortunately, the idea of a tank that is healing is not as good. It's one of the reasons why, like, there was a time back in the day where Warlock made a really good tank when Elite was the cap. Because when the level cap, or when Elite is actually the hardest content that you can do in the game, Warlocks don't take nearly as much damage, the temp HP is constantly swinging in, it's awesome. But, like, on Reaper mode, you basically take 10 times the damage. And suddenly taking 10 times the damage really devalued the power, or, like, reduced the power level of Warlock as a tank in the general landscape as a result. So you just don't see that many people playing Warlock tank because it just doesn't do the same as it used to do.
Lost in prayer, the high priest bows before the altar to Vol.
Well, even Shining Through, again, you can Shining Through every 30 seconds, and it, on high difficulty, it eats one hit. So every 30 seconds you get to eat one hit, versus I can play as a fighter and get 200 higher armor class, right? And that's really the argument that you have to make to yourself. You're like, okay, I can get this thing. Now, that being said, if you can land DCs on a Warlock, if you can somehow sneak in Draconic Incarnation to get the AoE, you can do some stuff. But yeah, I think it's going to depend a lot on what you can do there. Like, if you can get the Draconic Incarnation auto stun, that can be really good. But again, it's gonna really depend. 79 for a purple moat. Nice. Hell yeah, dude. Anyway, as I said, I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer and try to be like, oh no, it's not good and you can't play it at all. I encourage you to try if you don't believe me. But there are a lot of reasons why the temp HP tank has lost a lot of value over time, unfortunately, and it's mostly due to the difficulty changes, being that higher difficulties necessitate even higher amounts of damage reduction than we used to have before, because the monsters in the higher level content do more damage than ever, but Warlock temp HP scaling hasn't really scaled. Warlock temp HP was pretty good when monsters were hitting you for like 700 damage, but now monsters are hitting you for 7,000 damage and they still have the same amount of temp HP. And that's kind of the main issue. So when you play as a fighter or a paladin or a barbarian and you get your physical resistance rating up to 600 or 700, that's a lot more impactful. And Warlock just doesn't have the same tools to be able to do the same thing. One, you're limited on your armor choices. Two, you don't get as much from the from your tree defensive-wise, or to have the same types of buffs. So yeah. It's not that displacement isn't relevant. Displacement isn't bad. It's that if you are playing a tank, you can have displacement on a fighter or a paladin anyway, thanks to legendary Greensteel. We've been in here for a while, and there's been no moat. That's kind of unfortunate. Well, we have to wait for this guy anyway, I guess. So maybe a moat will spawn? I don't know. But that being said, you can definitely play... Oh, there's a moat on Gazbar. Where's Gazbar? He's over here. You can play... you can definitely play a Warlock type tank in lower tier content and have an absolute blast and basically be invincible. Enlightened Spirit Warlock, right up through Reaper 5 or 6, just doesn't really take any damage, which is really cool. And if you want to do that as like the new Iconic, where you play Enlightened Spirit with the new Iconic and you go and you try to go like Undead so you have like the heal over time and everything else. You absolutely can do that. So again, definitely there are options there. I'm not trying to say that there's like nothing you can do, for sure. So yeah, I can handle R10. Yeah, there's a lot of good builds, like I said. So if you're interested, I do have a starter tank build on my channel. It's a fighter tank. I had one of a premier tank player, emergencies only, help me work through the fighter, like the nuances of like pure fighter tank, and go through some of it. So and especially for like starting out with nothing. So we had to make a lot of concessions because there's no past lives, there's no anything on it, but you can do that. You should be layering multiple. Yep, exactly. Yeah, and that's the other thing too, a lot of people don't realize is that tower shields are no longer in for tanks because dodge is such an important defensive stat. Back in the day, you used to slam tower shields on everything, and now tower shields lock your defense. Some of you might not know this. A lot of tanks are actually wearing medium armor nowadays because it's just a requirement. Fighter tanks either the only time he needed healing was when he accidentally killed Vengeance, bugging the boss fight. The mobs got buffed. Yep. Yeah, man. Players are really strong right now, and that's the other thing. Like, there is a huge gap between the people that know and the people that have the stats versus the people that don't at the moment. Where some of you might hear like the idea that, oh, the tank didn't need healing in an R10 quest. What? And that's because the DPS is so good, the crowd control is so good. The people that are playing at the top tier can do R10 with their eyes closed and have really the only thing that can kill you is a bunch of bad Vengeance Reapers at the same time. Whereas a lot of people like struggle figuring out how to live through like Reaper 1. And then once you get past that point, once you even make it and you're like, I want to do some of the higher tier content, you join an LFM that's like R10. So let's say there's like an R10 LFM here. You join the group and you're like, cool, I got my full set of gear. I farmed it out. I think I know what I'm doing. Everything is good. You get in there and you've got like 2200 HP and the rogue has 5,000. And you're like, oh, is that the tank? And you're like, no, the tank has 11,000. And you're like, I feel like I'm missing something. I feel like something is missing. What am I doing wrong? So there's a pretty big gap in terms of like both knowledge and skill, and it's difficult to bridge that. And that's the reason why I have like the introductory stuff to try to like at least give something to some people that don't know. But a lot of it is you kind of just got to get there and then learn it once you get there. It's hard to like mentally prep for all that stuff. Mostly because leveling a tank is such a nightmare. Yeah, but what do you do when there's 2 Vengeance Reapers? Oh, there we go. You can't lock away 2 Vengeance Reapers. Then what do you do when there's 3 Vengeance Reapers? That's actually very rare to have 3, but I have seen 2 on too many occasions. I will say one benefit of spellcasters not being as common is you don't have the problem that used to happen like literally every other hour or every other minute is the Vengeance Reaper spawns, Alchemist uses multi-vial, everybody dies. Because if anything lives, it kills the tank. Don't roll a 1 on your... Use Measure of Ice, please. Get caught out of ice, suckers. Put on Spell Absorb, don't get hit. Yeah, it's that's true. That's true. Like, sometimes we'll just get bored with the R10s, and so we'll do the Vengeance Reaper challenge, which is you have to kill the Vengeance Reaper if you see it. Ooh. So that way it like adds some challenge, adds some spice.
The withered plants somehow
It was +8 tomes, some gear, but +8 all stats gave me a major boost. It can. I don't think that the tomes are as that impactful, but they definitely can have a bit of an impact there. Welcome. I forgot to update the LFM. We're on Inferno. Inferno, Ghosts, Flesh. Don't roll a 1. Wait, what? Oh, I didn't do this one. Don't roll a 1. Hey, Get out of here. Don't target the druid. Hey Shram, was wondering if you were doing a hardcore build guide for the loot, or since SSG didn't give it, you were skipping it. I am working on it. It just takes time because I didn't have prep time, and I want to play the event. So on stream, I'm doing this. Off stream, I'm working on the build guides. I was waiting for Matrim to update his builder with the new information, so now that's up to date. I've already put together 2 of them, but it's just taking me some time. So please have patience, and I promise I will have one for you. But yes, I am working on a hardcore build guides. Before you get hardcore build guides, you will get an opinion piece from me about my personal thoughts on the event, as well as a guide on where to find all of the golden motes. The guide for the golden motes will be split into 2 parts. The first part is going to tell you the general area, so that way, well, all of it's going to be spoiler free, so it'll be like multiple sections to my thoughts and opinions, where I will give you like spoiler indications in case people don't want to get spoiled for the event. But I will be doing in the actual video itself, there will be a spoiler free section. So the way it's going to work is I'll explain my thoughts, no spoilers. Then I will explain the general place where the motes are, light spoilers, just to be like, okay, you don't want to know exactly where it is. You want to find it and go on the hunt for yourself. That's good. Here, to save you from searching the whole game, here are some ranges to look at. And then there will be the full spoilers, which is this is exactly where everything is and what you have to do. And kind of give out the full details. So that's going to be how I put that together. And then the build guides will also come out with that after that as well. I have some really interesting builds. I just need to put some more thought into them to make sure they are good. Because I know, like, here's the thing. If you just want something to go with, the previous hardcore build guides are just the answer. Like, they're just good. There's literally nothing wrong with them. And you will be successful immediately. So you'll have no problems. But when it comes to the new stuff, I want to put kind of put a spotlight on some of the new changed things and things that are more exciting. So if you're like, oh, is there going to be a Blightcaster? No, because there's been a Blightcaster in all the previous ones, and Blightcaster has experienced no relevant changes. So if you want to play Blightcaster, go play Blightcaster. Use any of the previous hardcore build guide seasons for Blightcaster, and you'll have you'll dominate the entire game easily. But yeah, that's going to be the goal. Vanguard meta, maybe.
Undead. Seek it out.
I actually think it's a nerf to go from conjuration or necromancy to conjuration. I guess technically you can get 3 conjuration DCs from cleric, but you get necromancy DCs from iconic dark apostate, or not dark apostate, iconic Dampier. So like, I don't know, man. I honestly think it's kind of a nerf, because now it means you can't have whale on the wolf. Your wolf ain't whaling.
The cinder spawn springs forward. There is but one left. The rope ascends.
Also, my suspicion is correct. If you're in quests where you have to teleport a lot, so like this quest, the motes just don't spawn. I don't know. Do you want to know what my suggestion was, Chris? Ooh. Oh yeah, I can pass. I can pass as well. My suggestion was they should just make it so that instead of doing anything else, just make it so that, well, in Blightwolf form, you get +1 necromancy DC per level. So if you're a pure Blightcaster, going into Blightwolf gives you 20 DCs. And you might be like, yeah, but Shroomtom, isn't that broken? 20 DCs that stacks for going Blightwolf form? No, because you get giant spell cooldowns. So then it means you have to play like a caster Blightwolf, which sounds really bad, but also now it sounds kind of cool, doesn't it?
The final
Because now you're like, oh, wait a minute. But I could... Okay, hold on. Now I could... Hold on. Oops. Right? Because you're like, that sounds bad. But good? But bad. But good. But bad. It was exciting getting a purple? Yeah. Purple and heroic? Yeah. There's no limit to where they can spawn. I heard somebody say they got Scath on a level 4 quest. Every purple I've gotten has had the same monsters as blue. Like those hags show up in the blue moats. There's no joke. I mean, he's no joke in... He used to be no joke in the raid. He is now, but... Flesh Maker. Back in the raid, if you guys don't remember early Dryad and the Demigod, when that raid had first come out, Scath had to be tanked very precisely, because if he wasn't, he would just go and kill a healer instantly. And you had to be very mindful about that. Now, we have so much damage that Scath dies in 2 seconds. Running Dryad and the Demigod during raid night or raid day is so funny, because it used to be like, oh yeah, you have to deal with Scath the Vorpal and all this other stuff and manage and whatever. Now, you just vaporize Scath when he spawns in, and the Fomorian gets like minus 20 million. Fomorian King? Sorry, buddy. You can kill him before the cutscene? Yeah, exactly. Like, people don't realize how much more damage we have than how much damage we used to have. Like, people look at the power creep of the leveling process and go like, yeah, look. Alchemist, Blightcaster, power creep? But then it's like, yeah, didn't that shuriken user just do 1,000,000 damage in 3 seconds? And you go, shh, no, 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 it's okay, it's okay, it's okay, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Did that barb just hit for 500k? No, 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 shh, shh, don't worry, shh, don't worry, don't worry, it's fine, don't worry, it's balanced. Shh, shh.
Zombies shamble down the west hallway, prodded along by apprentice artificers.
Don't worry about it.
The nauseating smell of rotting death has soaked into the air.
Let's save the straight thrower who's hitting 700k crits and the boss constantly damage is really good. Yeah. Yeah, we have like a lot of damage. 30 stars in 1 second. I mean, it ain't called 10k stars for nothing. I'm gonna be honest, finding all these Reapers makes it really annoying to use Kata of Ice, because I want to use my Kata of Ice because it's really cool, but Reapers are immune, which makes me sad, because I want to be like, Kata of Ice! And I freeze these guys.
The smell of rot
It went up by at least 40 since level 30. It's more than just the melee and range power though. It's also like stat scaling, stat multipliers. People are also just like getting better at the game as well, generally. Like, we've also got the Sun and Moon augment system helped out a lot by getting not just more customization, but also more power in terms of like different types of stats that you can have stacked even higher. Every melee gets 100% double strike. The throwers are getting really, really crazy. And like, people were already getting it, but now it's like you get even more, so you can start skipping and getting other stuff. Also, someday, people will come around to my side of the table eventually, which is that or my side of the fence, which is that the Sword Sings is really, really insanely good, and eventually they'll get there. Someday, I don't know when, but someday. Yeah, it's just a quick cutter from like a clear. Like if you're not exclusively raiding, quick cutter is just like super dominant because the clear speed is so crazy for it. It's just so nice. But if you're going to be like raiding on the weekends and DPSing or like doing R10s on the weekdays, oh moat, I'm coming. Moat. Oh shit. Where's the moat? It's not on the AFK guy, is it? Oh shit. It's a corrupted moat. I'm running. I didn't see it. I'm going. Ugh. Ugh. Alright, we gotta hit it. That guy's on the phone? Yeah, that guy's on the phone. Oh, whoops. Get him, Birdo. Yeah, Shadowfell Blight Maiden is like, is this more supposed to be more dangerous? These purple motes are kind of whatever. Maybe it'll be more dangerous when I do my solo playthrough. So I've decided for hardcore, I am gonna redo the solo guided playthrough. So I will be doing my hardcore solo on the Artificer, and I want to see how hard they are. Oh my god, why can't I talk? Why is my voice doing this today? I wonder if it means I'm coming down with some type of horrible sickness. Come on, get down with the sickness, or something like that. Honestly, I probably just need some more water. I don't have any water on my desk. I'm gonna go get some. I need some water. What's up, Kenahans? How are you doing? But yeah, I still like Sword Sings. Okay, so basically here's the issue, right? So Sword Sings, we can agree, does a lot of damage. The problem is, I like using Sword Sings with two-handed weapons, because then you get the strike-through elements, and then it feels really good, you still get the AoE, but then the inherent problem with what I just said is two-handed weapon, and now it's like, oh man, what a problem. There's no way I have like a flu or something like that. I feel good, it's just my throat is dry. I think I just need some more water. I don't have any water on my desk. Lead level 5 and 2 spells from a blue mote. Ooh, rip. Yeah, I didn't get that far in the first run, and I wanted to do it on hardcore anyway, and a bunch of people like, how do you handle this moat solo? So I figured it's like a good combination for all that. Freeze! Oh my god, I rolled a 1. Damn you, Cat of Ice. You failed me.
No longer in control of his creations.
11 times in 2 days. Lois was minus 14 HP next to a Famine Reaper? God damn. Oh, I'll be hydrating. Well, it's just because multiple hits is good, as it turns out. I just spent a lot of board stuff for the apartment. Oh, hell yeah. I hate that. Like, sometimes you gotta buy, you have to buy stuff. I hate spending money. So it's like, oh man, like those days where it's like, all right, time to go to the store, and we're picking up, you know, I gotta grab more toilet paper, and I gotta grab more of this, and I gotta go grab more of that, and you're just kind of looking through all the things you gotta refill. I gotta buy the light bulbs, I gotta buy detergent, all the things you don't normally refill, and it hits you all at the same time, and you're like, oh, damn it. Gotcha. Heal. I am the healer man. Yeah, it is. I feel like that is something that, like, could probably be capped, so you only get 1 stack no matter what. Or just make it so that you're capped at 2 stacks and it double strikes. So, like, if you're 2-weapon fighting, you don't have to double strike. If you're 2-handed fighting, you do have to double strike. Something like that. Dungeons and lag online. Prophet, have you had the chance to play the game in the past month? Because if you have, you might not be, or if you haven't, you might not be aware that, basically all of the lag has been eliminated from DDO. I haven't made a video about it because I did that last time and I jumped the gun a little bit, so I'm waiting for like a long enough time for the lag to be like 100% sure. But as of right now, it's been basically a month, and I get maybe 1 or 2 1-second lag spikes a day. So before, it would be multiple lag spikes per dungeon. Sometimes a lag spike would last like 1 to 2 minutes, and now I basically don't notice any lag whatsoever. Ghosts of Perdition. Gather quest. Do not AFK, please. Yeah, you can still call it liars because some people spend so much time on airships and think it's the entire game. True, the airship is still laggy, but like the only thing I go in the airship for is to get buffs and leave the airship. Outside of the airship, there's basically no lag in the game. So like I can't get upset about that. It is funny though, because I've posted some new YouTube videos and I've had some people like comment on them, like on my beginner basics, and I've had people be like, oh, well, it's like, why are you even making videos like this when the game is laggy and doesn't work? And to be fair, I totally understand that. As somebody who plays this game over 40 hours a week, as somebody who has been playing this game for decades, I totally understand that sentiment. There's been a lot of lag in DDO, and it burns me out. I was getting really frustrated with the lag all throughout the summer because of the server transfer stuff, and it was getting really, really bad. So I don't blame anybody for having those opinions. I do understand that, but also, I have to tell those people, like, by the way, those problems are gone. So like, I don't know what to tell you. So, yeah.
The tunnels run deep.
And then rage quit when I logged in again. Your guy was dead. Oh really? Oh, that sucks, dude. I haven't had anything. Literally nothing.
From within, several philosophers moan.
Maybe I got the streamer client. New fire extinguisher? Oh, yeah, fire extinguisher. That makes sense.
The wayward philosophers gather on the ice.
You gotta make sure you got a working extinguisher in case something bad happens. You know, it's gonna die to, not die to lag. That's unfortunate because, again, especially like, you know, I have had pretty much no lag experience or nothing that would even put me in any amount of danger from having any amount of lag. So that is a really unfortunate circumstance to like hit the lag spike and then it just feels really horrible. Of all the ways for that to take place. Okay, so I think after we finish this, this should give me enough XP to level up, at which point Sharn is incoming. I just need to be 17, because then I get Holy Sword, and I get a lot of damage. And I want damage, dude. Yes, also, for those that have missed it and were unaware, because Death Ward no longer prevents you from taking strength damage from shadows, Undead is back on the menu for that purpose. So this character doesn't take any strength damage from shadows, which is amazing. I agree. I actually haven't experienced pretty much any direct lag in the game. I have experienced some packet loss here and there. Like the last few times I was lagging, like yesterday I had a bit of lag and it says I had some packet loss, so yeah. Yeah, spawn screen also prevents it. Well, no, spawn screen prevents you from dying to the strength damage. So you go to you don't die to it. Oh, moat. Oh, moat. So yeah. While playing with stream yesterday, it turns out it was a memory issue on your machine. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I'm having a great week, dude. Absolutely. This new event is really fun. It's not perfect. There's some things I would adjust about it, but I think some people have already complained to SSG about a couple things that they need to fix. And so I hope that SSG's has like a patch planned. Maybe not necessarily for this week, but as long as it happens before Christmas, they have a good patch. I think that will make quite a lot of people happy. So that's kind of the hope there. And then other than that, also Kenneth, thanks so much for giving me 5 subs. I appreciate that. I hope you're doing very, very well. Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Welcome to the stream team, Deadbeat Dadcore, Bad Wolf Who, Denuro, Deforestation, and Barna Power. Welcome all of you to the stream team. And Ken Hands, thank you. That's very kind. Yeah, man. As I said, I'm doing really good. I'm just enjoying myself. I'm prepping to have a nice weekend. I'm enjoying the event, and like I said, I think that there's a couple changes they need to make. They just kind of need to update the mode frequency a little bit, because right now I find that like a lot of quests just don't last long enough for you to actually get a moat to spawn, which is really unfortunate. Now, to be fair, if you're playing on the hardcore, this is what I've heard from people. People playing on the hardcore actually have had more moats spawning for them. Because it's hardcore, they're playing slower, and so as a result, they're getting more moats more often. But to make sure everyone's able to engage with it, it would be nice if it spawned a little bit sooner into the quest. So if they can adjust that, that would be amazing. But again, we will see. Someone more often. So Chris, that's because you're not playing. You're playing on Reaper mode. The moat odds are based on the difficulty you're playing on. So if you're playing on Reaper mode, you don't get greens ever, really. It's only on elite difficulty that the greens will spawn. And normal and hard spawn the greens the most. I think it's like on normal, you pretty much only get greens. So yeah, Chris, it's because you're too good. You're too elite. You're too much of a gamer. And so as a result, because you're too good at this video game, you're only going to see the blues. Sorry. I'm ran Shroud. The response on that quest in terms of locking up lag. Not sure if they've improved. I also haven't ran Shroud in a long time. That's a good question. Legendary Shroud. Has anyone ran Legendary Shroud? Does it still have the sections between each thing where like you finish, you kill the kobolds at the shrine and then the whole thing locks up? There's no lag in Legendary Shroud anymore? Oh shit, that's awesome. Because I will say the screwiest thing about the lag change is the end of raid lag is gone. So like you finish a raid and you expect to be locked up for like 5 to 10 seconds, and the raid just finishes, the chests load, and you're just done. And it's so weird. It's so weird. It's a good thing, but it's weird. Take 17, get some water, and run Sharn. It's like so bizarre. Like finishing too hot to handle, and then the quest is just over and you go get your loot and you leave instead of like the 4 or 5 minute like reset time. You know what? We're gonna go to House J. Fuck. Come on, dude, go to House J. You know what? We're gonna go to House J. We're gonna teleport to Ravenloft. That takes us straight to House J. Spell failure, or not spell failure. Use meta device. It's really funny. All right, let's go. Walk into House J. You might be like, why are you going to House J, Stream Tom? I'm going to House J specifically because there's trainers in House J, and nobody ever goes to the trainers in House J anymore, so you got to pay them a visit sometimes. Sometimes you just got to go, hey, you're doing hard work. I appreciate it. Let me still get your services. Take care. Gotta hit him with the take care. So we come over here. Cleric trainer. Thank you, Garudri Win. Garudri? What an awful name. That poor, poor man. All right. Tumble is at 20 now, so we're done on Tumble. Let's max out the heal. Cleric feat. Oh, Master of War, baby. Holy Sword. That's so exciting. We have Holy Sword now. Resurrection's probably good. And Cure. Inflict? No, I have that. Let's do this. Sure, whatever. Beautiful. Beautiful. Anyway. On DDO, I learned that there are different types of lag. Quest start lag, quest end lag, random lag, 2-minute freeze lag. Well, there's also desync, which a lot of people call lag, but it's actually a separate thing. So you know when you get on like a like you can call it lag, but it's not the same as like server lag. Basically the desync is when you step on a like one of those blow jets, is the best way to describe it, and then the game starts glitching out, doesn't know where to place you. That's because the physics between the client and the server are not matching up. So the client thinks you're supposed to go one way and it gives you a projection, but the server doesn't. And then once it syncs you once, if you're still moving, it has to resync you over and over. So your visual gets really weird until eventually the timing comes together. Yeah, and your range attacks also get out of sync with the animation, which I don't call lag because it's not like the game is lagging. It's a separate issue, but some people do call that lag, which is fair. Oh, this is imbue dice? Sick. Give me damage. All right. BRB. Before we get started, I'm going to get some water. I need water. I need water. Did you guys hear the melodious bird sounds? Because if you did, that is your reminder that if you're ever thinking about, oh man, I should get a parrot, you know? Parrots are cool. I'd really love to have like a nice parrot or pet bird in my house. They're sick. Those chirping sounds you might have heard, and by chirping I mean screeches because they're really loud. He gets up at around 6 or 7 and goes to bed at 8 o'clock, and for the entire day he does that about every 7 seconds. So take it from old Shrimp Tom. If you're thinking about getting a pet bird, don't. Yeah, to start. All right. Back heading in bird muzzle. The muzzle doesn't work. Also, you shouldn't muzzle an animal. The solution is, if you don't like the way the animal sounds, just don't have the animal. But it's my girlfriend's pet, so I will make sure he is taken care of and gets the most love and care. And then in 40 years, when unfortunately the bird is no longer with us, I'll be like, maybe we get a quieter bird. In like 40 years. Yep. Oh, more people want to join. Oh, my group is almost full. Oh no! Patient, no! You applied like 1 second too late. No! The guy joined. I hit the accept button as your name popped up. No! Rip, dude. Oh, unlucky. Actually unlucky. Damn. I'm so sorry. I did want to have you in the group, but that's the one thing is people have asked me, they're like, oh, Shrimp, how do I get the chance to play with you? I just post open groups. I don't have any special preferential treatment. There's no like form you have to sign. But I always want to include people like when I can, for sure. But that's just one of those things that, like, the upside of having the open group is you can always get a chance to play with Shrimp Tom. The downside is having the open group is sometimes the group is full and you don't have a chance to play with Shrimp Tom. Which, to be fair, I don't think I'm that special. I'm just some guy who likes to kill all the monsters. That's pretty much my only rule when we play, when I like to play groups like this, is just kill all the monsters. If someone wants to like hyper zerg and do like blow things up at the speed of sound, that's totally cool. As long as they kill the monsters along the way, I'm in it. We purple alert here. Some people do the purple alerting, and like I said, I'm not saying people shouldn't do that. If you want to, you can. Also, it would be hypocritical of me to say like, okay, don't purple alert, because I'm the one who posted the video of like, there's no lag in DDO, as I purple alerted the entirety of Temple of Elemental Evil and the entirety of Slave Lords for a video. So again, I'm not out here trying to be like, don't do this, okay? There are limits to my hypocrisy, okay, guys? There are limits. The limit of X as hypocrisy approaches infinity. Dumb question, but can anyone confirm new changes? The tree apply to shields? No, shields are not weapons. It does not work. However, if you want to get dex to hit and damage with shields, I can tell you a little bit of a secret. But you swear to God, you have to tell nobody, okay? Chase Hubber, I will solve your problem for you, but you have to keep it a secret. And if I find out anyone else spread this around, okay, I'm going to know it was you, and I'm going to tell on you, and you're going to get in trouble. So just keep it a secret. There is a shield that comes out of Saltmarsh. It's a light shield. It's actually a very good light shield. And that light shield allows you to use dexterity to hit and damage with the shield. At level 3, 20, and 30. I can't remember the name of it, but it's the light shield. It's not the buckler, it's not the heavy shield, it's not the tower shield, it's the light shield. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that's everybody.
With the pirates out of the way, you can finally take a look at Vaughn's cargo. You've recovered Vaughn's mysterious shipment at long last. It must be.
It's the only way to do it, unfortunately. I have played a dex-based Vanguard. I played a dex-based Tabaxi Vanguard using that shield, and it was fine. Probably be better now.
Now that you have arrived in the wondrous city of Sharn, Captain Dranmore suggests that you head to the Adventurers Guild to find out more about current events in the city.
Head to the Adventurers Guild. I think it'd be fun to like do some DM text. As you enter the dungeon, you find that there are some monsters attacking some people that have decided to take some time living here. This room is empty. Or is it?
Her employer wants you to pass along some information.
Just say weird stuff into the microphone and then throw it in.
You enter the boarding house, an island of quiet in the hustle and bustle.
It'd be fun. Also, if they did like a thing where they just showed a playthrough of a dungeon with no DM text, and then they had the DM narrator watch the playthrough of the video, and then the narrator just narrated the dungeon as the person went through, and then they cut that up and put it as the DM text. So they had to improv the whole thing. It's not as good, but it is your only option. This is the smash and grabber, yeah.
Vaughn has rented this entire operation and transformed it into his place of business.
Again, it's not a horrible shield. So it does get the job done. Maybe not as much of the job as you would like to get done, but it's doing a job. Breeze. You know what would be really good? If I cast Holy Sword. Master of War. Let's cast Holy Sword, huh? I would absolutely voice Ascendian Jewel if I was allowed. I think it'd be fun. The staff, not a sword. Well, it's a sword staff now, so by casting it, it gets swords on both ends. I'm basically turning into Darth Maul, you know? Listen, ain't nobody, when Darth Maul showed up in theaters, was like, whoa, if that's not a real lightsaber, dude, you can't do that. I'm pretty sure, actually, you know what? Knowing Star Wars nerds, there probably were some nerds that were like, actually, you can't have a double-bladed lightsaber. But to my, like, 10-year-old little mind, I was like, oh my god, Darth Maul, double lightsaber. Okay, in video games, blade staffs are a very real weapon.
You won't be getting up to the
I played so many video games that have blade staffs. A blade staff is a staff with blades on the end of it, so it's basically like a double sword, like a Darth Maul sort of weapon. Is that analogous to a real weapon, or is that exclusively for video game fantasy? I assume the latter, that it's exclusively for video game fantasy, but I am curious. Why not do triple? True. Just have more. Entirely video game? Yeah, because I assume that most weapons, like there's no reason to add blades onto a staff. You'd be much better off going with like a blunt weapon, so you can like sweep the leg. Like if you just consider the ramifications of having the video game fantasy or like the real world consequences of like swinging a bladed weapon, there's a 100% chance you're gonna cut yourself. But if you at least have like a heavier edge, it's really good for disarming opponents, breaking things. Also, the weight, having a better weight means you can balance it better. Also, no matter what kind of double weapon you have, you still get killed by a guy with a spear. Guys with a spear, man, it's overpowered. Naginata. Less reach. Yeah, less reach because there's two of them. Yep. Hold on, I'm going to Google this weapon. Naginata.
You step into Zelf Prospire's tidy office.
Oh, yeah. I've seen these. I've seen this before.
Step inside, quickly. There are eyes
It's the old blade spear. This seems like a good weapon. That seems like a really useful weapon. Because it basically gives you a lot more reach on a bladed
You
weapon.
hear the scrape of stone on stone as the concealed back door slides open. You walk out into the streets of Cogsgate.
Although I still feel like spear just wins so hard against a weapon like that.
Block out the night sky.
Like in a movie,
Who knows what's good for them will stay indoors. Rain of blood is
I'm sure
falling
like,
here.
you know, a katana or the naginata, however you say it, is definitely gonna be way better in an anime or in a movie. But I feel like in both, you get eaten alive by a spear, dude.
You push open the door to the apartment. The surprisingly well-decorated room.
Spear is
shows
super
signs of
powerful.
struggle. Your stomach clenches in anticipation as you near the crime scene.
I mean, you could probably
Felon
argue that it's just spear
suspects of
adjacent.
rings digging himself out of debt.
But yeah.
Imagine meeting your end right after getting yourself clear. At least he died in the black.
It reminds me of
Examining the corpse, you can see that he was killed
in
by
Blue
a
Eye Samurai,
poisoned crossbow
there
bolt.
is the
His
scene
last
where the main
bullet
character
hit
learns to
lies
use that
just
weapon.
out of reach.
Or there's a whole episode that goes into that. And man, it's a really hard episode to watch.
Despite clear attempts,
But goddamn, is that a sick looking weapon.
all of Felon's
Great show, by the way,
valuables
if you haven't seen it.
in their proper
I
place.
watched Blue Eye Samurai this year. Apparently there's a new season coming out.
You hear
Excellent
voices
show.
from the direction of the front door.
Excellent show.
You manage to make it past the Dusk thugs blocking your way.
Halberd is the spear's equal. Is it though? Probably.
The doors to the gambling hall are wide.
One of the things I like about a spear is you can like
Though the
hide behind
exits
something with
are
a spear
still
pretty easily.
covered
I feel like a
with
halberd needs to have a little bit of like an edge to it.
Customers left in a hurry. A chest full of coins.
Yo, what's up, big? How you doing?
This wasn't a robbery. You can tell that there's more to this than
Fun fact, I didn't know anything about halberds because I was never a weapons kid. Some kids were like medieval weapons kids. I was never a medieval weapons or medieval fantasy kid. So playing Lord of the Rings Online for the first time, I started playing as the captain, and captains get their own unique weapon type, which is the halberd. No other class can wield a halberd outside of the captain. I didn't realize what it was until I actually got to see the weapon, and I thought it was very, very cool. And the endgame weapon for captain, or the endgame halberd, was actually a halberd that did pure light damage, which is the best damage type in the game because it was basically the least resisted. So it was like really cool, and I remember like farming out the weapon and feeling really good, and then getting really disappointed that the flat bonus they give to halberds for captains is increased aggro. Moats.
revealing a small lane that goes deeper into the heart of Cog's Gate.
I guess that person's not doing moats. All right. Oh, broke. Worked. Damn. So if you didn't know, basically these types of tiny little platforms, these things cause the moats to break. Back in the day, it depends. Because, actually, you say fire, but when the game first launched, you might have heard of a little place called the Rift of Nerz-Gashu, and unfortunately for your explanation, the Gashfra orcs had a resistance to fire damage and did not have resistance to light damage. And isn't it so convenient that the ancient steel weapons that you could craft, all of the single-use recipes, yeah, they all did light damage.
Yet this time a new detail catches your eye. A shattered pin bearing Vaunt Arcanotechnic symbol. Some small packages.
But yeah, the Gashfra and also, if I recall correctly, Undead. So light was the best for Thorog.
Closer look at the keg reveals a hidden.
Good old Thorog. Undead, dragon, white.
The murderer could have emptied the conch, and yet only Mord's life was taken. Armed with your findings.
Unspoken from experience.
What connects all
Yeah, I'm an old
these
man and I play old
gruesome
games for old people.
crimes? The last of the heavily armed halfling thugs fall.
What sucks in KCD2? I've recently started playing KCD2.
The more questions you have.
KCD2.
You can only hope that Zulkus
Did I say something that's
holds the answers you've been seeking.
KCD2?
A tiefling stands before you with a face you remember. from
Kingdom
your
Come.
recent adventures.
Deliverance. Oh, yeah.
Despite your own
I
shot
got you,
at
sorry.
meeting him again, you hope that Zulkus is willing to answer your questions.
I was like, huh? Hmm?
Zulka steps through a dimension door.
I've
his
never
face
played.
glowing with the smug triumph of a man who thinks he's won.
I heard people say that it's a good game, and I'm sure it is, but I have not played it. I don't really play almost any new games that come out. It needs to be a very specific type of new game for me to actually have any desire or drive to play it.
The weight of her brother's over her like the dirt that falls on the streets from above.
And as I mentioned before, I'm just not a big like medieval fantasy kind of guy, which I know that sounds kind of confusing, but when you learn the fact that I much prefer Eberron to Faerun for the storytelling, where Faerun has a lot more medieval fantasy in it and feudalism and all the serfs and all that, whereas Eberron is basically like, you know, we're kind of living in like New York right now, like fantasy New York. It's very different. I much prefer that kind of.
You find a security ledger.
I'm much bigger into sci fantasy as I get older.
Reveals that every victim had worked for Vaunt. It's too big of a coincidence to overlook, especially since a note in the margin talks about cleaning up loose ends. That ledger told you what you needed to know.
I think it's one of the reasons why I got so hard pulled into Destiny is because I really like the sci fantasy element of it, where it's like, yeah, we're in space with guns and lasers and spaceships and technology. And everybody has magic. All right. What's my current build split? I am 14 cleric, 3 dark apostate monk. I do not know how I'm going to end the split. I have 3 more levels. I can take whatever I want. And I don't know what I'm going to take. But whatever it is, it's whatever I want. I can take paladin. I'm lawful good. I was tempted to just take fighter so I get some extra feats. Because if I take fighter, it means I can take spring attack. So I'm tempted to do that. Any more of that Gamba? Oh, we can do some gaming. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, as previously mentioned, I still don't really play a lot of new games that come out, which is one of the reasons why I like my seasonal games. So like I'm playing DDO, the new Lord of the Rings expansion is coming out next month, which is exciting. Path of Exile 2 has a new update next month, which I'm going to be playing for sure. The Destiny expansion is coming out, so I just have like a bunch of games that I want to play that are things I already owned. It's very rare for me to play new games. I heard that that Expedition 33 video game won like an award, and that game looked pretty good. I didn't know much about it, and I watched Dorak play it a tiny bit, and basically what I gathered from it is that it is a turn-based RPG, but it has an action command system similar to all of the Mario RPGs, and I was like, ooh, I actually like this.
Victor leans over and whispers, I don't want to lose my job.
I kind of like that. That's sick.
I'll cough when it's time.
Things to join quarter stuff anyway. Why no Warframe? So the reason why I haven't played Warframe, I can actually easily explain this, and it's because people are bad at selling things. Consumers are really bad at selling things because they don't understand how to sell things. And what I mean by that is every time somebody was like, yo, dude, if you like Destiny and sci fantasy, you should try Warframe. And I'm like, why? And they're like, well, because it's like really similar. You know, you got like, you can customize your things, you got guns, you got all this other stuff. And the second I hear that, my brain goes, oh, it's really similar? So why? I'm already playing that game. Why would I play the other game? Dude, it's like so similar. Like, you like this, you'll definitely like this other thing. But I already have a thing that I like. I'm not sold. So that's basically the main problem. I'm sure there are a lot of interesting things, and I have friends who play Warframe and enjoy it quite a bit, and it looks really cool. Especially like the combat pace that I've seen from some of the stuff, like how some of the frames move, looks really, really interesting. And I know like the smallest bare bones element of the story. So again, it looks like an interesting game overall. But most of the time when people tell me about it, like, yeah, well, if you like these games, you should try this. And I'm just like, it is not similar. No. I actually agree with you, Addy Croft. Because having talked to other people, then other people go, no, it's actually not that similar. It's actually quite different. But hearing that later, I don't know. It's hard for me to like get my head into it.
You hear a scream of pain from up above.
That's pretty much it.
A scream cut short with steel. You hear a gruff voice howling. The roof! The roof!
I already have like a space magic video game. I could. Like Borderlands when I play Destiny, it's a looter shooter. That's how it was sold to me. Oh, dude, 100%, yeah.
An otherworldly air of confidence surrounds the handsome being, who appears to be their leader. Let's pick up the pace, shall we? We still have to destroy the lab downstairs.
Even if I go on Steam, it's like, oh, by the way, do you like Destiny? Or do you like Destiny? You should play Warframe.
Because Victor told us not to be seen.
Yeah, I'm sure Warframe is cool.
Lagging behind.
It's because this is set to the wrong thing, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, this is set to the wrong thing. There we go.
You hear a familiar voice somewhere nearby. It's Victor.
Sounds like there's loot. And then where they have gun. Yep. Ends with space wizards kill evil people. Oh, for sure. Like I said, I just haven't really played it. But long time MMORPG style games, it's really hard to like, you know, convince somebody to also start playing that, because like I like Final Fantasy 14. I really like Final Fantasy 14. Final Fantasy 14 is sick. And if given the choice, I would much rather play Final Fantasy 14 than play WoW. Like 100 days in a row, I would much rather play FF14 versus playing WoW. Absolutely. But if I'm playing neither, if I'm not playing Final Fantasy 14 and I'm not playing WoW, I'm gonna play DDO and Lotro. You know, kind of where it is. Just the last comment. It's in like the killing evil people phrase. Don't worry. I think that space wizards kill evil people is a good description for that video game, and it sounds good to me. Did these guys get aggroed through the floor? What the hell? Also, Kata of Ice. So good. So good. Like, because everything is basically free. I don't like video games because they're free. I like video games because they're good. If that makes sense. Which is, again, not saying that, like for me, the price of a video game doesn't factor into it too much. If the video game is good, the video game is good. And this is not coming from a place of I have an infinite amount of money. I'm unemployed and don't buy any video games. I'm still looking for a job, so I haven't bought a new video game in quite a long time. Live! I haven't bought a new video game in quite a while, so I'm not out here being like, I'm Richie Rich over here, and I have all the video games I could ever want. There's a reason why I play DDO and Path of Exile. Path of Exile is free, so I don't have to worry about playing it. But also, Path of Exile is like one of the greatest video games I've ever played. When I start talking about Path of Exile, I almost never start with game free. It's like, yeah, Path of Exile is amazing because infinite customizability, fantastic, like the action content's amazing. The different puzzles you have to solve to like build out your character is cool. That is some of the most amazing boss fights in the entire game. Really satisfying progression system, how you like work through your maps. Also, the game is free. When no money, I go pirate. Yeah, I don't like pirating stuff. I understand why people do that. I personally don't like to pirate things. Okay? And I say that especially because when I play, use emulated games on my computer, I never pirate. I only have games that I legally dumped from a cartridge and or CD that I personally own to get the ROM, just to make sure that's 100% clear. I always do that every time for sure, 100%. If I've ever done that before, I've always legally dumped something. Keep that in mind. Yep, every time. Did we get a moat in this quest? Oh, right here. Good shit. Moat.
Victor presses the button on his gaunt prototype, and the magical barrier around him fades
Wild.
away.
Yeah, I just brought it in. But yeah, I don't know. I just like, if I can avoid pirating something or using a third-party source, I will always choose to do that because people make a thing. And so if I can pay money for it, I'm going to do that because if I like it, I want to pay for it. I just think that's just fair. That's how I think about it. So, and what I mean by that is, let's say like I don't play a video game because it comes out and it's like $100 and I just don't have $100, so I'm not going to buy it. But if later in the future it's on Steam and it's like $10, I'll buy it because I want to be able to play the experience. And I'm still paying something for it because it's still on sale. So like, why not? It's just, you know, you kind of, you do have to, some people do have to buy video games. Similar thing where like, if a movie goes up for free on YouTube, which sometimes happens every once in a while, I'll just be like browsing YouTube and then they'll be like, oh, you can watch this movie for free. And I'm like, how is it free? But it's obviously being subsidized by like advertising revenue. So like somebody is getting paid for putting this movie up on YouTube. So, okay, sounds good. And I mean like, not like somebody who pirates a movie and puts it up there, but sometimes like Universal Pictures will just like have a movie up. They'll be like, you can watch Liar Liar right now for free on the internet. And I'm like, damn, I haven't seen that movie since I was a kid. Sure, I'll watch it with some ads. Why not? Like, whatever, I don't care. I don't have to pay for it. But somebody is getting paid because there's a payment mechanism there. Art costs money. I don't mind paying for art.
Something's brewing, and you're smack in the middle of it. A group of would-be patrons lingers in the courtyard. They must not be on the guest.
So then I definitely still have my NES and shiny gold LOZ cartridge. Oh, hell yeah, dude. I don't have a gold Legend of Zelda cartridge because I'm not that old, but that does sound sick.
He wants you to check on Club Clawfoot's employees before...
Warlocks are stinky? Nah, Warlocks are the best.
Tiny is concerned about the safety of a shipment he recently received. He thinks it might be...
Dude, from Sells Me Games, hey guys, let's get absolutely brutalized until we are confined in a small group and have a communal loot with low quality graphics. Yeah, true. Hey, I found a game that's really horrible. Do you want to play it? It's the worst game you've ever experienced in your entire life. There's actually no worse video games on the internet. Okay. I got bamboozled. Okay, so we're doing group play in Path of Exile, where the idea is everybody has a very specific character build. So I'm playing a Warcry character that is like constantly shouting and doing war cries. One person is playing with auras, another person is a color, so they kill enemies on low health. Another person has like 50 billion damage, but they literally cannot kill a single monster, so they get everything low, and then the color kills everything. Cool. Sounds good. It's all fun. But the way the group works is because everyone, it's like all interlocked. My character has no defense, and I need the aura character to keep me alive. I also have to keep the aura character alive, and the damage characters have no damage unless we're with them. So everyone has to be like super slow paced. We all stand together and kill everything. We get billions of currency, and the monsters are insanely powerful, like lots of XP. We're killing hundreds of billions of monsters, but it's slow, like we move as a pack going through the areas. And if anybody drops a single skill, everyone dies. So we have to like, you don't have to play perfectly, but you have to like pay attention. If you forget to keep up a buff or something like that, one person dies and then everybody dies. And it took me a little while to realize I'm just playing fucking EverQuest again. And it's the exact same bullshit as playing EverQuest, where, oh yeah, how do we do this? To go out in the world, we need to get 4 guys, and one guy plays the bard, okay, and one guy's playing the debuffer, okay, and one guy's playing the DPS, okay, and one guy's got a tank with a pet. It's just EverQuest again. But in Path of Exile, which is really funny. So I just enjoyed that quite a bit. How much does the patch change Critzilla? It doesn't. I guess it does in the sense that Quick Cutter got nerfed. But like, the Quick Cutter nerf doesn't matter.
More attacks are on the way. But for now...
Yeah, I was really happy to hit 40 challenges because now I'm done with Path of Exile, so I only log in to like do boats or do the group play. Other than that, I'm done with it, which is really nice. It gives me a lot of more free time. I haven't played EverQuest 2. I've only played EverQuest 1.
Alarm triggers once again.
I do think that would be interesting to kind of like take a look at, just to see a little bit of the history, experiencing 1 and then experiencing, because a lot of people hate EverQuest 2 that play EverQuest 1, and so I'm curious as to why. It reminds me of how, like, when Asheron's Call 2 came out, I much preferred Asheron's Call 2 to Asheron's Call 1, but a lot of people really hated it, and it was not a very successful game. There's a lot of reasons why it wasn't successful. It's not just because people hated it, it was also because it had, like, a million, billion, 100 quadrillion problems. Like, text chat didn't work in the game for the first 4 months. I mean, yeah, true. It's just, it's very time consuming. It's very, very time consuming, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but not something I always want in my life. Depends on what I'm doing. I'm being turned to stone. Help. I need Quicken so bad. Yeah, I'm still playing Guild Wars 1, so I want to get through it eventually. My Mesmer Monk is very fun to play.
Regina has promised to do everything she can to cut ties between the Boromar clan
Mimo.
and Vaunt Arcanotech.
Being able to interrupt literally every spell that's being cast is very cool. And you get kicked, and you get kicked, and I kick you, and I kick you. I will say that I don't like the names of the spells. I think a lot of them are like uninspiring or boring. Because what are they called? They're like sigil spells or something. So like most of my spells just look like generic grape symbols. And it was like kind of boring. Let me see, hold on. Guild Wars 1 Mesmer. What are they called? What are the skills? I think some of the skills around here. It's domination, right? Domination magic?
Get on board quick like and I'll ferry you up to their window.
Yeah, the sigil spells, I think. Sigil of distraction, sigil of whatever. I had like a whole bunch of those. They're signet? Yeah, signets, that's the one, the signets. I don't know where they are. Are they under illusion? Signet? I don't know where the signet spells are. Anyway, half of my spells on my action bar are signet spells, and I just really hate the icons. I think they're really boring.
What cannot be ignored are those Zendrick bloodhounds sniffing at your heels. You're exposed, Mr. Fruit. Not for long, my friend. Allow me to demonstrate. Isabet, please come in. Now, Isabet, I know.
Damn signets. I don't know how they wouldn't, because you need mana to do everything. And when you're out of mana, you can't do anything, or energy. At least my first family, and then DDO came to my life, no more 6 to 7 hour raids 5 times a week. True! Yeah, when you gotta move away from the raiding life.
A necessary demonstration of my device. I wanted you to see my movements firsthand.
Wait, which class is all signet?
Calibration issue. Take
Assassin? Interesting.
We will adjourn to the yacht. It's time.
I don't know. For me, like, I really get into a game, especially when it's got like cool icon art, especially like old games like this. I really love the icon art in different things. So like the icy hand where it's the cat of ice, it just looks good. I kind of just love it. And that might seem silly to people, but yeah, for me, I'm like really heavily influenced by like the art of video games. That's what gets me excited to want to play more of them. So I think it really depends on. Whoa! No! Oh, but it's falling. It's falling. Okay, hold on. We're good. I think it really depends on specifically what your tastes are. But yeah, to me, that stuff is really important. And so all of my spells being like these generic signet spells, and then not being able to read anything in my inventory. Ugh. I want to like Guild Wars more. I just the inventory UI is so hard to manage in both games, 1 and 2.
You've agreed to help rescue Isabet. To do that, you'll need to clear the way.
It's why like when people say that they don't like the DDO UI, I don't really get in their face about it, because like there are a lot of problems with the DDO UI and a lot of things that are confusing, and it could also just be bias of like I'm used to this old jank but not used to the other old jank.
Source leads can't go too high or too low without losing their enchantment. Keep above the fog and don't try to push over the higher walls. Show those brutes they can't mess with my girl.
24/7 until most of them burned out and quit WoW or raiding at least. Oh yeah. Yeah, when I used to play WoW, during Mists of Pandaria and Warlords of Draenor, I was in a very high level raiding guild. Yeah, like to me, I don't have any trouble identifying what these items are, like potion with haste, you know, or like this is like the edge of a key because I'm just familiar with it. Or like that's a tuning fork that lets me teleport because I know what these items are. So I can look at something like these bracers and know that these are bracers. But if I was unfamiliar with it, I can see how some of the icons might be more confusing to others. Again, I find that the Guild Wars 2 icons, it's a bunch of mush. I can never tell what anything is. And I think that's because they use more of a painted look to them, so they don't have as many sharp lines. Like, basically nothing is outlined in the art, so a lot of stuff just kind of blends together, and I find it difficult to identify things between icons. Now, on some areas, like the overworld map, like the painted look looks really, really good, okay, for some of the UI elements. I think the painted overworld map looks fantastic, big fan of that, but yeah, for the inventory, I don't like it.
Before the fireworks start.
Kind of schedule let me be in a high-level raiding guild. Yeah, if it's any constellation officer skeleton, I would say it was a good time because it was cool to be able to be in that group and to be able to do that style of content and to be able to clear like high-level content and beat raids and feel accomplished. Like getting a server first feels good. The downside is you have to deal with a lot of fucking dickheads. There's so many pieces of shit in high-level raiding guilds in WoW because you have like some of arguably the best players in the game that you might be playing with, which means they have egos that are so big they think they're like the hottest shit. But outside of World of Warcraft, they really suck as people, and so you kind of have to, you got to eat it. You got to be like, well, I do want to beat this raid, and even though I hate this enhancement shaman because he sucks, he is top 5 on the planet, so what am I gonna do? Although I will say our 2 best players were very down to earth and very cool. Oh, moat. We're all here. Our Shadow Priest was like in the top 10 Shadow Priests in the world, and he was also the spreadsheet guy. So he made spreadsheets for everything, and him and the guild leader coordinated and decided who got gear when. So when an item dropped, there was no rolling in the guild. They were like, that item goes to this person and that item goes to this person. And it was the Shadow Priest who like kind of ran through and figured all that out with like simming out the he like simmed out all the numbers. Like when people would try to figure out their DPS, they used to go to like Simcraft and all these other websites and put in their stats and try to figure out how much damage they were doing. And he was like, no, that's not accurate. And he made his own website, or not his own website, but his own program to simulate our DPS of the people in the guild. Like, he was like that kind of person. So it was not a huge surprise that he was also like one of the top Shadow Priests ever, like at the time. So, very exciting. He's the guy that gave me the trick for the foot pedal, where his push to talk key, he had too many keybinds and too many things he would press. So he had a foot pedal from an old racing game, and he used the foot pedal as his push to talk button. What was it? With Warforged armor feats, they suck. I'm looking to play Artificer Rogue Repeater build with Int. Yeah, Adamantine plating is good if you want to play a heavy armor type character, and don't take any feats if you want to play anything else. Mithril plating is horrible. Mithril plating basically gives you like basic chain shirt and nothing else. So an endgame light armor will have plus 28 or plus 30 maximum dex bonus. But if you take Mithril, you're locked into basic chain shirt at plus 5 max dex bonus, which is basically the same as taking Adamantine plating, so you might as well just take Adamantine plating at that point. I should use my bird. Goodbye. And it would change specs because one form's a little bit better than the other. Yep, that was it. Yeah, there was no question about it. If you were a warrior and Arms is better than Fury, you don't say, "Oh, I'm playing Fury." You play Arms because Arms does more damage. That's it.
In surprise as he reaches the wreckage of the Magefire cannons.
3 of them. Now I feel like
Well, you say that, Officer Skeleton, but if the answer was, "Oh, in this specific fight, Holy Priest isn't that good. We need Resto Shaman." You know what you'd have to do? You either rolled up a Resto Shaman or you got benched. Those are your 2 answers.
Casper tells you.
Your power sleds might suddenly stop working out here. Be careful.
Again, it was not my favorite thing to deal with.
His jaw's frothy. The goblin says you're strong, but he's just a weakling. Enough waiting. I'll butcher you now. Feast on your flesh and keep all the glory for myself.
Yep. And by the way, this is not me saying that you should play based on how somebody else is telling you to play. If when you're playing a game, you're playing WoW, you're playing DDO, you're playing whatever, play the way that you want to play. Obviously, try to like work with other players in your group 100%. But like, you know, if you want to play Fire Mage and Fire Mage isn't the highest DPS, who cares? It's your video game, you can play however you want. The only exception is if you're trying to beat the hardest content in the entire game before anybody else, so you're trying to do progression rating at the highest level where you're racing other people, that's when you don't get to choose what you play. You have to play the best stuff because you're in a race.
The goblin's voice calls to you across the gap.
And you don't get to choose.
So that leaves just little old me. A great big bounty, no partner.
Yep, it's like, again. And this is also something that's like understandable. This is like, I'm not saying anything that's really crazy. If you're not in a race and you're just in a progression guild and you're like, oh, I only like playing Demonology Warlock, I don't want to play Destruction or Affliction, then it is what it is. If you're just like, if you guys just raid, you know, on the weekends, you're having fun, you're doing whatever, sure, yeah, play your Demonology, have a good time. But if you're trying to get like server first or world first and your guild says, yo, we need Destruction Warlock, you got to swap, you can say no, but they're just going to bench you. Class has 1 or 2 metas least. Yep. Yeah, DDO is great because like you can kind of play whatever you want in DDO. So Blizzard did this funny thing where I'd get really into the way healer works and they change how they work. Yeah, true. To do out of raids was completely useless. Yeah, and then eventually Warrior Tank became the exact opposite, where like Warrior was God mode. I still miss in Mists of Pandaria when they had the what do you call it? The do they still have Vengeance or whatever? Where you do more damage based on the damage you took. Where during Mists, the highest damage character in the raid was always the tank.
You've reached Isabet, but all is not well.
I still remember there were a couple boss fights like during Siege of Orgrimmar where we would cheese it by only using one tank, and so you have like just one tank, a blood DK, and then the blood DK would just take so much damage, but then you healed based on the damage you took with Blood Strike, and also whenever you took damage, you would you increase your own damage, and so the Blood Death Knight would be the #1 DPS on your group by like millions. So you'd literally see the DPS chart and you'd see like, you know, the hunter at 150,000 DPS and the mage at like 145 or whatever, and everybody's hovering around the same. And then you see the blood DK with like 2 million DPS. It was so good. All right. Gonna just do the 18s, then move on to cogs. Feel free to take 18 if you're capped, or do the 16s. No refunds. Refunds next. Okay, back to work. Sharn. 18. No refunds. Because we're gonna do this, then cogs, then Sharn docs. What about heavy versus light repeaters for Artificer? I'm going to be honest, I actually don't know the answer to that question when it comes to heavy versus light repeaters. I know that heavy goes slightly slower than light, and attack speed is everything. But I know the percentage difference between the two of them is very small. Like, I know it's not like, oh, it's like a 10% DPS change. It's like a 1 or 2%. I just don't know which one is which way it goes. So I assume light is better, but also this is a assumption based on not a lot. So I do not know the answer.
The entrance is blocked by a magic field, projected by a modified version of Vaunt's arcane system. The manager.
Oh, you don't take Avenging Cleave? Oh, the tier 5? Oh, so the reason I don't take it is because I think it sucks. You have the regular cleave, Avenging Cleave. All it does is apply vulnerability stacks, but between your attacks, you have at that point Divine Retribution or whatever, the T5 that's like the frontal cleave that gives you a smite back and instant kills. You have Exalted Smite, which is a frontal cleave, and then you have the actual cleave during the leveling process. So you already have 3. So adding a 4th one just doesn't feel like it's super necessary, like it feels superfluous. But then beyond being superfluous, you also have, once you get to epics, you pick up a whole bunch of cleaves in the form of either Quick Cutter or the other attack that I took. Can't remember offhand. But yeah, I think that Avenging Cleave is honestly just a noob trap. The T5. So that's why I don't take it. But I would like to hear other people's experiences if other people have disagree with me on that. But I personally think that Avenging Cleave is a noob trap. The first cleave is nice because you need AoE in the early game. But when you already have 3 cleaves at that point, do you really want a 4th cleave? Some people might answer yes. Like, why basic attack when I can just have, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4 doing all my damage? And go cleave, 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 cleave. Cleave, 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 cleave. Which is fair. But yeah, I don't use it. I think it's a noob trap. The other argument you can make is like, okay, well, Avenging Cleave is obviously better than the early cleave, so why don't you just swap it out when you get to a higher level? Because if you swap it out, then you're going to have the better cleave, right? But the problem is, that means you're spending more points in the top end. So you're spending more points in the T5, whereas you want to take more stuff lower. You don't want to be spending as many points in the T5. That's 4. Nice. Where's my walrus? Oh, he's right here. I have raised dead. Wait, what? No, no. Oh, fuck, he's blocked. I'm trying to raise dead, but he's gonna get blocked. All right, well, I'll raise him later when eventually he stops moving. Oh, no, there we go. Nice. Yeah, but I'm pretty sure I take the heroic cleave. Oh, moat? Hold on, where's the moat? TN person. Where the fuck are they? Huh? Where's this? Top chest? I'm not sure. Is it this way? I think it's this way. A level 11 died? Yes, a level 11 died to misadventure. Somebody ate a trap. I don't know which trap, but they ate a trap. Nice. All right. Bricked. Bricked. Oh, no, I'm using, sorry. I just use the word, yeah, you definitely don't take the cleave feat. I just use the word cleave to describe the AoE attacks. But yes, between the tier 2 cleave, the tier 3 cleave, and the tier 5 cleave, I feel like the Avenging Cleave, the other tier 5, is just superfluous. You just don't need, you already have 3, so you don't need that many. That's why. How many cleaves do you need? But that being said, reasonable minds can differ, and so some people may decide to take other things. It was a little disappointing to me that the crit they added to Cleave and Great Cleave is another factor that makes Falchion preferable over Great Axe. That is correct, yes. Here's the thing, though. Falchion has not always been better than Great Axe. It has been for a while, but don't forget, remember what used to be the best weapon in the whole game? That's right, Torn. Remember when Torn was the best weapon? Now that was Ravenloft, but listen, that was a good time. 2017 to 2018 DDO. What a magical time. You guys remember Ravenloft? Yeah, the Project Nemesis Great Axe was also good. The problem is, very shortly after Project Nemesis came out, we got Tale of Sulamares. So it didn't get the same amount of life.
Husloff Noller, store manager. The door is securely locked. You'll need a key to get in. You unlock the door using the key to the manager's office.
Yeah, a lot of Tremor builds. Monk for endgame, extremely strong. Hand wraps are one of the best weapon types you can use, so it's very, very good. Extremely good. Hand wrap monk is good. Hand wrap fighter is good. Well, Razor Claw fighter is good. You can go pure or you can multi-class, but pure monk has been made a lot better because of the changes to Ancient Mystic, giving them a trance built in and being able to use wisdom damage by default. So you can play pure monk as well, yeah.
I leave these barbarians to you, my dear.
It's just doing an alchemist barbarian. Yo, let's go alchbarian. This guy's playing the real Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde build. Where you play Doc Jekyll and you mix some potions, then you rage and let out Mr. Hyde. Hell yeah, I love themed builds like that. That's cool. And you might be like, wait, I didn't theme it like that. Yeah, but I did. I themed your build. Don't worry. Yeah, old Confront Any Foe spam where Confront Any Foe had 0 cooldown, so you could burn through 30 turn undeads in 1 second.
Your would-be informant lives
Those were the days, man.
slum tenement tower. The door into Evan's apartment stands before you, wide open. This can't be good.
But it's okay. Confront Any Foe lives on. Confront Any Foe is now just Rapid Slash from Vistani. Why? I don't know. I don't know. It is though. That's the cool part.
The creepy gnome investigator nonchalantly gives you a head start, then goes back to work in the crime scene.
Get frozen. Can I freeze this guy? No, he's immune. Everyone's immune to my kata of ice.
A draft rises from somewhere below.
Yeah, Hand Wrap Monk is very, very strong right now, partially because Monk is really, really good. Like, there's just so much good stuff you can do with Monk. I don't know what the best way to play it Monk is right now, but Monk is just super, super strong, especially after the rework and with a lot of the changes. And Hand Wraps have been good for a long time. In fact, before the changes, Hand Wrap Monk was good, so I just have to assume that it's also good now. Yeah, I think that's just a graphical bug that they have yet to chase down. Honestly, I don't even know if SG knows that's a bug that exists.
These ne'er-do-wells have mistaken you for an easy mark.
And Monk players got a nerf because it only hit once with hand wraps. Yeah.
You turn to head outside,
I remember.
only to find a man standing in your path. He beckons you over.
Dude, it was so cool when you used to use Confront Any Foe or Drifting Lotus with like a dagger, single weapon fighting, get the triple hit. Oh. I don't know where this person is, but they are dying. Where are they dying? Where are you? He's this way. Damn it. Well, can't raise him. Sorry. Hopefully somebody's able to raise him. I can't. Can't raise. Blocked. Oh, maybe I can raise him? Nope, I can't. I'm not even going to try to raise this guy. They got ants in their pants. It's impossible. They'll find a shrine. I don't think we have a... I don't think we have a trap guy. Oh, they're here. Good. So now their ants in their pants means they can't get out of range. Perfect. Ooh, there we go. Been away from the game for years, kind of lost touch with a lot of stuff. Yeah, there's been quite a few changes to a lot of things, but they did a full Monk rework this year with the release of Dragon Disciple. And Dragon Disciple is very good, but also the Monk rework was very, very, very good. the benefit of the monk rework is it lets you get wisdom to hit and damage built in with monk. You don't have to go somewhere else for it, which is cool. You get a trance built in as well. They completely removed the entire combo system, so there's no more combos. Instead of having combos that you do to get special abilities, instead you just have those abilities. It's way cooler that way. I'm gonna be honest. Some people are like, oh, but man, I miss the combo. I miss going fire, fire, fire and using Breath of the Dragon or something. And like, you know what? There is some nostalgia there. I do get it. But you know what's nice? Just pressing the button and doing the thing. I want to freeze a guy, press a button. I want to stun a guy, press a button. So you still have all your moves. You can still pick up a lot of moves. Don't worry. If you're worried about not having enough things to press on the keyboard, there's a lot of buttons you can press on Monk. Okay? But goddamn. And then, of course, Dragon Disciple on top of that being extremely good. I love Dragon Disciple. I think Dragon Disciple is the exact like power level I want to see for character like archetypes that come out. Dragon Disciple is very, very good in heroics. It's not overpowered. It has builds that work well in R10s and super high content, but not every build works well in super hard content and R10s, and that's okay. Yeah, unfortunately, Shining Star, which used Earth, Wind, and Fire, is no longer there. The removal of the reference to Earth, Wind, and Fire is unfortunate, but that is sadly the only thing that we're missing with the rework. I just didn't understand how overtuned they were and thought the nerfs completely killed hand wraps. Yes. That's basically a good way to describe it, yeah. For reference, there was a monk player in my guild for a very long time who, through and through all the nerfs, continued to play monk and continue to have extremely potent results and always play well. And so even though there'd be like the crybabies on the forums being like, oh, the monk is bad, they nerfed this, they nerfed that. And then there he'd show up to raid, playing monk, wrecking shit. I used to play with one hand too.
If you want to talk to Evan, you need to do it now.
Yeah, I was not expecting to hit that guy for 740 damage. Oh. Oh. I'm gonna be honest with you, which is not a bad thing. I just wasn't expecting it. Oh, this one has 5,500 life. It's almost as much health as the boss. It's crazy. Mine is musical motes 3, so I need to be at least 15. Okay. Interesting. Conduit of the Soul. Anyone? Yeah, that one was good. I hope people enjoyed the Alchemist video. There were a lot of people who already left comments, which were basically like, wow, I thought Alchemist was really complicated, and it looks like it's not that complicated. The answer is yes, it is not that complicated. Oh, that's funny. Okay, so I just went to look up look at some of the comments from yesterday, and it looks like the person who came into my chat today, Mr. Prophet SD13, who said dungeons and lag online, was also the person who left the comment on my videos saying that there is still lots of lag in DDO. So I don't know if they were here to listen to me explain that a lot of the lag has been adjusted. I hope they do someday. But I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's really interesting how some people like handle their kind of problems and their grievances. When I have an issue with something, so let's say if I'm playing a game and I'm not having a good time, what I like to do personally is I like to walk away from those things. So, for example, at the beginning of Path of Exile, I really wanted to get the Lycia bloodline, so I needed to complete the Sanctum. But if you know anything about Path of Exile, completing a Sanctum is not always easy early in the league, especially if you don't have the right build for it. So I wiped out on like 4 Sanctums, and I got kind of agitated. So you know what I did? I like walked away from the game. I was like, okay, I'm gonna do something else for a bit. I went and I hung out with my girlfriend. We watched some TV, and I played some Bazaar, and I just did some other stuff. You know, I just didn't really stress about it. But sometimes some people, what they will do is they just kind of like stick into it. And this is pretty prevalent in a lot of like gamer culture, where a lot of video gamers will get very upset about a circumstance, and then they just kind of get stuck into it, where they can't leave it alone. Like, just put yourself in the mindset of like being so upset about lag and DDO, which is no longer present, but still being so upset that you not only like seek it out to find somewhere to like write that your frustration, and that's fair, doing it one time, going, oh, this game is laggy, blah blah blah. Again, no investigation, sure. No, if you're upset, you don't have to investigate. But then coming back another day to do it again. So it's like so all-consuming in your mind that you have to like return to the subject matter like multiple times to be like, yeah, that's the problem. I don't know, man. It's like living with such like a, as they say, like living rent-free in people's heads. Isn't the Paladin archetype kind of like a monk in a way? So Sacred Fist is kind of like a monk if monk was a lot worse. Sacred Fist is kind of bad as a Sacred Fist. Sacred Fist is really good if you multi-class and use the other trees, but the unfortunate part is that the Sacred Fist tree is currently like one of the worst trees in the game. It's really expensive, you get very little out of it, and most of the good stuff from Knight of the Chalice didn't make it in, and most of the good stuff from Xintao either didn't make it in, or it's in there in a more expensive capacity. So yeah, unfortunately Sacred Fist is not really it when it comes to the Sacred Fist tree. But if you multi-class, Sacred Fist can be quite good. So there's a lot of like splits. People do the 14 Sacred Fist, 5 Dragon Lord, 1 something to get some effectiveness, or 15-5, so 15 Sacred Fist, 5 Dragon Lord, and you basically just use the Dragon Lord tree instead because it's really, really powerful. So a lot of people are doing that nowadays, which is good.
You open the first valve, the pipes in the room.
Yes, you also have the bad evasive trance enhancement, which is just horrible. Yeah, there's some weird stuff. So Sacred Fist could definitely use a once-over. It is not very powerful or potent. And again, it also costs like 1,000,000 points. It's extremely overcosted. Maybe, I mean, they probably have better net. Maybe. I don't know. I just, like I said, I am always grateful that I deal with my problems and I vent my frustrations in other ways.
Last piece of equipment in main manufacturing sputters and stalls. Soon, the entire tower starts to fade. No roars at you as you enter the room.
Yeah.
My wonderful equipment.
Anyway.
How could you destroy it like that? You'll pay for this travesty.
Rupturous heat and concussive force tear through the building as the main manufacturing collapses.
I'm late.
The massive construct
Would a flex to be a well-adjusted adult? I mean, yeah. It sounds weird, but it kind of is a flex for sure.
To continue its assault.
Is there Fridays at 4 today? There should be. I don't know why. Yeah, the problem with Dark Hunter, somebody commented on my my video where I reviewed the patch notes, but the Dark Hunter abilities should probably get updated to also have the same scaling as the Rogue abilities, and I actually think that's accurate. They should probably do that. It's a good idea. Because I feel like they're so similar. I do also want to play a mechanic soon, so I'm going to try to play a Rogue mechanic so I can get out some like review of the new mechanic and how it is. I did hear a rumor about how some mechanics are working that are probably not supposed to be doing things the way that they are, but we're going to do some investigation and see what we can do, okay?
And if you do it right, no one.
There might be some shenanigans going on in the mechanic tree. Unlucky. Our sorcerer doesn't have Dimension Door? That's crazy. Honestly, though, pretty sick. sometimes you got to have your own build and have a reason for it. So like, or like you want to do something that you don't normally have or that people don't expect. How good functional is Dark Monk self-healing? If you want to play as a Henshin Mystic, yes. Bear in mind, Kutarni, that the monks got reworked, so each tree is not with a weapon type. Now it's with a combat style. So you can play a Quarterstaff Shintao, a Hand Wrap, Ninja Spy, and a dual-wielding Kama Henshin Mystic. The actual weapon type is no longer related to the tree. So keep that in mind, that if you want, you can go Dark Monk and then take Henshin Mystic with your hand wraps, pick up the Shadows Cannot Exist Without Light, so you have the full healing as an option. You kind of do that. Like, that's pretty good. Lighting in Korthos quest? Oh, the Korthos lighting is really, really pretty. Out of ice. Get frozen, suckers. Also, goodbye, Blue Heart. RIP to traps. Be effective shuriken thrower. Shuriken throwers are some of the most gear intensive characters in the game, yes. Mostly because their entire class scales off of dexterity. So the more dex you have, the more percentage damage you get. Like, you literally get 2% more damage for every point of dex you have, on top of everything else dex gives to you. And you want to get up to 100 as quickly as you can. So gear, they are very, very gear intensive because you want to have all of the dex stats in the game.
And tomorrow will be truly beautiful.
During their basically their stance, 10,000 stars, it doesn't matter as much because during that short window they do a near infinite amount of damage regardless. But outside of that, you're going to really notice if you don't have the relevant gear set up. Cat of Ice. Caneth Crystal in the town. Also, if you haven't played the new Caneth Crystal has been revamped to the point where it now uses it now takes about 20 hits for the crystal to break instead of 4. So if you've ever struggled with Caneth Crystal, like I have on stream before, you can now do that instead.
With absolutely no arcane training can use it.
Wait, there's a hardcore event going on? That's right, there's a hardcore event going on literally right now on the regular servers. If you have not played in a little bit, you might not be aware that there's the Symphony of the Fae event that started on Wednesday. The Symphony of the Fae event is where you can pick up these special little lutes, like musical instruments, and by using the musical instruments on these motes you find during quests, you can interact with the motes to then get yourself some, to get an extra few fights and unlock some cool stuff. I'll wait for the monk to cast the ability.
Wasteful manner. Cool, unbelievable. The troll says.
Yeah, the D-door.
And we do have an extra tough adamantine edition of the device.
But yeah, there's two versions. There's a softcore and a hardcore. I'm playing the softcore version, so that's why my character is like reincarnated. To participate in the hardcore, you have to make a brand new character and start over.
Cry of anguish on his lips.
Is it possible to pick up a second loot of the same type, for example, to complete a loot in the reward, but then earn the gold mote placement and go on for the song? Is turning in a loot a done deal? I don't know why you can't do it. Excellent question. I have no idea. I've never tried. You do have to have the loot for the golden mote, but I don't know if you can do it again. I don't know. Excellent question. Somebody in chat might know for you, Extra Onions. Anyways, yes, there's a hardcore event going on right now. If you want to learn more about it, I did post a video yesterday going over both the patch that changed up a whole bunch of stuff and reworked dexterity, as well as our dexterity with melee characters and range characters, as well as going over the Fae event. So if that interests you, you can check that out, or you can just keep watching and I'll show you how it goes. I mean, you can also just do it on an alt. So for example, if you miss it, you can do it on an alt. The problem is the music is bound to character for some reason. Why is the music bound to character? I don't know. Also, I used my instant kill before we got to here. And I don't know why I did that, because I could have instant killed these guys. Oh, it's because I wanted to use the Kata of Ice, obviously. Kata of Ice. I missed. Wow. Yeah, I've never tried to claim a loot more than once, so I can't answer that question, unfortunately. Bye, Gish. You'll never catch me alive! Alright. Post a shot of the Blue Monarch? Yeah, I did see the Blue Monarch wing. Somebody posted it in the Discord earlier today. They look good. In case anybody hasn't seen them. There's literally a bird in front of this person's. But this is what the hardcore wings look like. So these are what. So if you want to get the hardcore wings, this is what you're going for. These kind of like deep blue, which I actually really like. I really like the deep blue, so I'm definitely going to be earning those. All right, taking 18 and running Cogs Saga. I'm going to take fighter level, I think. I don't need any more cleric, so we're going to grab a level of fighter. Fighter. Hello. Yes. Regular fighter. I don't need any more UMD. I'm done with that. So we'll just go with jump. All right. Sounds good. All right. I get 2 feats. So one of which is a class feat. So I want to take spring attack. So I get the move speed. I want to take quicken because it's convenient and I don't have it. And I want quicken.
Everyone at Morgrave University is talking about Vecna and the Codex of the Infinite Planes.
And the Codex of the Infinite Planes.
Air shuttle in Sharn, and speak to
Oh, and now I get to take falconry. Yay! Another core of falconry. Yay! And I get to take more Yimbu die. Yay! Yay! And now my weapon is counted as an implement. So I get more spell power. Yay! All right. Smash and burn first. Chance to try a buffed cleave. I don't have power attack. I have precision. You can grab Reed in the Wind. Interesting question. No. Can you get a moat from the same quest twice or more? Not a golden one, a regular moat? No. There's only 1 moat per quest. If there's a way to gain a moat 2 times as opposed to 1, I haven't heard of it. But as of right now, only 1 moat spawns per quest. So once you get a moat, you cannot get another one.
Coated in rust. Prying it open could create enough noise to alert anyone guarding this place.
No, Reed again, as you said, Reed in the Wind is nice, but it's not the most insane ability. Red alert. And now we go here. Yeah, if you replay the quest, you can. It's not limited to per quest. It's only 1 inside the quest. So like once you enter a new quest, you can get another moat. So as long as you're like going, let's say you do Castle Ravenloft and you get a moat. That's a horrible example. You can't get one in Castle Ravenloft. Let's say you're like me, you do Smash and Burn. I can leave Smash and Burn and re-enter Smash and Burn and leave and re-enter and keep getting new moats every time. So Reed in the Wind is really, really good if you can also combo it with the Shield Strike. So I think Reed in the Wind gains a lot of value when you go Reed in the Wind plus Shield Bash. So you get 20 like right away. For the points? Yeah. Well, the other thing is you used to be able to do Shin'Tao really easily. Shin'Tao, Azamar, Monk. Because you would just go Shin'Tao plus Azamar and then whatever you had points for somewhere else. But yeah, now you can't do that.
Perhaps you'll be able to find a way around these.
It's going pretty good, boss. It's going pretty good. How you doing? Going stalling? Just to farm moats and invitation to dinner? Yeah. Would Monk Dragonlord work? Anything plus Dragonlord works, because Dragonlord is really, really versatile.
there's sure to be a use for it. The door is sealed shut with a heavy silver padlock. The key may be hidden somewhere.
Fridays at 4, eh? I could probably put Fridays at 4 on.
You jangle the iron padlock.
Let me see.
The door remains tightly sealed. There's no way around it this time.
I think, is DDO streaming right now? DDO stream. It is live. Okay, give me a sec. Let me get this sorted.
The door is securely locked from inside. In any case, the flames rising behind it would make it impossible for you to proceed. As you enter the room, you hear someone barking orders from above. Intruders! Protect the special cargo, you ninny hammers! We'll make them pay for messing with the Borobar class.
What is this? Oh, that's why. Hold on.
The leader of the smuggling operation is overcome with pain. Now, to take care of the special cargo.
I think this works. So I can do this. And now you should see the thing. Alright. When Cordovan shows up, we will take a look at this. I haven't had this set up because I haven't used this in a while.
Hello, welcome to Fridays at 4 on twitch.tv/DDO stream. I'm your community manager, Cordovan, and I'll be with you for the next hour doing some Q&A, hanging out. We're going to be playing the Symphony of the Fae event. We're going to get started on Thrain, doing the Winter Court, I think. So we'll talk a little bit about what all that means here in just a little bit. Programming note, this has just been a day of tech failure on my part, up to and including
Come on, man.
Because somehow during the live stream I did earlier today on the Lotro side, one of my computer monitors died.
Oof.
Yeah, the one on the right, just halfway through the show, just, I'm not going to show you a picture anymore.
I hate to see that.
Tried different cables, tried different settings. It just won't show. So
Actually,
I think it's dead.
I need to change one thing real quick.
And then, about 5 minutes before I went live here today, one of my lights went dead. Like the old cord or something got all frayed on it. I tell you, it's just it has been a monumental task to make these live streams happen here today. So,
what's happening?
But this is on a new computer. This will be our first live stream, I believe, on the new computer. So you're going to get to see DDO as it was always meant to be, like they say on the 4K box sets or whatever.
All right, I can now see everything.
But what it also means is I'm down a monitor, so I have to call up your chat and then swap back and forth when I want to change scenes and things. So,
chat on the phone.
No, so I have not had time since we went live here on Wednesday to play anything. I worked till midnight, got up, worked till midnight.
Yeah, Twitch chat on the phone is the solution, by the way.
It has been a busy week. We have a lot going on.
Is that work till
Dungeons
midnight?
and Dragons Online, but elsewhere as well. We released update 76 this week and debuted the Symphony of the Fae event. So let me go swap screens here real quick and let's talk a little bit about it.
Although he gets paid a lot more than I do, so the incentive to work till midnight makes a lot more sense for Cordovan.
There we go. Wow, my new XSplit. I don't even need to call up a little scene thingy. Still have to accept those cookies, though. Yes, give me all the cookies.
No, never accept cookies. Whenever a website wants to give you cookies,
so
always say no, you guys.
On Wednesday
Stranger
of this
danger.
week, our Symphony of the Fae event, you can get started by going to the House from Beyond in the harbor of Eberron, or from Korthos Island if you're doing a level 1 character like I will be doing here shortly. Figure out what you want to get, take your lanterns, go questing, run the loot, pick up
You can do a
stuff,
gamble on how long he's going to last on hardcore.
You can read a lot more about this over on DDO.com. It's similar in some ways to the Lantern event, but there's also things that separate it apart. If you don't want to have to deal with level restrictions or any of that kind of thing, the Summer Court event is what you want. You can just enjoy the event at your own pace with far fewer restrictions and do that.
There are still
But we have a
restrictions,
hardcore-like event
so keep
where
that
if
in
you
mind.
die, you get dropped off the leaderboard. You can only equip weapons that draw items that appeared now that the event has started. So you can't go back and use your deep
it's a
pool
unicorn,
of gear,
not a horse,
for this one to do the Winter Court event, for the most part. Turns out it's kind of hard to deal with every little thing in the game, but for the most part, only stuff that is dropping is what you can equip here if you're taking the Winter Court thing.
It's all new stuff.
If you're an iconic, you're good. You can run the Winter Court. What you need to do is just, when you go to that initial tavern to speak to Elminster or whoever, just say nope, and then go back in. And then when you talk to the NPC, there'll be an option of, hey, we need to reset your XP back to 1 to do this. Are you okay with that? You could say yes, and then it'll take your iconic down to level 1, and you'll be able to run the Winter Court event. Now, this is, of course, just on a newly... Well, actually, I suppose you could... No, first life only, so... There we go. We have rewards. I recognize it's not a complete list.
No,
but we had the rewards, we had
list.
assets.
They should have posted the whole list of all the rewards you can earn. There's no reason to have any of it be a secret.
Today too.
I think pretty much everyone figured that out.
I don't know if it's the weather or what. My cat is like, come on, human. You're not humaning right. All day long.
Yeah, I have that problem too. With the not humaning part.
Pick
It's
up
really
some
hard.
errand meowing in the background. That's what's up with that. All right. Well, also,
Unlucky.
the other thing we did this week, like I said, Symphony of the Fae is part of Update 76. You can find our release notes over on DDO.com. You can get an overview of the Symphony of the Fae event here as well. This is going to run through February 3rd.
It's probably going to get extended.
At 9 a.m.
Actually,
Eastern
it can't
time
get extended.
on
It has to
February
end
4th,
before the anniversary
typical
event.
Wednesday downtime. So running through February 3rd for this event. But I'd also point out that Update 76 includes updates to balance, and you could find those release notes over on
The bounce patch is very, very
DDO.com as
good,
well.
by the way.
Changes specifically to finesse and feats and kind of scimitars, things like that.
Excellent balance changes. Personal
You
opinion.
can get all the details of our balance work. That was seen on Lamania earlier.
I'm a really big fan of Update 76.
This is something that
so,
people have called out. The Mists of Ravenloft expansion bundle item vendor can now be found in the Eberron Hall of Heroes. Players that own the collector's or ultimate editions of Mists of Ravenloft can now speak to this NPC to claim items from this expansion. And
I think
people
we'll
have
get more balance
noticed that
changes
there
in
may
the
be
future.
some additional dialogue there. We're going to have a lot more to say about that real soon. But yes, for a very long time now,
there you go.
We've had questions on this show and elsewhere about, hey, can we get that bottle of mist? The answer is very soon, yes. So that's what's up with that.
It's been
we'll have more information and detail
8
about
years,
that when we're in a position to
but
give
you're
it
going to be
you,
able to
which
get
is
the
not
bottle of
today.
mist now.
But clearly it's happening pretty soon.
8 fucking years.
We also made a few adjustments to the Relentless raid here in Update
8 years.
76, along with a few other quests as well.
Get ready to spend 130
And we added
bucks.
the Season 9
Get your bottle of mist.
hardcore leaderboards. I know we're a little delayed on that one. Normally we do it when the next season debuts, and we didn't have a Season 10 of hardcore, but we got it done for Symphony of the Fae here, which is hardcore-like in its presentation without its own server. So that's what we have going on at the moment. We've got some sales
That's good news.
happening.
I'm excited about that.
Build
I'll
for
share that.
Success. You can get 25% off Wish for Memories and Tomes of Heroic and Epic Learning, for example. Speaking of sales, let me move back to my main cam.
Black Friday? Black Friday sales?
Speaking of sales,
Black Friday sales?
Next week, of course, is Black Friday in the United States, and that I don't know when did it used to kick. They used to call it Black Friday because it kicked off on Friday, and people would have sales at like midnight as Thanksgiving turned into Black Friday. But that is not the case anymore. We live in an online connected world where I've been getting stuff in my inbox for some time now, haven't you? Nonetheless, our plan
ready
is
for Black Friday month.
We're going to be putting together our Black Friday sales and debuting them ahead of Thanksgiving next week. So perhaps something like Wednesday afternoon. Again, not entirely atypical of what we have done at Standing Stone Games and prior. So typically, like the day before Thanksgiving, we'll roll out the sales and we'll check them all out. And when they're all good to go, we will let you know about them, and you'll be able to check that out as well. We will have a landing page for our Black Friday sales on DDO.com next week, and we've got some good stuff per usual for Black Friday. So, and that will run through Cyber Monday as well. So we'll have more to say about that next week. Except I won't be here next week.
He's on vacay?
Because it's Black Friday. I don't have to work. So.
Well, okay. People have to work. Thanksgiving, the Thursday is a holiday.
I might stream for you anyway, just for fun. Except that instead of Black Friday, it's also Record Store Day.
What's Record Store Day?
And I don't know if you've noticed, but I think I might be doing that.
Oh, he's got the records. I can see them.
About 4
He's got quite a collection. God damn.
Next Friday.
It's actually kind of sick.
And then I'll play DDO. We also have a 10% Reaper XP boost going on through November 23rd. And then finally, before I get too far along, I wanted to call this out.
Oh, okay. Do we think Isle of Dread goes on sale? Isle of Dread is certainly going on sale. If you haven't bought Isle of Dread, don't buy Isle of Dread this week. Don't do it. It's a bad week to buy Isle of Dread. Wait till next week.
It is that we made an adjustment this week to our transfer service. And this should allow characters who had data footprint issues transfer due to their data size. You now can. However, it's going to take a very long time. This is typically people who have characters specifically, not accounts, but characters specifically that have a ton of past lives, a ton of Reaper XP, a ton of everything, really. And time in the game. Perhaps you've got a character that you've been playing since 2008 or something like that that has triple completionist and all that sort of thing. Perhaps you've been running into an issue transferring through the service where it seems like it's going to work and then fails out. And then just be unsuccessful. And no matter what you try to do, it's been doing that. This is you. So if your problem is I can't get my character to display in the transfer wizard, this isn't you. Unfortunately, we're still working on that. And if you have one of a number of other things that might still be hanging you up, like item identification issues or whatever it might be, this won't include you. But there's a big chunk of folks who weren't able to transfer due to their specific kind of outlier character data size, and now you can. However, the way we fixed it is by essentially saying take as long as you need, and because you're a very large, there's a lot going on there, it could take up to a couple of hours. So normally when you're doing a transfer wizard, it's pretty much right away, or maybe a minute, maybe something like that, right?
Yeah.
And so you might be tempted to, after a couple of minutes, just log into the game and say, well, it probably worked. Don't do that for these, because it'll potentially fail you out. So just hang on when you are ready. If you're in the subgroup of people who have an experience in this problem,
you guys.
Initiate a transfer
if your
when you're in a
character's got a
position
fat ass,
to
it
just
doesn't transfer.
let it sit
Doesn't fit
for a
through the
couple of
transfer
hours.
pipes. So
and then
delete some stuff.
Give it a try. You should get a success or failure email, but not everyone gets those emails. So if
that being
perhaps
said,
that is you, that you're not getting them, and you can't wait for the email
glad that they're working on this.
Then at least give it a couple of hours before.
This is why you should delete
after trying to do this. But almost everyone who is in this position should now be able to transfer successfully. So that's a pretty big step forward for
you don't need 900 items in your TR cache. Delete
of transfer issues that we've had.
Yeah, just guys, if you're not sure, just cycle your characters. So every 5 years or so, just delete all your characters and start again. Makes your transfers go way easier that way.
But like I said, unfortunately, I'm having to share screens right now, so I can't have game information and chat up,
which is great
at the same time.
Yeah, Cordovan hasn't been reading chat at all, unfortunately, today.
We are working on our next game update for not next week, but probably the week after. That'll include any adjustments necessary for the Symphony of the Fae event. I know, for example, we have some items that aren't properly giving you the choice of attribute to use for damage, particularly like some named daggers, for example. I believe we'll get into
I didn't know that. Which daggers are those?
And then it should be our December update with a free dungeon in that as well, and that'll be coming actually pretty quickly. I think
it's a free dungeon coming
a few weeks from now. So we'll have more information about that
Free
So we
players
a
get
little
to
bit
eat
closer
good
to
this
it.
for the rest of the year.
And then, we have our big Black Friday
Oh, there is a
sales,
big
but
list?
then also
Okay.
in December, we do December deals. And so we're getting ready to roll that out.
Yeah, we're heading
as
towards
well.
Christmas. So if you were like, man, I want to spend a
That
bunch of money
should
on
pretty
DDO,
much carry us through the
wait.
end of the year. We'll have Festival happening again. We'll have details about the start of that in December. But usually it's the Festival Jester shows up, or rather the coins show up for a week early, then the Jester shows up.
Mm-hmm. And then you can spend your
Then
coins and the Jester
coins
stays a
stop
week late.
appearing, and then the Jester goes away. And that'll happen again this year. That'll probably happen after our next game update because of the changes that we usually do for Festival.
They're different
each
discounts.
year.
I'll
We'll be
explain
doing
it when
that
this is
again
over.
this year.
We're just going to wait for him to finish the
Okay,
news.
let me quick look at chat, and then we will head in game. And
Yeah,
and
once
have
he's
some
done
fun
taking
here.
questions, I'll explain the differences. But basically, Black Friday is a cash sale.
There we
December deals is a DDO points sale. They're different sales. So the DDO market, where you buy expansions for cash, is what's going to be on sale during Black Friday because they're trying to make some money. And then December deals is where stuff is going to be on sale for DDO points. So quest packs will be on sale in the DDO store for the points during December.
DDO, as
Black
it was
Friday
always
is gonna
meant
be
to me,
cash.
I bought AT&T 1000. No, I didn't. I would, though. I would, in fact, probably buy a Tandy 1000 today.
Yeah,
if I
sometimes
saw
there's
one
good deals in the
that
store,
was
but
cool and
generally
priced
the way it's been done is that it's the DDO
Will there be
market is
transfers
the
from
Black Friday.
Moonsea to U.S. servers? Probably not.
Wait, what did you say with the transfers?
Before I say that out, yeah, I think that's true because I think we do still have some EU-U.S. restrictions there, but I would need to double check on that. It might be possible. I don't know. Actually, now that I'm saying this out loud, I'm like, you don't know. So let me get back to you on that after reminding myself of where we sit in terms of U.S. and EU transfers between to and from Moonsea.
Yeah, when can you transfer between the servers?
Why are thrown items not having an event tag to use? Yeah, that's one of the bugs that I think we're going to be working
USDU
on.
transfer.
Now,
You should be
thrown
able to
items in
transfer.
particular, I
should be
don't
nothing
know
wrong
that
with
we're
that.
going to be able to fix. And the reason for that is sort of the weird nature
It's just
behind the
computer.
scenes of how those throwing items work, which is that they're essentially a form of expendable ammunition that keeps refreshing. So it causes some difficulty for the icons, apparently.
Yeah, we should get
But
server
we're
transfers.
going to be taking a crack at that, is my understanding here, for our next game update.
I think the reason why we haven't had server transfers between the servers is because the
But some of
game
the
was on
other
fire.
ones that are a little less weird, some of the named items in particular, is probably just a matter of making sure that they get the proper iconography, and that's something that will likely happen on a forward-moving basis, meaning it won't correct items that have already dropped that don't have the icon, although my understanding is you could actually use the items, they just are missing the icon.
Oh, interesting.
But then anything moving forward will get its proper icon.
Going from EU to out of EU?
Anything that versions the items would technically do it too.
Oh, European rules.
64
and laws.
to 64-bit transfers will happen as soon as we can. As you just heard, we're still working on some of the remaining transfer issues, and we have a little bit of work we need to do before we can reopen 64 to 64-bit transfers, but we are in the process of getting there. We have done some of that work this week with our remaining customers still in need of transfer assistance. Once we go through some of those remaining buckets, next on the list will be 64 to 64-bit transfers. Can't tell you timing right now, but it'll be as soon as we can, essentially.
Yeah, like I said, I think the 64-bit transfers got delayed because in Lotro, the transfers between servers came up pretty quick, but there was a bit of a delay with DDO because the DDO servers did not work for months. So that kind of affected their ability to add the new stuff, or to like get onto the transfer problems, solving that sooner.
Do not have enough records. Lies. Okay, I got my last two characters across. Nice, it worked, but they can't unpack properly for some reason. Okay, well, I have been hearing in the Discord and seeing some CS chatter along those lines that we have run into a few people with issues where they've either successfully unpacked and they're still seeing the suitcase. That's the main one. and then a couple other things as well. So please continue to work with your CS agent on any outstanding issues, but we should be able to get that one done as well.
Okay, I'm gonna solve this problem here. I'm just gonna do this.
We don't tend to restrict ourselves on future planning. So to a question of could we ever do a more traditional historic hardcore where it's its own server and things like that, we could. That isn't what we're doing right now, but we could. Part of the motivation for trying things like the Lantern event and this is that we recognize that sending a lot of our population to a specific server has an impact on their friends and people who aren't playing on that server as well. And players are well aware of that. It was one of our more heavy discussions that we would see on the forums, Reddit.
It was a huge issue for many. A lot of people hate hardcore.
Those events
because
were
how it
happening
affects the regular servers.
What is the impact of hardcore on non-hardcore worlds and everything else as well. And so of late, we've been with the Lantern event and this event taking a route where we're more inclusive of the current game environment and offering optional ways to do it. And this one even more so because you get to opt in whether you want to take part in the encounter or not, for example. So there we go.
Yep. Cordovan reads basically everything. I know a lot of people don't like Cordovan because he is the mouthpiece and has to give out people bad news, but he works like really, really hard and he reads like everything.
What would
also,
my soulstone do if it was equipped as a trinket? Gosh, I don't know.
Great guy, big fan. So he wants to play hardcore is? I'm going to force him to stay? Yeah, I don't know. A lot of those people got really mad when you
I don't know,
called
I'm going to
them
have to think about that one. I don't have a good answer right at the moment.
That is true. If you call them baby core, people get upset.
Okay. Well, let's get in game here real quick. And you can actually see where I'm at, which is right away from CareGen.
All right.
Because
I think
I'm
that is
going to make
so
a
say
level
goodbye
1
to
character
Cordovan.
here on Thrank to run the Symphony of the Fae event.
Say goodbye.
So let's do
Bye,
this
Cordovan.
thing.
Bye. I'm going to go here. I'm going to switch this over. I'm going to change a bunch of stuff. Okay, so what did we learn today from the Fridays at 4 live stream? We learned that the sales are coming before Thanksgiving. So if you're wondering about Black Friday sales are going to be happening before Thanksgiving and not afterwards, because I assume nobody's working on Friday because the holiday is Thursday. So I assume nobody's working on Friday. So they're going to do it on Wednesday instead, which makes a lot of sense. So that's what we're going to be getting instead. We also learned that there's going to be a vendor for the Ravenloft stuff. Where did this person die? Where did they die? Where did they die? Oh no. Oh, they're good. Okay. We learned that there's a vendor for the Ravenloft, the old Ravenloft expansion being added to the game, and because the old Ravenloft expansion is getting a vendor,
Forge personnel hard at work in this
let's get rid of this. Because the old Ravenloft is getting a vendor, it means that they are bringing back the ability to purchase some of the old Ravenloft expansion packs and stuff, so you'll finally be able to get your Bottle of Mist. So that is going to be coming. So if you missed the Bottle of Mist and you're like, man, I really wanted to be able to get that, or the Scarecrow pet, or the Vampire Hunter outfit, which by the way is very slick. I do like the Vampire Hunter outfit. I do use it pretty regularly. Very, very good looking outfit. You'll have your chance to be able to get those in the future. Exact timing, we don't know, but they are adding it for you guys. So if you missed that, you can get that. Black Friday sales that are coming up are going to be based on the DDO market. So that is the place where you spend US dollar currency to buy expansions. The sales will likely be very, very steep. So it's talking like 85% off for Sharn, things like that. New expansions, not so much. It's possible that the Chill of Ravenloft goes on sale, but I'm going to be honest with you, I don't think Chill of Ravenloft is going on sale. Now, granted, I could be wrong. I don't own or SSG or work there, and so they might put it on sale. They just usually don't put the most recent expansion on sale in short notice after the release of an expansion. So again, I would investigate, or like we'll see it when it comes out, and I'll let you guys know obviously if you have any questions about the sales when we get there. Afterwards, once we move into December, there'll be the December sales event. December sales is much like the DDO summer sales event. It will be mostly in-game sales. Okay, so that's the DDO store, which is for not US currency, but for DDO point currency. So if you're like, man, I really want to buy a bunch of stuff, but I'm free to play, I have DDO points, I live somewhere where my currency doesn't convert to USD very well, don't worry, there will be a sale in December that will be more attuned for that sort of thing, so that is going to be coming as well. So if you want to buy an expansion right now, just wait for the sales. You now know that the sales are coming soon, so just give it a bit, play the game, do some other stuff. If you're planning on, if you're like, you really want to wait for the sales, sales are coming soon, so just keep that in mind. And then get ready to empty thy wallet and purchase everything you physically can in the entire universe. Okay, so just keep that in mind. Sales do be coming. Other news that we got, they are going to be doing a Fae patch, not next week, but probably the week afterwards, to smooth out some of the things with the Fae event, as well as with the issues with some of the spawning, some of the weapons that aren't properly tagged, things like that. So they're going to be fixing a bunch of those. That's not going to be coming next week. It will be coming the week afterwards. So look towards first week of December for that patch. Other than that, they don't have a solid date for when 64 to 64-bit transfers are going to be coming. But again, this makes sense. The game was literally exploding for a while, and they probably had to have all hands on deck on the engineers fixing the lag problem. So it makes sense that we don't have that problem solved soon. And other than that, I don't think they said anything that is super relevant, that is new. But yeah, Thornbloom is the spell. It's not that it can't be quickened. It's just the spells, the thorns despawn if it's quickened faster. So you have to be in super melee range. So if you're right on top of somebody, you can cast Thorn Bloom. But if you're not right on top of somebody, you need to make sure you don't quicken the spell. You see it? I've gotten 10 wins every time I pick it up. Ooh, Collector. I'm just saying, always buy the iceberg. Always buy the iceberg. It's never the wrong move. Never. It's never wrong. Because here's the thing. Because you might go, oh, but the iceberg, I don't know if I need an iceberg in this build. I don't know. But then you know what happens when you get the iceberg? Okay? You get the deadly enchant. And you go, I can't get a deadly iceberg. Can I do deadly iceberg and get the minus 50% crit on my opponents? And then you slam that deadly iceberg. Turns out, oh no, 8-arm Davy, he's crit based. He can't do anything to you. Oh my god, I'm going up against a Vanessa build who only has 80 crit. Well, guess what? Now their crit's gone. They can't do anything to you. Iceberg. Always buy the iceberg. Program remove. Strim is a big iceberg shill, 100%. It's one of my favorite items in the bazaar. Also, congrats on the jib, dude. Congrats on the jib. Yeah, so you got like, yeah, fiery iceberg if you have like toxic flame, or you pick up iceberg, poisonous iceberg plus a yeti crab, or you grab slowing iceberg plus some other stuff. Yeah, you got a lot of options. Also, somebody died. I don't know where.
Now to rescue the errant student and escape before he gets
Iceberg's too good. Oni mask. Well, you don't even need Oni mask. You can use or the sword or the shrimp.
Isn't Iceberg the company that made Small Land of Peacecraft?
I don't know what you're asking me about, but yes. Also, what's up, Unger Max? How are you doing? All right. Wraith Callers. 32 attempts to cross 4 characters gets Stranade's hand cannon. Yeah, dude, I'm a streamer. I get the special streamer client, the streamer perks. I just type into a channel and I go, I want this item, and then SSG is like, no problem. And they have you know, Cordovan himself, like he could be streaming right now, and I just type in, I want this thing. He has to stop his stream and go help me get my item instantaneously behind the scenes. Just like puts on his sunglasses and starts coding, and boom, I have it. He just goes type in he has to go to the command line and goes like, grant Stranade to Shrimtom, and then boom, it's all done. That's exactly how it works every time. Did he stop his stream? He shouldn't have. I stopped watching it, but he shouldn't have stopped his stream. Is it over? Did they? Did the stream stop? Hold on, I'm looking. No, he's still streaming. He's doing Korthos Island right now. On a hardcore character. Brand new. Oh, it's still live to me. Keeps my camera over the chat box. True. Yeah, he said he's been having some technical difficulties at home. So yeah. Hey stream, I have packed icon on most of my characters and I don't know how to remove it. You gotta unpack. Did you unpack yet, Domo? Did you log in and unpack? Like if you log in game and you do /transfer space unpack, what happens? Unpacked and delete guild? Anyone else in the chat got ideas?
You followed the trail of red crystals deep into the ruins. The path opens up into a larger chamber, and the sound of voices drifts in from up ahead.
Some people still have the pack icon after a successful unpack. Yeah, but it should go away. I don't know. It's a bug and they're working on it. Also keep in touch with CS. There you go. There's the answer. Again, I don't know the answer to all these. Call Dreams mathematician to check? Yeah, true. The follow-up video that was done by Matt Parker from Stand Up Maths, where he broke down a lot of the mathematics, as well as the mathematics used by the astrophysicist hired to do the math, was really, really interesting. It's a good video if you want to learn more about the math that went behind the Minecraft. Yeah. I had to delete guild to unpack. Yeah, but I think if you do delete guild, it shouldn't still have it. But if you still have it, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, just get the ticket going, so that way it is something that can come back. So that way they can like file through it and be like, oh, these people still have issues. Because it could be something specific on your character, so it could be something to dig into.
Accompanied by the sound of massive machinery. Worshippers kneel before a makeshift altar. In their prayers, the cultists offer their service to the avenging fortress and implore the creature to punish those who have wronged them. The High Priestess spots you. Intruders, no matter. You will not deny us our vengeance on the city.
Goodbye, Forge Wraiths. Almost done with Sharn. I have some of Sharn docs to do because we have to run members only. I don't know what's in members only. I know a little bit what's in members only, but I don't know entirely what's in it. We'll see. Lion-headed belt buckle? Hell yeah. Wait, why are you cursing the lion-headed belt buckle?
The cult is destroyed, and the city is now safe from their schemes.
You want it? Here you go, you can have it.
Yet this
It's garbage to me.
Only Forge Wraith. More still lurk in the cogs, driven by their never-ending thirst for vengeance.
Oh. I didn't read it. I just wanted to know. I didn't know it had a Reaper thing on it. Whoops. Oh well. Apparently it had a Reaper shard on it, which is funny. It does have a Dragonborn. One of the few Dragonborn enemies in DDO. There's like 2 of them. There's one in Sharn and there's one in members only. And they don't use much others because the Dragonborn models don't really walk that good. Ruinous schemes. Hold on. Why is it good? Lion-headed belt buckle. I hate typing things in and realizing I didn't type DDO. Oh, because it's got Desert Burning Sun set for the 2-piece for the fire spell power and crit. That makes sense. I can see where this can come in handy. Because you need the set bonus. You got Indim. It's not horrible. Hey, when you gotta play, it's good for when you play Tank Sork. You know, sometimes you're gonna, at some point you're gonna play Tank Sork and it's gonna be quite good.
Goblin ruins, you find yourself in a dark chamber. Creatures loyal to Dask are stirring up trouble in these ancient hobgoblin ruins. Perhaps if you gave them a
Freeze, caught out of ice.
it might teach them a lesson. Dusk goblins are hard at work preparing a room. When they notice you,
You know, my circus was all throwers. Yep. There you go. Are you still on break for my D&D game? I am still currently on break for my D&D game, yeah. In the meantime, during break, I'm working on some stuff. So I'm working on other elements in the background. So I'm doing some like house rule changeovers. I'm also doing a lot of map drawing. So I've been drawing a lot of maps, which has been fun. To try to catch up. So as opposed to it being like a squeeze where every 2 weeks I have to like come up with all new things, I can have like a whole bunch of maps already laid out and things set up ahead of time. So I'm just doing like a ton of prep work to make things a little bit more exciting. I created a magic item loot bag where basically now when a magic item drops, my players, instead of telling them what it is, there's a bag that they can reach into, and then they pull out one magical item, and that's what they get. So, like, they might pull it out, maybe they get, like, gloves that give, like, +1 charisma, and make it so that, you know, your P turns green or something. I don't know, that's just the first thing I think of. I don't think I actually have an item like that, but you know what I mean. Like, it's just random, like a bag of magic random items. Because, like, that way, if there's, like, the problem with random encounters is I have to, like, I still have a random table for generating random loot for a random encounter, but sometimes it can be fun where like somebody convinces the shopkeeper that like, oh, do you have anything special in stock? And I haven't thought about it. I'm like, I don't know. Does the shopkeeper have anything special in stock right now? I'm not sure. And then I go, actually, yes, they do. And open the bag.
you pull the lever.
The best way to farm soul vessels is to run the Saltmarsh saga. When you complete the saga, you get soul vessels from it.
You hear a familiar voice.
Superpowered JoJo stand. I've never watched JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, but I kind of know what you're talking about. I make my maps in 2 ways. So when it's like overworld maps, I use Incarnate. So Ink, I-N-K, and then Arnate, like Incarnate, but Ink. So I use that for like the overworld maps. So like, as an example, I have a picture here. Give me a sec, I might have a picture. Do I have a picture?
Now this portal at Kyber is mine. Demons, do
So like as an example, this map I made in Incarnate for like the overworld. So like this is just how like things are kind of broken up. So I do this. And then for local areas, smaller areas, I have a book that is just like graph paper. So I just have like this big graph paper book, and I just draw it with hand through graph paper.
And the remaining demons are thrown back into the depths of Kyber.
Do I have my book here? It's somewhere in here. I was drawing somewhere else, but I'm not sure if I have my book on hand. Wall Watch Circlet. Okay, that's mine. I'm not sure. Where's my thing? Here's my thing. I think I was drawing downstairs. So I don't know. Oh no, it's over here. Yeah, I just bought like a big book of graph paper for drawing maps, and then when I want to draw them, so I'll just draw like, oh, it's kind of hard to see until I get like a lot closer. But when I draw my maps, I kind of just like put in like just mental notes of things that I need. So like I'll usually include like areas that make sense to me, and then like other information, boss fight things, sometimes monster stats, what have you. And I have like quite a few in here. Sometimes they're like more abstract, so they're just like stuff that I can see. So it's not like quite as clear.
Stream. Thanks for all your effort with content lately. God bless you, sir.
Oh, yo, big 30-foot
on me.
Yo, thank you so much. That's very, very kind of you. I will absolutely have a cold one this weekend on you. That's a crazy amount of money. First, whoever can guess what this map where my fingers are represents wins a prize. But big 30-foot, thank you so much. So this map, it's if you know, you know, you'll know right away. Prison of the Plains, nope. Thrill of the Hunt, nope. There is an answer here. I'm going to leave it up for a couple of seconds. But big 30-foot, thank you so much for the support. That is unbelievable. I just want to make sure that's super clear. I am extremely grateful. That is $100 US, which is like 140 Canadian dollars. It's such a crazy amount of money. So again, thank you so much. I really, really appreciate it. I'm absolutely going to have a cool one. I hope you've been enjoying the content. And yeah, thank you. Now, to answer the question, you go up, and there's a side room with a chest. And you keep going. There's traps along these hallways. There's air jets. Oh, there's comeback paper. There's air jets, and then when you get all the way into the center, there's a boss fight. You know what that is? I Dream of Jeets, baby. I Dream of Jeets. We have to chase him down the hallway. Now that I said that, I bet some of you probably recognize it. And we're like, oh yeah, because it's you go forward, it's got the traps on the doors on the side, and yep. Yep. Everybody hates that part. It's a really horrible part. Done that quest ones of times. It's not a good quest. But again, big 30-foot, thank you so much. Extremely grateful. I hope you're doing well. And you know, I'm definitely gonna have a cold one for you this weekend. I mean, I might have a cold one today. I have a couple cold ones in the fridge. Because I had some friends over and they left their beer here. Because again, unemployed, I'm not buying alcohol. But when people leave it in my fridge and they don't collect it, you know what that's called? That's called my beer now. So I have a couple of those. So who knows? Maybe I will just do that today. Yeah, members only. We're gonna do members only and investigate. Question was, do you play 3.5 in pen in paper 2? So I haven't played 3.5 in a while. The last time I played 3.5 was 2018, I think, when I ran a 3.5 campaign. The problem is it's hard for me to convince people to learn 3.5 when like 5 just exists, and it is simpler in a lot of ways. However, the game that I'm currently playing, I'm gonna describe it as like it's like a 5.3.5, where I've changed a bunch of rules to kind of make them much more 3.5 adjacent, because there's a lot of things I dislike about 5 that I think could be done better. This is just members only, so we'll see here. So like an easy example, most things that like I brought back the concept of flanking into my game, and also as a result got rid of a lot of things that give advantage, because I think advantage is way too swingy for my taste, and I much prefer the +2. And after having some time experiencing the Pathfinder system and seeing how many cool things they get to scale off flanks and the combat feats, I'm like, ooh, that's actually really interesting. So I'm changing a lot of that.
This club is using Soul Split Warforged as servants.
All right, we got this boyo. What's up, Kathleen Riek? Hey, Desire in the Dark. Let's go.
Building in the back of the club. Surely you'll find a written record there.
Yep. I personally find a lot of the rules in 3.5 to be relatively intuitive, but I understand why a lot of people do not.
You can now make your way through the administration building.
For me, I've been playing the game for like 1,000 years, and I'm an old man. But yeah, big 30-foot, don't worry. I am absolutely going to make sure I enjoy a cold one. Not right now, because I have not eaten anything really today. But my girlfriend said she's preparing dinner for both of us for tonight, so I don't have to worry about that, which means later on I'm going to take a break and eat some food and then come back and probably have a few cold ones. You do the contestant mode with the music. Using the loot doesn't appear to do anything aside. Oh, okay. So, Cruiser, if you get a moat and you use a loot and nothing happens, it's a bricked moat. I find it happens probably 1 in every 5 times. I don't think we would ever get Goliath. In DDO, probably. People like Goliath. I just personally don't. I think we'd probably be more likely to get a bigger race or a different type of strength race. I imagine us getting Hobgoblin before we got Goliath, since it's really relevant to Eberron and kind of still fits into that strength race sort of vibe. Like, Hobgoblins are pretty big and beefy. So I see that coming more likely. Partner ended up going. It was great. Yeah, she loved it. She was extremely ecstatic to come home from a night shift and get home in the morning. And I had like bacon, eggs, and some sausage, and I made some hash browns, and yeah, it was a good time. You think getting 3.5 players is hard because of 5e should convince players to try AD&D? No. I played Baldur's Gate 1 and 2, the video game, and after playing that, I still don't want to play AD&D. Cool concepts, really cool ideas. A lot of bad ideas, a lot of bad concepts. Have a computer to do it for half of you? Yeah, exactly. Okay, so we didn't find it, so now we're gonna keep looking. DD 5 is the highest point of D&D. I think the highest point of D&D is Pathfinder 1.
You're now free to search for evidence regarding the source of
okay, so now we have to find... Apparently there's something in this quest, the secret. Can't go here.
Armed with this knowledge, you can start.
Yo, what's up, Darudy? How you doing? Hobgoblins and Goliath DDO are both, and they're both dex races? Oh yeah, they're definitely both going to be dex races for sure. I like Pathfinder did to various spells. I like almost all the Pathfinder rule changes. The only issue I have with Pathfinder is the people that I've interacted with regards to trying to play Pathfinder in pen and paper. It's the only downside. Yeah, they did change Magic Circle against evil. Very true. But it's fine. Protection from evil is still really good, man. Ortho script now, yeah. Forget about the quest. Yep. Yeah, anyway, hold on. Keep searching. Somewhere in here, in this quest. Oh ho ho! I see it. You can't fool me. Oh, I'm lagging though. So I'm getting fooled somehow. Whoop. How do I feel about weapon masteries in 5th edition? Weapon masteries? Oh, music time. Yo, we're jazzing. Exciting. I like the music. Again, the music is really good with this update, with this thing. All right, well, now we're in the club. Let's see what happens. Oh, there's like a Fey hall right in the middle of Sharn.
You enter a lavishly decorated ballroom filled with Eladrin. Elegant dancers entertain the crowd.
It's all these dancers. What is happening here? What's going on?
Golden moat of music.
We have the Nymph Queen. Hello. Can I talk to you? Yep. Good day, stranger. Care to join us for dancing refreshments? I need that moat. Care to give it to me? I think not. How uncouth of you to ask. As you can see, we're enjoying the music. Prove to me that you're a good sport. Join us for a little dancing. I've had my fill of amusements. I shall consider your requests. Use the correct emote on the dance floor to impress the nymph. dance on the red / dance 2 on the yellow.
The nymph decrees that you must perform the
Okay.
correct dance move on the correct floor
Dance
tile
on the
in
red,
order
dance
to
2 on the
impress
yellow.
audience.
So / dance 2. Oh, here. / dance 2. Okay. Gotcha. It looks like you get a lot of time. This is just like the dancing thing from the other event, I think.
You gracefully perform the correct move.
Heck yeah. It's ordered in the Fate court, but the Fate court. True. It's all yellow, baby. I do like that the Dampier dance is... I don't know what this is. Is this meant to be like Thriller? I'm not sure what the Dampier dance is a reference to. I like the music though. The music's great.
Harpies crash into the ballroom, disrupting the dance.
But harpies?
The nymph is
Ah, crap.
displeased with the uninvited guests. She orders you to attack.
All right. Goodbye, harpies. Is there more harpies? Oh shit, there's Sky Screech. I'm not sure if red even happens. It is funny that I got only yellows. I'm down. I need to hit you. I wish I had range, but I don't. But I don't. Half orc is Thriller? Yeah. Wish we could put emotes on the hot bar. Did you know you can do that in Lotro?
The last harpy falls, and the mood in the ballroom brightens as peace.
Nice. Offers the golden mote as a reward.
The nymph, delighted by
Take this mote. You've earned it.
skills in
Oh, thanks.
battle and on
Great.
the dance
So now this one,
offers you
Loot of the
golden
Night.
mote as a reward.
So now we have to get the Loot of the Night. Summer Novice, Summer Night. Perfect. Put that on. Talk to the thing. Touch the moat. Boom. I now have 3,600 or 360 extra points here. I got the next song. And nice. And my Summer Sky is almost done. Sweet. Nice job. Feels so good. Oh, I want to play around with that. I just haven't had a chance. Sick. It's the thing I watch for your DDO content, not AD&D. True. Yeah. I definitely don't want to go back to AD&D. Golden mote more than once? No. Once per thing, and once you've collected a golden mote, so now that if I go to the Summer Night, it even says, it's not a, while it's equipped, it even tells you, like, by the way, you've already gotten the golden mote, so it's already been acquired. You can't do it more than once. Gives you a big boost. Okay, and now... Okay, now Saga Collection. I don't know if I need any more quests, but I'm gonna go collect all my sagas first. I'm already here. Shrim, can you make SSG release Black Friday sales now? They are coming on Wednesday. Wednesday is when you get your sales. Burning Ferrocrystal Shards and a Feywild Throwing Axe. Ferrocrystal Shards are infinite and free. Just do it. There are 5 golden motes, 1 for each loot. And when you get to the moat, it'll tell you which loot it's for, so just have all of them in your inventory. There's no reason to... make sure you take all of them. Some people who played hardcore didn't. If you're not level 1, you can't take the loots anymore. So if you do the hardcore event and you only took 1 loot thinking you'll get another one later, you can't do that. You have to take them all at level 1. I don't know why it gives you the option to only take 1. It should force you to take all 5 of them at level 1. The golden motes give you a bunch of progress on your loot, so it's just a large amount of progress, as well as the song. Okay, so we need to go to Myth Draenor and then Ravenloft. And I think I'm camped. Nice. Hardcore is only 6? Yeah, so you can start over, just bank all your gear. True. Yeah, sorry. You have to move the dust. And if you have a dust allergy, obviously that causes a problem. So yeah, no, I wouldn't want to interrupt your dust allergy for sure, for sure. Is flu season? It is. All right. It's exciting. It's about to be Warlock time. Warlock time. I'm very excited. All right. Where am I going? I'm going to go to Ravenloft. I can teleport there. And by the way, if you didn't know, soon you too will be able to buy the Ravenloft Bottle of Mist. Bottle of Mist purchase will be coming back. I'm going to be doing, not the Undead Pact, I'm going to be doing the Dark Bargain Pact, because I picked it up already. I'm off by 27,000 XP. Oh, Sand Asylum time. Yes, I'm going to be this. So this is my character's last racial. Once this is done, I will have racial completionist yet again. And so I'm going to be taking that character and turning it into a warlock and trying to do as much damage as possible using all of the new warlock buffs, because I don't know a lot of people that are playing warlock right now, and I want to be able to have a chance to test them myself. So I'll be doing everything to max out the damage as high as possible. Okay? Literally as much as I physically can get. You're too high level. You have to be within 3 levels of the quest to be able to get credit for the lanterns. Yeah, so since the last time I played Warlock, the packed dice went from a D4 to a D6. The base dice went from a D6 to a D8. And you can now get 9 additional packed dice, 3 from Power and Pact, either on the bracers from Threats Old and New or the necklace from Lamortia, as well as 6 extra from Solar and Lunar packed dice augments, and then these 6 extra from Solar and Lunar base dice augments. So the extra base dice and the scaling, I don't know how powerful it is. We are going to find out. Because again, going all into it, one of the main problems is that Eldritch Blast didn't do enough damage for you to go whole hog into it. And so you'd have to supplement with secondary spells like Ruin, Greater Ruin, things like that. But the problem is the more time you're spending casting Ruin and Greater Ruin, the less time you're spending using your Eldritch Blast. So it becomes more and more difficult to justify actually having Eldritch Blast scaling. Yeah, I'm going to be bringing a guide out for that Warlock. Yes. You're not getting a guide for this character because, again, this character is really straightforward. It's 3 levels of Monk, the rest Dark Apostate, get Dex, Wisdom hit and damage from Monk, put your points into Falconry and have fun. I literally can't explain it any easier than that. So it's a very, very straightforward character. You also don't have to use a Quarterstaff. I'm just using a Quarterstaff because Quarterstaffs are cool. You could go Dagger. You could go Dual Wielding. You could go any way you want. Well, that's just it. If you want to go full in with these Solar and Lunar dice, you have no other slots, right? So it basically means that I have to like go completely into it. I'll be cursing all my gear once the gear is done. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to get the actual curse that I want, but we'll see. Oh my god, why does this guy have so much health? Goodbye. Get all the Sun and Moon gems? I have most of them. I don't have all of them yet. But like I said, I'm just going to farm it out. I got 5 endgame characters and a whole live stream of people willing to help me farm garbage. Oh, we're gonna make it happen. You've never run this quest? I would say, oh, you should try it. I like Sand Asylum, but if you've never ran Sand Asylum, you will get lost in this quest for like 2 hours. Case in point. Hey, look, it's a new open wall that I found. Yeah. I don't know what exact equipment I'm going to be using. I need to have light, spell power, and spell crit. It's like really, really important. So the actual sets that I'm going to use, I'm not sure. Or if I will use an item set. But I'm going to be doing 100% radiant damage. Or evil damage, so... One spell power character. What's up, Erevis? How you doing? Yeah, I'll be turning into a dark bargainer. From Rat Chain, probably. Maybe. It's either the trinket from the chain, the Saloon is Light, or I will just use the orb. The Resplendent Fury. Because Resplendent Fury is also good. Wrong one.
You can rotate every piece of this mechanism, including both sources.
It does make me lose out on a one of the effects, but there's some snapshotting nonsense you can do. At last, I'm free. May take you a while. Ah, it's fine. I'm not worried about that. It would go faster if I skipped all the monsters. I just don't like monster skipping. But you can get this quest done in like, I don't know, 90 seconds if you monster skip. I just don't like monster skipping, that's all. Why is this guy not doing anything?
Run! It's casting something nasty.
This ratchet falls to the
Double
ground,
drippies.
and the haze of madness begins to fade.
Yeah, the drip might be good. Does it apply on every Eldritch Blast, or is there an internal cooldown? If there's no internal cooldown, then yeah, I want all the drips. But yeah, that was 4 minutes and 9 seconds. But you can get it down way faster. Wait, 4 minutes? So that means I can wait and get my moat? Hey Shrim, following your EK Sork Dampy and loving it, but the auras don't seem to be healing me. When the cleric's enemy not inflict on me, I get healed. Where do I go wrong? The auras aren't healing you? They only... you're in your undead form, right? So they should be healing you. Why would your auras not be healing you? Like, you have the undead form toggled on. Like, just double checking, like, if you click the undead form, it's, like, toggled on and you have the effect. Okay. Are you casting Lesser Death Aura? And are you in Reaper mode? One golden mote per loot, correct. Yeah. Shortly after red dragon armor. Okay, if it's 0.5 seconds, that's dealable. Did you fight a purple mote yet? All my purple motes have just felt like blue motes. So yeah, I have, but they've all just been regular motes. The reason I'm asking about Lesser Death Aura is a D4, and a D4 can sometimes roll 1, and if it rolls 1, Reaper mode can round it down to 0. Hey, a purple one.
You should not have committed.
Kata of Ice. Oh yes, also Death Aura doesn't work while you're unconscious. That's true, yep. Yeah, it's like, oh no, it's a Shadowfell Blight Maiden, but like that's just a regular monster that I've fought before. Also, I don't like fighting on the moats because the moats sometimes eat up my attacks. Die. And now I'm gonna get, so I'm at 1135, and the purple gets me up to 1214. So, I mean, it's like 80 for a purple moat. I'll take it. Sweet. Maximum heroic XP achieved. Yo, guys, what should I take? Dark Apostate, Monk, or Fighter? Doesn't matter. They're all the same. If Utter Dark Blast, you will not heal. That's not related. Just take fighter. I'm reincarnating. It doesn't matter. All right, fighter it is. Fighter. You know what's good for fighter? Fighter's like diplomacy. Let's go. I need resilience, dude. Let's go. I'm so resilient now. Holy shit. You know what? I need strength. I gotta be strong. Boom, I'm level 20. Now I can reincarnate. Yay! Again, I'm not doing a guide for this. If you want the quick and dirty guide, if you want to try to follow a character like this, it's really easy to play. Play Dampier. My first 3 levels were Monk, and then I went Dark Apostate after that. I had used two-handed fighting because I wanted to go Quarterstaff, so I went Strength, and with enough Strength for two-handed fighting, and then Wisdom for the rest of my stats. Wisdom hit and damage out of Henshin, as well as getting the Imbue, the Clear Your Mind, and Kata of Ice, so I could freeze people. You can go single weapon fighting, 2-weapon fighting, you can go whatever you want. It literally doesn't matter, who cares? But it was 3 Monk, then the rest Dark Apostate. I grabbed the form out of Dampier so I could heal myself with negative and play like Undead, which is kind of cool. So I got the Undead form here. I went Falconry because having the instant kill attack from Death from Above Strike is cool. And if you actually do keep playing this character, by the way, Master Falconer is insane. It makes it so your Falcon attacks reset the cooldown on Death from Above. It's like a 20% chance. So you just spam Falcon attacks and you can constantly use Death from Above and kill people. Very, very powerful. So definitely something that works into epics. Ninja Spy, I have just for haste boost, although because I did take 1 level of fighter, you can actually drop Ninja Spy entirely and instead put all these points into Kensai, and that allows you to get access to Read in the Wind at level 1, which is a massive defensive boost as an attack, as well as getting access to Action Boost Haste. So it's actually better to do that instead of Ninja Spy, but I took the fighter level later, but you would swap this at epics. And then I went Dark Apostate because I wanted Imbue dice, because the Apostate's Curse Imbue is technically better than the Elemental one for leveling, because the Elemental one is resisted and the Apostate's Curse is not. Also, you get more spell power during leveling, but you get less melee power, so that also is the reason why I did that. But that's pretty much it. And then as far as equipment go, if you go two-handed fighting, put a Quarterstaff on. If you don't go two-handed fighting, use whatever weapon you want and have a blast. I went with Quarterstaff specifically because you get Orion, which is the religion, which works for Dark Apostate. But you don't have to use a religious weapon. If you just decide you don't want to use the Dark Apostate tree, which you can also do, like for the Imbue, then you don't have to use a religious weapon. Anyways. I leveled up. Okay, we're going to reincarnate. We are going to reincarnate. Reincarnate. I'm going to set up the tree, actually. It's going to be a second here. Let me just finish setting up the tree. What do we want here? I don't need to increase Death from Above because the damage is not that good. We are going to take Mark the Prey to get the extra 10% damage bonus on this attack. Grab physical resistance rating, extra damage, and I don't need blindness immunity. I guess I could take Tear the Flesh. I mean, Tear the Flesh is like free at this point. So we grab Master Falconer. We're going to reset this so we can take Kensai instead. Let's swap this over here. I am using Quarterstaff, so we go Monk Weapon. So that is Quarterstaff. You grab Action Boost Haste instead. You can 1-point Read in the Wind. You can also spend more points if you want. It doesn't really matter. Spiritual Bond is cool. Every time you Vorpal, you get +1 insight bonus to enhancement bonus, which basically just +10 to hit and damage. A lot of people don't realize this is literally +10 to hit and damage right here, so this is really, really good for super low investment. Very, very nice to have. Tactics DCs are good, so you can definitely pick that up. I don't need anything out of Vanguard. I don't need anything out of Dark Apostate, although I have 8 points left, so I'll probably go like up here. So I'll probably do like the Wisdom, grab the extra life, grab the stats here, and then grab the enhanced shadow form. Oh no, it doesn't give Imbue dice. Never mind, I'm not gonna do that. So what else would I take? Oh, I guess I'd rather go up Henshin Mystic, but I can't because I can't go higher because I only have 3 levels of Monk because I didn't take Monk levels when I should have taken more Monk. Well, you know what? This is good enough. So this is how I have my tree set up. In fact, if you actually cut out the extra points that I have, all you need is 6 here, and then this. So 12 plus 18 is 20. Yeah, so I get 101 points. So this point spread, if you just go with the 6 here for this form, and then everything else that I have here, that adds up to 81. So yeah, you can cut that out for sure. Oh, up to the number of core abilities you get. Oh, reading. Oh, reading. Oh, don't hit me with reading. The fact that I can't read. Anyway. All right. Anyway, I'm gonna leave this up because I'm gonna go to the washroom and grab a bite, and then I'll be back. And we're gonna do the reincarnate. So I'm gonna do that. So I'll be back. Max 10 with 6 total cores. Yeah, but what if they add more cores? What if in the future we get like Super Kensai that has twice as many cores? It's not gonna happen, but it could. Anyway, I'll be back. I'm back. And now we become Warlock. Your TR timer has 9 hours left? Yeah, that was me like last week. My solution was to play more Path of Exile. Okay, so I had some delicious food, so now I'm supercharged and ready to go. And on top of that, I got some grown-up juice. I have some delicious, it's called Crown Royal Whiskey and Cola that was left in my house, so we can try this out. It's not bad. It definitely tastes like more whiskey than cola. It's like a rye and Coke, but more rye than Coke. Hey Stream, huge fan of your tutorials. Love the way you articulate different systems. Any chance you might consider rating guides for new players? Yes, that's just coming later, United. There'll be more generic guides of stuff like how to do raiding and how to do other things that'll be coming in the future, just not yet. Yeah, and then when this runs out, I also, because it is Friday and because I was given money and told to drink today, I do have a bottle of grown-up juice for grown-ups, adult grape juice or apple juice for grown-ups, specifically grown-ups, not for non-grown-ups, and a container for holding said juice. So we'll do some of that later. This is Friday. Why not? You may be like, but Shrimp Tom, are you going to be having a few drinks and reincarnating? Is that a good idea? Listen, I don't have bad ideas, so... Speaking of bad ideas... Yeah, we just have a... I'm just going to have a little bit of grown-up juice. Give me a second here. Here we go. Just having a little bit of juice. Damn it, robot! I forgot to reset the robot. Sorry. I forgot to reset the robot. Okay, I learned that I have to do that every day. If I just reset the robot every day, it's fine. So before the stream. Anyway, I like having grown-up juice because I'm a grown-up and an adult. So I'm gonna have some delicious apple juice. Oh, yep. That's juice for grown-ups. I feel alive. Woo! Woo! Okay. Yep. That's some grown-up apple juice right there. Not applying it all right now. Are you missing the right weapon type? Like, for example, are you using a Dark Apostate imbue without being a favored weapon? Yeah, I don't really drink a lot anymore. Like, the last time I had a lot to drink was probably like New Year's last year. I just don't anymore. Part of that is because I'm unemployed and drinking is expensive. So, like, you know, that's a big part of it. But also, you know, times have changed. I'm older. And I really don't deal with hangovers as well. So, yeah. Put your hand wraps back on. Classic move. Touch the mode, equip the other, and repeat. Oh, yeah. I'm doing the softcore on regular characters. I'm going to do the hardcore on different characters. I'm not going to do the hardcore on one character, but that is interesting. I will keep that in mind to add to other people. Oh, 100%. That's one of the reasons why, like, another thing, I don't ever go out to drink, like, ever. Because, like, 350 pints, dude, it's all too expensive to me. It's too much monies, man. Okay, I'm just gonna bank all this stuff. There you go. Yeah, always double check your equipment. That happens to me. Hello, it's Green. How you doing? How is your day going? Hopefully you're doing well. Oh my. Anyway, I feel good. I feel very good right now. Those are good. That was some good brain chemical. Cheapest good beer I can find at the LCBDO Storyteller. It's almost $3. Oh yeah, I don't really drink a lot of beer. I like to drink. I'm more of a liquor sort of guy, mostly because I find that I still don't really believe that people actually like beer. I think that the majority of people pretend to like beer to look cool in front of their friends, or because it's you're supposed to like beer because of the region you come from. But I don't think most people actually enjoy drinking beer by any standard measure. And I'm sure I'm not entirely correct on that, but I don't think I'm entirely incorrect on that either. On Critzilla at all in the hardcore setup? Not really, no. Is any Archmage instant killer build video? Excellent question. Probably today. Quickly, go to the YouTube channel. If you go to my YouTube channel and you subscribe and you just go thumb through my videos, just go to each one and refresh the page. And sometimes on the sidebar, it'll actually give you the information for that new video. So just go to each video, load it up, refresh, check the sidebar. If you don't see it, refresh again, go to the next video. Just keep doing that for a couple hours. Eventually you'll find the video, I promise. I prefer it over drinking liquor. Yeah, I'm a liquor guy. I don't know. I wouldn't say I've always been a liquor guy, but I think it's just like I have a strong stomach and I don't mind just like putting it down. So I've just always been a liquor guy. Some people, there's only a few I don't really like. Gin, I don't like the taste of gin pretty much at all. That one I find really hard. And then there is this liquor that my girlfriend brought back from Greece, Ouzo, I think. And man, that one was hard. I like literally had to choke it down. I was like, it was impossible to drink. It is strong, you know. So that one was like just a tiny step too far, where I was like, wow. That goes by Gin. Esther wears Tonic. Honestly, that's a good cat name. If you have a friend who goes by Gin and then they get like a cat named Tonic, it's Gin and Tonic. And the licorice is bad, which is funny because I really like Jägermeister. I love Jägermeister, dude. All right, there we go. Final past life. We're on it. We're done. That was it. It's in the books. Iconic. Chaos Mance, or Dark Bargainer. Max Charisma. Max Constitution. Intelligence. I don't need the rest of these. These are unimportant. I only need 4 UMD. The rest of it's going to come through. I need a max tumble so I can tumble. And I want Spellcraft. I get one of these. We're going to take Web Touched Wretch because it's really good. Hold on. Do we want tier 2 Web Touched Wretch? And do I want Echoing Soul? Echoing Soul is very good. It's a lot of stats. I think I want upgraded Web Touch Wretch. So I think I start Echoing Soul and then I get Web Touch Wretch later. There's also Minion of the Eldritch, which gives 5 spell power per character level and 1 spell crit for every 2 character levels for 12 seconds, which is a reasonable amount of damage. Never pet named Tonic. Yeah, exactly. It's an awesome cat name. Cat, or like a mouse. Like if they have like a mouse or a rat pet. Yo, I love Jaeger. It's partially because when I was younger, I may have done 1 or 2 or 3 or 20 Jaeger bombs in my time as a young person. I don't know. Okay, Web Touch Wretch upgrade is pretty good. What does Echoing Soul upgrade do? Hold on. DDO Dark Pack. Dark Gifts. Dark Gifts. Okay, Enhanced Echoing Soul is 3-second duration. Web Touch Retch is 4. Okay, I actually want Enhanced Echoing Soul because the downside of Echoing Soul is way worse than Enhanced Web Touch Retch. So I'm going to take Web Touch Retch and we'll get Enhanced Echoing Soul on this character. Because the reason why we want Echoing Soul is it gives plus 3 skills plus an extra skill per 2 character levels. So this ends up being a total of plus 20 to all skills, which is more spell power more than anything else. So it's just nice. And then a bunch of saving throws as well. And then we can reduce the duration to 3 seconds from the negative effect. So we want to actually have that as the upgrade. All right. So we want Maximize. I don't know if I want Empower. We definitely want Evocation Focus. I don't need move speed. So I'm going to grab probably Shield over Night Shield here because I'm going to have a resistance item. So I'm going to grab Shield. Gotta look good. Gotta look good. This is the final life. And I don't want to have the can I speak to your manager here. I really like the two-toned hair. I think this hairstyle kind of looks good. I like the pink. It's fun. I'll leave that. This is how I design my characters, by the way. I just kind of click them. With the white, that's kind of cool. With the sharp blue eyes. Yo, this character looks sick. Hell yeah, dude. Very Karen-esque. Yeah, sometimes you'd say you don't want the Karen, and you gotta embrace it. Also, I love the weird, like, undead vampire veins on the side. How slow do you move with Web Touch Retch? It reduces your move speed by like 75%, but if you have movement speed, you don't have to worry about it. And also, I can just CC guys that look close to me. Echoing Soul can sometimes disable you, which is way worse. Gonna do a whole life in one stream? No. This character is just being designed for endgame. Chaotic Neutral, and I think we're all set. Although, do I want the hairstyle? No, I don't want the Karen hair. No. No. See, if I do this, then the blue doesn't fit, or the pink doesn't fit. You have to go like something darker like this, and go like something like that. But then the blue doesn't work. It's kind of neat. I don't hate it. No, we're not doing bald. All right, so random question: do rogue hirelings actually do traps and/or locks? Yes, they do. Okay. So again, this is my last past life on the, or this is the final build. So this is like the full character. So we got, just double checking. Let's say fuck this up because I'm stupid. We got the racial completionist, and we have the regular completionist. So my dex started at an 8 and it's a 17 with nothing. God damn. Past lives, dude. Started with a 19 base charisma. We're at 26. Oh, because completionist kicks in at 3. I forgot. So I'm going to accept my warlock training because I am a warlock. Okay, so we want spellcraft. I don't need UMD at all. So I'm going to go tumble. I kind of want bluff for raids specifically. So we're going to get bluff. I don't need jump at all. I'm probably honestly gonna max out Haggle, but we'll see. Level 1 spells. I don't need any of these. Maybe hypnotism. I'm gonna take hypnotism. Maybe jump. No worry. I'm gonna don't worry about jump. That'll get taken care of. My jump will be more than enough. Okay, max out the bluff and the spellcraft, methinks. I don't know if I'm going undead. I might, I'm not sure. Alright, we need Quicken. Everybody needs Quicken. Quicken's like one of the best things in the game. I don't know if I'm taking Empower, that's the thing. If there was something that let your metamagic feats apply to Eldritch Blast, that'd be very cool. So we go tumble, spellcraft, and then max out the bluff. Okay, so we don't need jump. I don't need jump because with my base stats, I'm at 10 jump already. I get 20 jump for free from... So with past lives, I'm going to go up to 14 jump. I get 20 jump from the Dark Pact, or the Dark Gift. So it's a 34, and assuming I have no other stats, we'll be there. This is big left click. That's all we're going to do. I'll probably have some enchantment for crowd control, but that's about it. There is an ambulance outside. Huh. Well, that's neat. Anyway, hope whoever's having a thing going on is okay. We have that. I don't need Intimidate. Actually, Intimidate's okay. Intimidate's good for control. So I will take Intimidate as well, actually. Players in your party? They can't jump? That's their problem. To quote somebody in chat who said this a long time ago, that's an issue you and not an ish me. Sorry. So we take Hypnotism. So we grab Tumble, Intimidate, Bluff. When I say Intimidate is good for control, specifically I mean sometimes I may want to pull an enemy away from something else in case something needs to get split. So we need to do that. And again, if you're wondering why no use magic device, Warlocks get use magic devices, they level up, and I'm gonna get a lot of free skills. My U-Man D with no points in it is gonna be like 70. I'm not worried about this. Okay, Arcane Initiate is good, and we get a Warlock feat, Mist Favored. Okay. The Dread Mist is a necromancy spell, isn't it? It's not bad. Dimdor. Good old Dimdor, Doug Dimmador. Right, now we go here. Stream, dumb question. I am sure, but on the new event, if my wife makes a new level 1 character as a normal character with many past lives, TR level 1, and group with them and help them? Yep. Yeah. Hardcore characters can play with non-hardcore characters. And if you die, it won't affect her. So if she's playing hardcore and you're like reincarnating to play with her, then yeah, that's fine. Fog Cloud or Dispel Magic? Fog Cloud is Fog Cloud. So I think we're taking Fog Cloud. Because this is for raids in our 10s, so Fog Cloud is very good. So I think I have to do that. I was tempted to take Dispel Magic, but like, you gotta have a rogue or ignore the spell words. So I'm not gonna worry about that. Okay, so I'm gonna take Evocation Focus and Greater Evocation Focus later. And I think I can take Epic Evocation Focus and just get Spell Specialty. So I think I can do that. I think that's doable with this build. So I can have the maximum enchantment as well. Evards is good. If you LR on Winter, loot, you lose Vow of Glory. Yet to test myself. Interesting. You shouldn't lose Vow of Glory, though. Wait a minute. If you LR and you lose Vow of Glory, does that mean if you TR, you lose Vow of Glory? You shouldn't. Okay, so that's done. So I think we go with Hegel. Or Heal. I'm going to go with Hegel. Hegel gives me more money. Displacement. How many RP do I have? Reaper points? I have 109. I don't farm Reaper points. I know some people do. I've just never done that personally, so I don't farm them out. I'm gonna put a couple points in a jump because you guys are making me nervous about how high my jump is gonna be, but I don't think it's gonna matter. Okay, Greater Evocation Focus, please. I kind of want to take Mental Toughness and improve Mental Toughness for the spell crit, which seems good. Hit 100 doing R1 and racial comp. You won't, if you're doing R1 and racial comp, you won't hit 100. Just doing R1s isn't going to do it. You do have to take some time to stop and do R10s at cap every once in a while. Example, this character has done a lot of R10s and I'm at 109. Or higher. DDO Olympics is calling your name. True. I just take jump and then swap it out when you have 40 jump. Good. Mental toughness is not cope. It's 2% crit. Dude, 2% crit's a lot. Or haggle. I already took Arcane Initiate. I take that before I took anything else. Okay, Circle of Death is interesting. Protection from Elements Mass is interesting. I will probably take Circle of Death. I'm going to take Protection from Elements and Circle of Death. They're both good. I'm going to start with Protection from Elements first. Tumble. Hegel. Deathora. Again, I don't know if I'm going to be undead. Okay, level 4. True Seeing, in case people need True Seeing. I'm going to get scrolls for teleport, so I don't care about this. I could probably have taken Flesh to Stone there. There's places where Flesh to Stone is useful. Threats Old and New is an example where Flesh to Stone is good. There's a lot of weird spells in DDO that are like really bad 99% of the time, and then there's like one place where you're like, oh, actually it's really good. I think it's a mental toughness angle. It's either that or Empower, but I don't think Empower is going to be as good. I think it's mental toughness, improved mental toughness. I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's the mental toughness, improved mental toughness. Like it just makes sense. It's 2% crit. And more crits, more better. Because what else would I take instead of mental toughness, right? I would take Enlarge, but I need to be in Warlock range, so I don't need Enlarge. I already have Spell Focus, so I already have that. It's either I don't take Spell Specialty. I have Maximize. I have all the meta magics that I want. So like, it's either I don't take Spell Specialty Enchantment, but like, I'm not taking Snake Blood. I actually think mental toughness is the play here. Okay. 78 points to spend at level 50, and I love this video game. Force of Personality? Nah, I'm gonna be immune to everything.
Dark cults of the goddess Shar.
Titan Snake's Blood? True. The thing about Force of Personality used to be a bigger deal, but now that you can get freedom of movement on items, you don't care. And Echoing Soul also gives me a plus million to all my saves. Okay, so we have the Pact, so I'm going to put that on. Past Lives, we have Ancient Blessings. We have... Oh, I have Skill Mastery. I should have ignored all you guys when it comes to jump. God damn it. I didn't trust my own instincts. And Colors of the Queen. And then Iconic Past Lives. I don't think any of these are relevant. I guess Morning Lord is 10 light spell power. I probably could have gotten 3 of these for more spell power, but it is what it is. We have Maximize, which we can just turn on. Quicken, which we can just turn on. And then we have Call on the Mists, which I'm probably never using. We have the Eldritch Blast. Get rid of this. Dark Powers. Okay, we're all set. And then we have Dread Mist for free. Oh, that's already here. That's this, Dread Mist. Perfect. We have... I don't know if I'm going to be casting this spell, so we're going to leave it here. Buff spell, Fog Cloud, or Death Auras, I'm not sure. So I'm going to leave them off to the side here, I think. So Death Auras are going to go here. Evards, amazing spell. Dimdor, Shift V, Displacement, Short Term. Again, the negative stuff, I don't know if I'm going to go Undead, we'll see. I'll probably do Undead for leveling, but outside of that, I don't think I'm going to use it that much. This is a situational buff. We have a buff here. Illusion? No, I don't need Illusion. Conscious Evocation to get +6 on each? Yeah. I could do that. Okay. So let's spend some points. I'm not 16, which is where I would want to take Dark Future. So I don't have this, unfortunately. Oh, I don't get enchantment DCs. What do I get? Embrace Death gains enchantment and necromancy DC is 10 negative and force spell power. Oh yeah, Dark Bargainer, right. 1 pack die. We get negative amp. I'm gonna do negative amp for leveling for sure, so I'm gonna end up respecking this tree. So we're just gonna take all this. Yeah, I think for leveling I kind of have to do this. Bad. Life Blood is bad. So I know that Dread Mists is better than the actual spell. It's a 1-pointer that's just better than the spell, so I'm going to take that. Eldritch Blast Essence I don't want. Hungering Swarm, light or no armor. Okay. So I'm going to grab PRR, MRR, and then I'll probably save the top tier Crushing Dread. I think Crushing Dread is also probably bad, but I'm not sure. Extra unconsciousness range is okay. I'm going to take the free dodge because dodge is good. And we'll grab the Form of the Vampire Lord. So I get even more stats while I'm undead. So we'll get the undead here. Embrace Death. We now have Dread Mists. You take medium armor as Dark Bargainer? I can, but it's really tough with this character. So I'm not going to, because we're not going to be using Enlightened Spirit. Even though Enlightened Spirit does give a lot of light spell power, it's just there's no way. Goodbye. Although we will use Fate Dark Illusionist. Viable these days with all the changes that have been made? Oh yeah, you can play Pale Master, absolutely. So the way this works is we go tier 5 Soul Eater, so we grab Eldritch Wave and Spell Tearing, and then we go Capstone Heretical Lore, Tainted Scholar. Now, Eldritch Power is an extra 2d8s of damage. You could argue this is good, but it's probably better than 3% crit. The main issue is that Eldritch Wave is so much fucking better than Eldritch Ball. Eldritch Ball is really bad. This is basically Hellball, but for Warlocks. So the benefit of not taking Spell Tearing is I drop this, I get the base flat damage, which means I don't have to worry about Eldritch Wave as much. And then I get to pick up like Planar Focus, so I actually get higher DCs, which you could argue is good. So maybe the DCs end up being there. And then I only go 31 points in Soul Eater, which leaves me some extra points left over. So I can take more crit out of Fate Dark Illusionist. I can get more crit out of Fate Dark Illusionist. I can make up the crit. But like it's only 2d8s of base damage. But then I get more DCs. Because Feed on the Magic is useless. Supreme Hunger is useless. SLA Finger of Death is useless. We'll try it without wave. We'll try it without wave. I think I'm still gonna be a Cone Andy. I think Cone is just the best way to go about it. Versus Chain. Or yeah, Chain here. I'm not a big Chain guy. So with Cone. Alright. I don't need Enervating Shadow. So we'll do this. So we'll grab the pack damage here. And you look at wave again. But because it's 150% spell power scaling, it's quite good. Basically, wave hits 3 times, whereas Eldritch Ball only hits once. And that's one of the reasons why wave is so much better. Ball isn't like horrible, but it's pretty horrible. Okay, so we're gonna go and grab Feigned Health, Strong Pact, grab the core. We need Underdark. I don't need Chain. I don't need Penetrating Blast because we are going all negative. So we can skip that. So we can instead grab 3 points in Confusion. I did not take Heighten because I don't give a shit. So we grab Feigned Health. At this point, I don't need mana, so I can take Eldritch Focus. We grab the core, we grab Pack Dice, we grab this. Enervating Shadow is good as a single target, but is it better than 2 more points of Spellcraft? Probably not. Is Enervating Shadow better? Is Enervating Shadow better? It says it seeks out enemies, but is the curving even better? Okay, I'm going to test it while leveling to see if Enervating Shadow actually feels better. I don't know if it's relevant. We grab Eldritch Power, Triple Ball, Planar Focus, and a Spell Focus, which gives +2. So we're going to go Evocation, because obviously that's the most relevant one. And that's all the points I want to spend. So I can actually still take Eldritch Focus, which is kind of neat. And then we go Soul Eater. We grab Consume, because Consume is very, very good. Taint the Blood is a debuff. Threat Reduction is probably going to be relevant for this character. So I will take the Threat Reduction. Inhuman Nature, Taint the Aura, Movement Speed, Stricken. I don't need to max out Stricken, because I only need the 1 point. I don't have to fail their save, so I don't care about this. I need Cone, I need Charisma, I need this. So I'm going to grab more Threat Reduction. Usually use Stricken for damage. On this character, it's not going to matter that much, because I'm going to do so much more damage with the Eldritch Blast. We can go grab Hungry for Destruction here. And then, from the Fate Dark Illusionist tree, we're going to grab just an animal because it gives me spell power, which is good. And then we can grab some more mana, or we can grab more spellcraft. So I'm going to grab more spellcraft here. I'm going to really amp up the spellcraft. That's the only stat I care about. And look at all the abilities I have now. Great. So Utter Dark Blast is a stance. We have Stricken. I don't need... I'll put Search over here. I don't need this. We have Stricken and we have Consume. Consume is much better than Stricken, regardless. But either way, it doesn't super matter. We have Eldritch Ball, which is just the replacement for Wave. We have the Blast Shape, which is Cone. I'm actually going to leave this here so I can kind of use them interchangeably. I'm not going to use Confuse at all. The reason why you want Confuse is for the passive. Bewitching Blast makes it so 10% chance to confuse enemies. This basically means when you're hitting enemies, they're going to stop moving all the time. It's very, very, very good. Again, we're going to see. I'm not 100% sure. I want to test this out. Because I also get to pick up +3 evocation DCs, which is a lot. It's a lot of extra DCs. So, which may in fact be relevant. Because right now, my evocation... passive. So if I go spellcasting, evocation, I'm at +9 without items, +16 for charisma. So my DCs are pretty high right now. I love how I have 42 charisma naked. Am I mass holding? Yes, I will be mass holding as well. And probably Burst of Glacial Wrathing. So I should be doing both of those things. But again, we're going to be looking at some things. Okay, so I do want to use my undead form for the leveling process, so I will take both of these. That's good. Good. I need a mount. Oh, I get items. Yay! It's a lot of garbage. So we have spell comp, 2, 3, 4. Oh, and all my items have the Symphony of the Fae on them. That's fun. I'm just gonna buy the reagents before I forget. So I want arcanes. Would buy 900 of these. 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 And 1,000 of these. Beautiful. I'm going to get rid of all of this garbage because I just don't care. Delete. It's all gone. I need none of this. I could like read the items, but I'd rather not. We're just going to delete everything. Delete. All right. We have all the spell components. So now I need to get 2 things. I need to go here. Hello. Or sort by level. I need an offering to dark powers. And I need ship buffs. Because we're going to go get our dark gift right now. I'm a dark warlock, so casting like... I guess my spells are like blue, right? So maybe I need like a blue mount. So maybe we get the hunt steed, the phantom steed. Because it's going to fit the color scheme. I should probably also go get the floating effect as well for the visual. It's probably important. As far as endgame items are going to go, I might use Feywild Dreamer set. We'll see. There's actually a lot of reasons to use Feywild Dreamer. It gives me all the spell DCs that I want, and it also uses gloves, so I lose a lunar slot instead of a solar slot, which I kind of need. Okay. So now we go to House Jorasco.
The city of Stormreach is abuzz with the news that a ship has arrived to
Oh yeah, I gotta spend my Reaper points.
Sharn, the city of towers. The ship's captain seeks heroes looking for a grand adventure in the clouds.
Charisma.
The captain all-bound
Charisma.
harbor to set
Spell
sail
pen.
for Sharn.
My lowest is gonna be reflex saves. I'm gonna amp that up. Amp up the reflex saves. Gonna be my lowest one because I don't really need to have a dex item as long as I have reflex saves coming. That should be good. And yep, we're gonna start there. Why is my video always frozen? Audio is great. I don't know. That's weird. I'm sorry to hear that the video is frozen for you. That sucks.
You stumble
Oh
out
no!
of frigid
I didn't put on a movement speed effect. Hold on, we can fix this.
courtyard. Avoid
Tiefling Scoundrel,
drifts
go.
from down below.
Nothing.
I got movement speed for days now. For days.
The woman asks you to find the body of her cousin Arvid. She thinks that body snatchers have taken it.
Anyway, I'm gonna run through these quests. Die, please. Thanks. Here, have this.
Too late. The birds got to him.
The birds got to him. I mean, the evil damage from the fog cloud is pretty nice.
Can't afford to get on her bad side.
And I don't even have anything equipped.
Wants to get on her bad side.
Death Aura. Giga Death Aura. Or Lesser Death Aura.
That'll do, Schmidt.
I guess I get the whole thing. I get all the Death Auras, huh?
Come on, lads. Get to searching. We'll have to earn our supper today.
Ground target. Hit him with the fog.
When you could just look around.
They didn't make it. They're all dead. Whoop. Give me move speed. Feeding frenzy. I like the fact that you get move speed after hitting something with consume. So I can just stay fast all the time. I should have been doing that before, but you know, it is what it is. Sometimes we forget.
An angry voice rings out from the courtyard.
Where are my bodies, Schmidt?
You promised me bodies.
You know what I think?
Just spaced out like crazy. Why are you doing chill? Hey, hey. I'm in chill so I can get my dark gift.
If I don't find bodies,
I make them.
and I think all that time you were keeping the bodies for yourself.
Just kill this guy. I think this thing resists magic, which is kind of annoying. But like, what are you gonna do? Sometimes things resist magic, I guess. No, no, he died. Poor guy. All right, that's it. All right, so now we can get our dark gift.
Full of dead ends.
You can just do double chill and epics. Well, I'm not running all of chill. I'm just running one of chill. Mind if I join in Lamortia? I have an iconic that needs dark gift as well. It's you're too slow.
One of the body snatchers.
I'm already done. Sorry. Oh, that's unfortunate. I'm not running all of chill at Ravenloft naked. I already have the token in my inventory.
I've got some things to talk over with
You're like 12k XP. Yeah. It's a level 10 quest.
What sort of place have you stumbled into?
It's not horrible. Plus, also, I do have a 50% pot still running, so that's a thing. Anyway, just keep going. Anyway, we'll get there. Is it safe to do the Golden Moat solo? I haven't done the Salt Marsh one, so I don't know how dangerous it is, but I would say there's a range on how dangerous they are. I wouldn't call all of them just immediately dangerous. So like, as an example, the Isle of Dread one was a little sketchy. Oh, there is one, I'm going to spoil this mildly. There's one in Ravenloft. The monsters cast Iceberg. They cast Iceberg in Heroics. Be ready for that. Okay? Alright, Echoing Soul. I wish to claim this gift. Thank you. Alright, so now I have Echoing Soul. And why did I take Echoing Soul? Because Echoing Soul grants bonus to skills and +1 for every 2 character levels. Because I'm level 15, that's an extra +10 to all of my skill points right now. So, at this point, I have 57 spellcraft, which is a huge amount of spellcraft for my spell powers. My jump is 32. Again, no items equipped, which is nice, which will keep going up. My UMD is 54 with only putting 4 ranks in it, which is hilarious. But yeah, the only one I can say is scary is the one that you might find in Ravenloft. What are Golden Moat sub areas? Golden Moats are places that you find. So they're in the game in specific areas. They're added for the event. You don't need to participating in the event to be able to do the event, but to get the rewards, you have to be doing the event. You need the appropriate loot to get the rewards. So if you haven't started it, go and grab all your loots. Anyways, we have 57 Intimidate, 57 Spellcraft, 54 Bluff. Not too bad. And then also about my saving throws, I'm naked, 26, 23, 29. So my saves are good. Later on, I will also be getting Greater Heroism, which will solve a lot of my saving throw problems. And without any items equipped, if I go here to the Morning Lord, actually I'm not going to go here. My spellcraft is, or my light spell power is 122 naked. Yes, get loots for loot. Yeah, also, if you are doing the hardcore challenge, you can pick up the hardcore, the winter court and the summer court loots. And you can progress them both at the same time if you want to do it all on one character. Wine, yummy. This life I was a Roman. The Romans did like their wine. I'm currently drinking some whiskey and cola. I have some rye whiskey and cola. Or as I call it sometimes, grown-up juice. Good old grown-up juice. Do I need a TR to help someone's new character? You can also get a mode experience with the high-level character still around. You can't interact with the motes. So if you go in with a high-level character, I think it prevents you from using the motes. So you can go and do the areas, but I don't think you can turn it in with the lantern. It still has the same limit. Actually, no, it locks you out entirely. You can't enter the area if you're too high level. Never mind, because I forgot. I tried to do that and I was not allowed in. So you're locked out if you're high level. You have to be within 3 levels of the quest. Sigil of Dalcor. You never know when you're going to need that. Ilusulamares. A Power of Evidence. And this. And this. And this. And this. And this. And all my loots. I should put the loots in the back so I don't forget them. Loot of the Summer Novice. Loot of the Sky. Loot of the Horn. Loot of the Summer Night. And loot of Summer Flight. This one's also almost done, which is kind of cool. And I believe it's 4. I have to be at least level 20 to keep progressing this loot. Oh, wow. Okay. So I can't do this one anymore. Well, I guess we'll work on another one. The Summer Night, I guess. The Summer Flight. So I'll do Summer Flight so I can maybe work on the wings. Augment Bag, Huge Thing, this. The Tome of Binding, the Shurikens. I don't need this. I don't need this. Is the area available in Legendary? Yeah, in Legendary you can do it. So I'm going to make a video for where to find all the things, as well as a review of some of my thoughts. And in the video, I will show you where they are, and I'm just going to go to the Legendary locations and show all that stuff off. Quarterstaff. Haste Potions. I'm going to delete all these Haste Potions because I don't need them. Goodbye, Haste Potion. Bye. Goodbye. The sheet music can stay in the... Actually, I'll keep it with me because it's cool. So I'll put the sheet music in the last tab. So I'll put that here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Delete this. Remember, do not delete the loot after the event as it works as cosmetic. It does? Oh yeah, isn't it like if you have the loot, you play like different music on your bard or something? Or am I hallucinating that that's a thing? Oh, I shouldn't have taken this out. Why did I do that? Legendary Tinkerer's Gloves. Shanadi's Hand Cannon. Okay, I'm just gonna put these on for now. That goes there. Teleport Scrolls, I'll buy these. Yeah, sorting everything is kind of annoying. Alright, so we have Heal Scrolls, Resurrection Scrolls, Resto Scrolls, and then I think everything else just goes over here. All in the bank. Is locked out for hardcore? No. If you are above 3 levels on a quest, you cannot collect a mote. So if you attempt to collect a mote, it will not let you if you're above 3 levels. And if you try to do a golden mote, the area will say no, you are too high level to enter. I know because I tried to do an area that was level 5 when I was level 10 and it said you are too high level, you may not enter. Do not pass go, do not collect $200. Go directly to jail. So just keep in mind that that is a thing. All right. Here, cache empty. Now I need to find some stuff because I believe some of the items are on one of my other characters and I need to search. This character, I believe, has a bunch of my gear that I want. And I'm in the bank. And yes, it does. Ho ho ho, look at all the gear that I want. So I'm just gonna bank literally everything this guy's wearing except his cosmetics. Yeah, Resplendent Fury. Yeah, sorry, I want that. Sorry, buddy. Okay, Resplendent Fury is gonna go in here. This is gonna go here. This is gonna go here. Bring a Mystic Charisma. Epic item. Flightfoot Greaves. Black Dragon Scale Tacit. Of all the items to have. Armor of Eternal Flame. The Gogs. The old Googs. Epic item. And Epic Bloodstone. Any other items I'm missing? No. No. Oh, the Turncoat! I couldn't find my Turncoat. There it is. I knew it was somewhere. Did you take off your loot and put it on again? I wonder if a feat swap does break it. There's a bunch of weird stuff when it comes to the loots, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's just some weird buggy things that kind of break stuff without people realizing it. In a bad way, by the way. Breaking it in a bad way. Okay, so let's get geared. So main thing, I need one spell power only. So we're going to grab the Resplendent Fury and the Hallowed Trail. This gives me all of the spell powers and insightful spell powers I could want on my entire character. So that's huge. Next, we're also going to grab out of here. I have a Charisma, Insightful Charisma necklace. In fact, I have 2 of these. That is a blue slot, and this one does not. So congratulations to this one. It dies. I don't know why I have 2 of these. So that's good. As far as spell DCs go, oh, I have the goggles, or these blindness ward goggles, so I can wear these for XP, so that's good. So I don't have to wear this either. So these 2 items can go directly into the bank, although I'm actually going to keep the Voice of the Master in my inventory in case I want to swap it in. I got the Saltmarsh ring. I got the Fey tag for upgrades. Yes, because if you upgrade it, it actually counts during the event. You should be able to take items that are old and upgrade them during the event, and they'll get the tag because it's technically a new item. Hallowed Castigators because they're just good. Hardy Con, Insightful Con Sheltering because it's just good. Okay. Boots with movement speed because it's just good. Okay, I need spell DCs. I have nothing for spell DCs right now. I don't have a belt on. So we're going to go line by line. So let's go to the head slot right now. Helm of Eternal Night. Umber Brim. I don't really want the Umber Brim. Lamordian Helm. No. Cowl of the Devotee. Necromancy. I don't want a single helmet. I want 0 of all of the helmets that I own. Very funny. Okay. Interesting. I guess I'll put on the Helm of Eternal Night. I have no desire for any of these, but sure. Next, we go to armor. I have a Wildfoot outfit and turncoat. I don't want any of these, so I guess we go down. And the Leaf Mail is probably my best option since it gives scaling crit, so that's good. I'm going to grab this. Next up, I want rings. Okay. Mystic Charisma is Quality Charisma 1, Insightful Spell Focus 2. Beautiful. I really want that. That's exactly what I needed. We want to go to Waste. For some reason, it's Waste and not anything else. I don't need any of these belts. Oh, I guess the Silver Thread belt is okay because I need negative spell power for some of my things. That's good. We go to Hands, which gives me Dead Ringers for Profane Spell Focus, which is good. Yeah, so we do Hands, we get Dead Ringers for the Profane. We go to Trinket, which has Shard of Volin, which I already have Insightful, so I don't really need this. And it gives mana, don't care. Periaptive Wisdom, don't care. Blue Raptor Feather, it gives some just universal stats, which seems good. And then I need a weapon. And for my weapon, I kind of want either a Wild Flame for +3 evocation focus and the Mythic 4, or I grab a Barovian Scepter. The Barovian Scepter is not super relevant, but it does give some spellcraft. Now we're just gonna go with the Wild Flame because it gives me spell DCs. Solve that problem. Also, what does this helmet look like? Oh my lord. I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of sick. I kind of love it. I like the clown costume I have going on. Does not look good. Oh, Macabre Scepter is also a good option. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It definitely gives the Magneto vibes, for sure. Okay. Next up on the list of things to do for TRing is consumables. Harper Pin is going to go here. I'm not casting Lesser Death Aura. I don't know why I have it here. Essences of Seduction can go here. Jack Jibber's Blade. Okay, teleporting gear. So teleporting goes there. Store items go over here. Teleporting item goes here. Curse removal. Disease removal. Thing removal. Okay. And XP potions I can put over here because it's a store item. I don't need this anymore because I have movement speed. And now we go to scrolls. So I'm going to refill my scrolls before I start adventuring, because that just seems like a good idea. Raise Dead. Resurrection. We've got Teleport, which is a teleport item. We're going to fill that up, and Greater Teleport as well. Is there anything else that I need to have on here? I think that's basically it. Is that how that works? Can Xavier not like read his mind because he's got like the hat on? Is that what the hat's for? Arcane Scroll Fender. Hello. You sell Greater Teleport? No. But you sell Teleport, which is kind of funny. So 95 of these. Thank you. Okay, how many of these did I buy here? Bound to character, bound to character, bound to character, bound to character. All of them. Good. All right. So Greater Resto would buy 57. Heal will buy 59. Raise Dead will buy 94. And Resurrection we will buy 19. Perfect. And now I need to buy Greater Teleport, and I think I am set for scrolls. No, I'm not. I need 2 more scrolls. From Xavier Juggernaut is the same thing. Oh, interesting. I was never a big X-Men kid. I know X-Men was like really big deal. A lot of people were big into the X-Men. I didn't really watch any of the movies that came out that were very X-Men centric. I just didn't. I just didn't. So I never really got into it. Was the X-Men video games? Yeah, see, I never really played in the X-Men video games. I remember on Super Nintendo there was a Spider-Man Carnage video game I remember playing. No. I got most of the way through X-Men 97, the continuation of the cartoon, and it was pretty good. I just kind of like lost steam and stopped watching it. I wasn't like super invested, so I kind of just stopped. Okay, we got Globe. I think that's it. I think I just need Globe. I don't think I need anything else. I do know the ba-na-na-na-na-na, ba-na-na-na-na-na. Don't worry, I know that. I'm familiar. I'm not a monster. Okay, so now we just lock all the scrolls so I don't accidentally sell them because I'm stupid and dumb, and I will do that. Beautiful. Okay. Wolverine standalone games almost all sucked. Yeah, I didn't watch any of the Wolverine movies either. Mr. True, my friend just came back to the game and did server transfers and wants to TR, but the Life Shaper says he don't undone unpacking. When he goes to Large Switch Bank, it says complete and nothing changes. Transfer was done over 24 hours ago. Do /transfer space delete space guild. And that might be a hanger on if there's any extra guild info. Yeah, so /transfer space delete space guild. And then type that in. And then hopefully that will function. Oh, what's the build? This is pure Warlock. So basically the 55 charisma, oh my lord. The reason why I wanted to do this is because I have played Warlock many, many times. Warlock is my favorite class in the game. But there's been a lot of changes to Blaster Warlock, which has felt pretty bad in the past. So I want to make Blaster Warlock feel good. So the goal here is to make this character as powerful as I physically can as a Blaster character. So that is what we're going to be doing with this. So I am going to be going and collecting. I've got 294 light spell power. All of my things scale off of light. I only do evil damage. It's the only damage type I deal, so hopefully that will be powerful for this. But we're going to go all blasting. The support doesn't understand the problem. Can he transfer now? Because there's the new change. Oh, damn. Well, hopefully support can fix it. Because that sucks, man. Hey, what's up, Ulkrish? I would like to collect something from the collector bundle. I would like the Mistwalker's movement style. Thank you. Where does that feat go? Cosmetics? Oh. Okay, now I am Vampire Lords. Now I float, which feels appropriate for a Warlock, so I can float around. And now I need an outfit. Nope, probably just stuck forever. I don't think it's stuck forever. I think they'll fix it. They said they're working through some other stuff, and that's basically the reason why they haven't. They said on the preview today, the reason why they haven't added server transfers, where people can transfer indiscriminately between the servers, is because they're still chasing down bugs with the original server transfer. So hopefully they will get to it. The only X-Men movie I recommend is Old Man Logan. Ricky Moves X-Men with the serial number. Oh, that's not true. Okay, I did watch an X-Men movie. I saw Deadpool and Wolverine. Does that count? Teleport attunement vendor. Welcome. I offer specialized teleportation services to those that qualify. If you have purchased teleportation attunement, you can claim your item from this vendor. Oh, there will be a standalone purchase from this guy. There's a teleport attunement vendor who you can attune your teleporting item to. And there's the Mr. Ravenloft guy who stands here. Ultimate bundle. I actually want the Vampire Hunter set so I can wear it as a cosmetic. There you go. Oh, you're right. It didn't come with a cloak because there were no cloaks back in the day. What whiskey? I'm drinking Crown Royal for grown-ups. Grown-ups only. Where's that hat from? This is the Mist of Ravenloft cosmetic set. This is the Mr. Ravenloft Ultimate that you can you can't buy, although apparently it's coming back to the store. By the way, yes, this is one of the sleekest cosmetic sets in the whole game, and now 8 years later, you will be able to get it. Crown is Canadian whiskey. It is Canadian rye whiskey. No, unfortunately, again, no RC Cola. Fire Eater, you taunted me yesterday with your delicious snack of RC Cola. I'm so jealous. Ugh. Lou doing Blight is like watching a toddler try and listen to their parents and failing horribly at not touching the stovetop. True. Ooh. Anyway, there we go. So now, all geared up and gussied out. My jump is 33, so that's going to cap out on its own. My spellcraft is 58. My intimidate is 64. And my bluff is 61. Hell yeah. My UMD is also 61. And look at all my skills. Search 36. God damn. Racial completionist, dude. It's like such a hell of a drug. Anyway. We have all the racial points. We're gonna get sorted. Now I gotta do quests. It's been an hour of TRing. Now it's time to do quests. You guys ever do quests before? Relic of a Sovereign Past Dino Crisis and the Giant Hold 13s? What madness. There's 2 Prison of the Plains groups going on. Old RC Cola? Oh, yeah. What do I want to do? I do kind of want to run Giant Hold. And these guys just started their quest, so I think I'm going to join. Yo. Alright, we go here, and we teleport to Giant Hold. Woo. The 4th Dino Crisis. Listen, man, it's a good video game. You get that whiskey here in Norway? Really? That's a surprise. It's a pretty famous Canadian whiskey. I know you can get it in the States, so I'm not sure. Still enjoying many of your build repository? Nice, glad to hear that, Gaius. In fact, if you are still enjoying it, obviously, if you're using the repository, you're probably not a beginner. But if you need more builds, if you haven't seen, I have the beginner basics section, which I believe is linked in the repository at the top. And it brings you to a whole list of 1 build for every class. In the beginner basic builds, they're for beginners, so they're like a little bit more like focused on the defense side, that sort of thing. But they're no capacity bad. It's not like, oh, it's for its beginners, so therefore builds are bad. It's more just like they're a little bit tankier, you know, a little bit more on the safe side. But I'm updating those every year, so all of the builds in beginner basics are going to be kept up to date. So if you're like, let's say it's 7 years from now and you want to play DDO and I haven't posted a build guide in 2 years, those builds will be updated. I'm going to keep them up. Ooh, Miter and Kobolds, that's fun. Weird group for LFMs. Listen, I do Weird Quest Wednesday. That's my thing. Racial grind variety was very helpful. Nice. Glad to hear that. Buying an airship with it? Oh, hell yeah. Moat, follow me through the door in Lily's, spawn in the bug room, and follow me up the ladder. Yeah, sounds about right. Okay, I gotta organize my spells. So we have this and this. So Dread Mist now does a D4 per caster level every 2 seconds. And there's no save on it. It's kind of sick. Wacky Quest Wednesday on a Friday? True. Yeah. They're using Fave Cloud of Leaves in this tune. Do you pair it with the heavy Fortification Sapphire? No, I'm an undead, so I just don't care about getting fortification. Plus, also, you know, I have 500 health right now. So like if I get crit, I'm just gonna heal it. Sorry, I have 728 health right now, so if I get crit, I'm just gonna heal it off. Woo, tumble. New items needed? Yes, you have to go get a new item. So you can just buy a new item on the auction house and then break it down. Because yesterday I thought there may be a door zones were bugging them. Okay, interesting. Yeah, I found that zone bug is still continuing today, but that's interesting. Need you to detect some bugs on DDB for me. What is CD of Dreadmist spell? Prey on Fear and other damage spells in the tree. The damage dice were bugged on release. Okay, I can test that out. I don't have them right now. I will take Crushing Dread. I don't want to take Prey on Fear because it looks bad. But you want to know cooldown of Dread Mist? Let's see. It says 12. And it does 12. So it looks right. Delete guild data? I'm not sure. I didn't have any issues with the transfer, but if anybody else knows the answer to Gatarni's question, hopefully you can get some help. But I unfortunately do not know. How does this look? Ooh, I like the blast. Looks good. Also, I'm like way behind my party. I'm like going in circles. Oh, you want the spell? It says CD 20 seconds. And it gives me CD 20 seconds. Yeah, it's 20 seconds. I just had to look at the numbers. I'm so fast. Oh, I need I actually need the tainted spellcasting. Do I need stanch? I might use stanch. I don't know if I'm gonna use stanch, but I'll take stanch. I might use stanch. I don't know if I'm gonna use stanch.
The symbol of Maybar marks this chamber. The dim
I understand. It says 20 seconds and it lasts 20 seconds. What's the bug?
The plane of Maybar opens and darkness surrounds you.
What is the bug, young man?
The shadows recede.
Is Swift Stretch better than getting Form of Pain for defenses? For Warlock, absolutely. The best defense is keeping enemies 10 feet away from me. A leap from Chaosmancer? No, I didn't do any Chaosmancer past lives. Interesting. Yeah, I'm literally drinking a 7% drink on my desk. Unrelated, if you haven't seen the video that Nile Red put out on his channel Nile Blue, where he tries to make a 100% alcoholic beer. Great video. He gets it up to like 85%. Unfortunately, 100% doesn't work because the solids in beer don't dissolve in alcohol; they dissolve in water. So you can't get it to taste. You can't dissolve the beer solids unless you have some water at least.
This room is marked by the blood-red symbol of Zord.
Would it be going on repeater already? Absolutely.
The teeth of Zorin
Eee.
jut sharp, although the madness has been driven from this place.
Yeah, fantastic video. Can recommend.
Are free to be taken from the cell.
Spoiler alert. Don't worry, I didn't spoil the video. It's still good to watch. I promise you, it takes some twists and turns.
The final orb lights in its receptor.
Release notes and Lamp Passion said it was 5 seconds, but gave background info for why it was 5 seconds. Oh, interesting. It should be 5 seconds, so the fact that it's 20 is still a bug. But to be fair, it's been we got Damp here, what, in June? And Ascend and Bite still doesn't work, so I don't know. I love the idea of alcohol from air. We can turn anything into beer. Anything at all. Including nothing. It's like modern day alchemy. Lead from gold. Beer from air. Oh, does it not work? The Daesh. Nigel? Or Nile Blue? I also watch every episode of the Safety Third podcast with Kevin the Backyard Scientist and William Osman. Neek Buff has been slain by a corrupted spiderling. Goodbye, Neek Buff. I hope that was like just an alt buff bard. That didn't matter. Dread, the damage in normal spell was doing damage it should have been from testing? Okay, I'll test it. I am going to try Crushing Dread because I have the points. I just didn't take it yet, but I'm going to try it. We're going to get there. Hey, can you die, please? Thanks.
The gentle current of water echoes from this well.
What's my crit? My crit is 33. Okay, it's not that crazy. Level 6 death I've seen. Whoa, whoa, whoa! Unfortunately, I did not save everybody. I was just excited and I wanted to get through the door. I will say the evil fog cloud, the dread mist, is actually quite a lot of damage. Not more than I was expecting, but it's a good amount of damage. Oh, Reapers. Yeah, let's see if this goes. Like, okay, the damage is really nice, but I think that's mostly because I just haven't played Warlock in a while, and also, as it turns out, having like 1,000,000 goddamn spell power makes the character feel super powerful.
The magic from the rune fades as Mars the Dynamo is slain.
Hey, Stream Tom, I'm new to DDO and I've watched some of your old videos on the topic. Do you have any more current day tips for anyone trying to go Pale Master Necro as a first character, or are the 1 to 2 year olds videos still up to date? So Lord Dials, the answer is nothing has changed about Pale Master Necromancer, other than the fact that the Archmage tree has just gotten better. But the ways of the Archmage tree, which is one of the other trees for Wizard, has gotten better, is that it's just gotten cheaper, or the things have gotten more power. So nothing has changed, like, functionally. It's just numerically, it costs less and it does more. So, like, anything that was, like, for example, like, +1 to spell DCs, now it's 2. Anything that used to cost 2 usually costs 1. So, if you're playing as a Pale Master, you can put the points you would into Pale Master the same way, but then if, like, you look at my tree, if I invest also into Archmage, you just get more for the same points for the most part. They haven't made any meaningful changes. DDO doesn't actually do that much balance, I would say, overall. Like, the balance passes are relatively infrequent in DDO, and so, for the most part, old videos tend to be still up to date.
A large sonic blast. You notice the floor beneath Patrick the Maniacal is cracked and worn.
The problem with Underdark Blast, or Vampiric Blast, is I have to replace Underdark, which means I would have to have Force spell power, and I like the idea of having everything scaling into one spell power type. But it's definitely not a bad idea. Can you also stack if multiple stacks of Dread Mist? Oh, like if I put 2? Okay, yeah, I can try that. Well, okay, I don't know how I can try that. Everything dies. I'm in Giant Hold. Everything dies instantly. But I will try. I will try to see if it stacks. But yeah, the Vampiric Blast for the +1 dice is good, but you have to use, like, the focus to either get the healing, but even still, this is a lot of damage, but it's not better than Underdark. Not having to use force damage is nice. That being said, I will be picking up Magical Attunement, so I will get more force crit. Maybe I go force, we'll see. Oh, Lord Dials. If you've seen any of the more recent videos I've put out, for specifically like in terms of builds, like I did a Dragon Lord build that used like fire swords. I have a new build coming out, which is a Dragon Lord that uses these type of acid swords that are, let's just say it's a bad build with a bad concept, but it still was kind of fun. There are an infinite amount of ways to play DDO, not just one. It's the reason why somebody asked me a while ago, they were like, how can you not get bored of this game? And I'm like, because it's like a big box of Lego, you know, it's like, you know, and it's not the Lego that you get like as a brand new set. No. This is that big ass, you know, like plastic, opaque, Rubbermaid container that you just dump all the Lego in there over years. And then every once in a while they take out some Lego and put some new Lego in. And you're like, oh, cool. Now I've got more things to play with. And you like just get to muck around with the toys. That's how I think about it. Yeah, I got the Vampire Lord. I got the Lord stance. I don't have any enchantment spells, but I will. Ping me in Discord if you findings. Okay, will do, Chris. Will do. Somebody remind me to do that because I'm drinking. Just one enhancement tree and suddenly it changes everything with other builds? Yeah, exactly. Well, for me, the reason why DDO, and I've always found it a lot of fun, is I'm a major altaholic. Hi, my name is StreamTom, and I'm an altaholic. The reason why I'm an altaholic is because, I don't know, I've just always liked playing new things and trying new things. So when I play other games, it's so hard to stay consistent and stay at the same build for a long time. I really struggle with that. I've always struggled with that. But when it comes to DDO, I just reincarnate when I get like bored of something and it resets, and I get to keep like riding that high of always being able to play a new character without having to like make new characters all the time. Does the XP needed per level increase when we TR? Yes. So for the first 4 lives, so your first life as well as your 3 after that, all take 1.9 million. Lives 5 to 8 take 2.75 million, a 50% increase over the original. And lives 9 and beyond take 3.8 million, or a 100% increase over the original. So keep that in mind. Well, I actually disagree. I think there's a lot of viable builds in Path of Exile. I think the answer is that it's a higher level of creativity to find the solution to the problem. And the reason why I say this is because if you play PoE, like I do, what happens to a lot of people, especially if they've been playing PoE for a very, very long time. Oh, there's a moat. Moat. I see it. Moat. Oh, moat. I did. Moat. Oh, moat. Must get moat. Oh, there's a Reaper on me. Dude, I'm trying to get to the moat. Get the fuck out of here. I'm busy. I'm ranting about Path of Exile. I'm talking about the video games, man. Oh, I don't think I got credit for the moat. Rip. Anyway, so if you are ever curious about a skill, one of the things you can do in PoE, which is nice, is there's Po Ninja. You can go on this website and find some crackhead who was like, yeah, I'm gonna play sweep. I don't give a shit that sweep is spinning a weapon. I got a sweep build. So you can go on Po Ninja and find some guy that found the tech to make sweep a meta skill that does 80 million damage. And you're like, huh, that's neat. And there's always some guy, if you go on Po Ninja, there's always one guy who's playing some skill and you're like, this skill is useless. And you find the person that's doing it like the best way. I bet if you look up Mana Bind right now, one of the worst skills ever, there's some Mana Bind Andy that plays Mana Bind every league and knows the strat. Okay? Like they have it on lock and they're like, this is how you do it. And I kind of love that about Path of Exile. Like, I do agree with you that like on the surface, it can be very, very difficult, but like nobody's playing Summon Skeleton and Mages at all. There's like, I'm the #2 Templar playing Summon Skeleton and Mages in terms of level, and I cleared all the Ubers, I beat all the content, I'm farming, it's really easy. Well, I'm not playing anymore, but because I've got 40 challenges. But like, yeah man, there's always builds out there. You just gotta find the way to put it together. Is it required now to go to 34 to do Epic Reincarnation? It's just 30. 30 to 34 is legendary. Is this a sweep guy? Is this a Mana Bond guy? Level 99 Mana Bond. Oh my god, there's a Mana Bond guy who's an elementalist. Oh no. What is this? Okay, he's got the Utula's Hunger. He's got the Ashes of Stars. Is this dot Mana Bond? Lightning dot Mana Bond? What? Fizz as Lightning, Elemental as Chaos. No, there's always people playing Searing Bond Totem. What the fuck is this? What is this guy doing? Oh, it's Lightning to Chaos conversion. He's playing Poison Mana Bond. Elementalist. Dude, that's sick. That's so cool. What is this? What is this? This is what I said, Mana Bond. This is like the worst skill ever. He's got, okay, so he's got the tons of health. He's got the belt. So what he's doing is he's got Blue Nightmare, which is put here. He's converting all of these intelligence nodes into lightning resistance. So he converts half of his lightning damage into chaos. Then he has extra elemental as chaos, lightning as chaos, other effects there. So he's converting everything over. Then on top of that, he's got the Sublime Vision. So he gets an extra curse with Malevolence, which is amazing. And he's only got running Malevolence. And then you got Utula's Hunger with Swift Affliction, Deadly Ailments. This guy's playing Poison Mana Bond on an Elementalist who always shocks and ignites. Is this Poison Ignite Mana Bond? What is this? Oh, and he's got the Heat Shiver, the replica Heat Shiver. So he gets Lightning as Cold. Wait, so he's Poison Ignite Lightning Cold Chaos Mana Bond. Dude, this guy cooked. Anyway, that's one of the reasons why I love Path of Exile is, again, oh, that's called Po Ninja. P-O-E Ninja is for Path of Exile. As I said, That's one of the reasons why, like, I do agree with you that, like, I do wish there were, like, more viable builds in Path of Exile. But the problem is, when I say that, it's really me just recognizing that I have a shortcoming when it comes to my own creativity. And, like, that guy knew it. He gets the lightning damage converted to chaos, added as cold, and then is igniting with the cold and the chaos while also poisoning. Oh my lord.
Now, the giant says,
Well, the thing is, Path of Exile is like, you know, a 14-year-old video game at this point. So, like, as a result of Path of Exile just being old, there's just so much shit stacked on top of it. PoE 2 doesn't have that as much. In 14 years, PoE 2 will be as unintelligible as Path of Exile 1, but that's okay because they're gonna make a PoE 3 at that point. This build actually cooks. It does. Yeah. Man, the web touch retch is so good here. Also, I kind of love the floating. I haven't used this a lot. And yeah, I was speaking another language. Didn't know you could swim under there. Did you know, Screen? Here, next time you do that quest, don't just swim under the bridge. Search around under the bridge. You might find some secrets. I mean, yeah, that's it too. I wonder, do you think that guy started Mana Bond Elementalist? He wasn't running a he wasn't doing full chaos scaling. He was doing all lightning scaling, which is kind of neat. God, that's what a cool build. Oh my god, I'm so inspired now. I want to play Mana Bond. I don't want to play Mana Bond. That build is really horrible. Build versus the Mage Blood. That guy was 99 with no Mage Blood. His most expensive item was the Sorrow of the Divine, which is expensive. Not Sorrow of the Divine, the flask, the other one. Somebody will correct me on the name of the flask. The Divination card flask. Wine of the Prophet, thank you. He was mana bonding since day 3. Dude, that's sick. You told me picks were bad, not to use picks. I used them for 3 lives. I was kind of like that guy. Yeah, this is bad, don't do it. And you're like, no, this is what I said before. Is sometimes it's okay for things to be bad in video games, and the reason for that is as I can't remember one of the developers of Magic the Gathering. I watched an interview. I can't remember the guy's name, but he was basically talking about how, like, in Magic, they have to make sure that they design some cards that are bad but interesting, because some players like to win with bad cards. Like, they read a card and you go, man, this card's like not good, but what if I built my whole deck around this card? And then maybe it'll be good. And they're like just huffing copium at degrees that should not be tolerable by the human body. It might have been Mark Rosewater. But it's also like very true. Yeah, because sometimes it works.
The barrier is down. You are free to move deeper into the Tor.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, inherently, if there's a top 10, not everything can be in the top 10. Only some things can be in the top 10. %% Mage. Yeah, true. You're like, I'm gonna play Ignite Sweep and then drop to Mage Blood. Solve your problems.
You find a
I like to net deck and then put some flavor cards in it. Yeah.
It is just pushing free.
Listen, my thing is, I don't want to net deck because I want to be able to have a good enough sense of the game to be able to make my own decks. The problem is, it's a 3-year standard, and there's 7 or 8 sets a year, and each set is what, 280 cards. I just can't learn 2,000 cards a year or more.
One of the 2 faces near the far
I just can't do it. Oh, was this already done? This is already done. My bad. My bad. This was done. I'm not a Magic player, but I actually agree. I think a 2-year standard is better. It's just too many cards. Especially since they're releasing more cards, it just makes sense to have a 2-year standard. It's okay. You can now play the avatar cards in MTG Arena, so enjoy our new Badger Mole Overlords. You shut down. I can't keep up in Eternal MTG. Yeah.
Gears grind deep underfoot. The path forward has opened.
Oh, the ball hits twice. Oh, right, it's Hellball. It's Hellball, so Eldritch Ball hits twice.
The Portal Master stands.
Yeah, I went to the card game store and I bought some physical Magic cards. Maybe I'll talk about. Maybe I'll tell that story later. But I bought some physical Magic cards, and I didn't realize that there was an actual like physical League of Legends card game that they were selling, which is kind of neat.
I can cast it just as well with one.
Copium, then make an online version. Mm-hmm. Hop in the Copium.
When the dragons find out, the Portal Master staggers and falls.
Yeah. Like, I'm not above willing to admit that I was like, nobody plays Void Sphere of Rending. I want to play Void Sphere of Rending. And I tried to figure it out. I couldn't make it work. And then I found that guy who was just like, what if we did Ignite Poison Void Sphere of Rending? And then we also take no damage and also use one of the new uniques. And I was like, holy shit-a-roly, we get the Shaper unique. And then I threw on the Servant of Decay, which like kicked it up. My god, that was so good. Anyways in game to get a plus 20, like, oh, a Heart of Wood? No. Are we still doing stuff? I don't know who the leader is. TCG, till they gutted it for Hearthstone? Yeah. Hearthstone's pretty fun. I've heard that the most recent set is pretty good. The Fabled set, or whatever, with all the Fabled cards. They look kind of neat. Okay. Chris said Crushing Dread doesn't do a D6 plus 8. It's touch range. Ooh, who we touching, you know? Who we touching? Outside of that, I don't have any experience with the Hearthstone TCG. Or Hearthstone or Warcraft TCGs. Opponents put a large monster on the field, and I say, okay, here's a building that kills you. Yeah, hell yeah. You build a board, I build a ding. Building. Gotcha.
It still burns within all mankind.
Okay. So how much damage is this going to do? It should do a D6 plus 8. Yo, that is not a D6 plus 8.
Is the one I see before.
Yeah, Crushing Dread is not doing a D6 plus 8. I don't know how much it's doing, but it ain't doing that.
To us all.
That's a crit for 11? No, there's no way. It should be doing 11 by default. Yeah, it's doing, I think it's doing a D6 plus 4. Yeah, I wanted to build a commander deck that was all bird wizards because I started my Magic journey for the most part last year. No, not last year, this year. Playing everyone's favorite deck, the most interesting deck, and I think one that really exemplifies some of the best things about Magic the Gathering, which is it Prowess? So I started playing that. Everybody loves Is It Prowess. They like playing against it. They like, you know, it's one of those things where it's just like a mainstay because of how much people love the deck and how fun it is to play, and how fun it is to interact. It's very interactive, really fun. It really gets it like games that last the amount of time you think a Magic game should last. That's really why people love Is It Prowess. So I started out playing that. And one of the cards they give you in the starter deck for Is It Prowess on Magic Arena is called Balmor. And it's like this like bird wizard. And it's a 2-mana red-blue. And when you play it, whenever you play a non-creature spell, it grants stats to all of your creatures on board, so it's basically like a buffer card. But Balmor is also a flying, so it's pretty easy to keep it alive. And so if your opponent doesn't remove it, eventually you just swing and kill them. So they have to be very mindful about the Balmor. But I was like, ooh, Bird Wizard, that sounds cool. There's the Slick Shot Show Off that's Bird Wizard, which is a really good red card. 1 and a red for a 2/1 haste creature that gets even more stats when you play non-creature spells. Again, really good card. Excited to play that. The problem is, as I kept trying to make the the commander deck, I was looking for cards to put together. There's like 20 bird wizards. So the bird wizard commander deck didn't really work. I could make the bird wizard bird warrior commander deck. There's enough bird wizards and bird warriors. But then I'm like, doesn't really fit, you know? Doesn't really fit. Plus, a lot of the bird wizards, they're just bad. They're just not good. They're not good. I will admit, I definitely thought there would be more bird wizards because I don't know a lot about Magic, but in D&D 5, they had the Strixhaven kind of crossover. And so as part of the Strixhaven crossover, one of the races was the Owlins, which are basically like these owl people. They have owl wings, but they got regular hands. And so I was like, oh, there'll probably be a bunch of like Owlin cards, obviously, because you know that's what I know about the Strixhaven and D&D crossover. That's like a thing. Anyway, there's 0 Owlin cards in Magic the Gathering. Where did they get these Owlins? Dude, is that just a D&D thing? Were they just like, yeah, we'll make owl people? Or they're like, hey, we're gonna do a Magic set, or like a D&D game, or D&D module based off of a Magic set, Strixhaven, cool. And like, let's take some Strixhaven stuff, and then, you know, they talk to the Magic guys, and like, okay, cool, you do some stuff, that's good. What do you want? We got like wizards, it's Strixhaven, it's like a school for Magic, right? We got all these Magic schools, you can learn all this other stuff. I'm like, cool. What about owl people? And they're like, yeah, sorry, we don't really have a lot of like Owlins. It's not a big thing. There's like a couple of them, but it's not really a big thing. It's like it's really not. Like there's only a few, and they're like, cool, it sounds good. We're gonna make a whole race. It's gonna be in the game. Strixhaven. It's gonna be perfect, awesome. And the D&D guys just like tap the Magic guys on the shoulder. And they're like, no, that's not. That's not.
Invaders are preparing a new assault. It is time to reinforce the defenses.
Curiosity Crafter. Hey, there's a bird wizard right there. Flying. You have no maximum hand size. Whenever creature token you control deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. That's a good card. That's a good card.
Storm Reach sewer system waft up from this the sewer tunnel beyond this hatch leads to the other side.
Oh, we have to the Sally Port. The Sally Port.
Doubtless the maze of twisting, turning. Just as you try engaging the Sally Port lock, Droam flanked the crash of a battering.
Not the Droam flankers.
Direction of the southern barricade.
Owlins are just bird cards. Yeah, true.
Sally Port flankers were a diversion.
IRS deck. Whenever your opponent does anything, they need to pay mana. Fucking IRS. That's so funny. Great name for a deck. Let's get taxed. I will say, even though a lot of people that play card games might be viewed as having like no social skills, maybe might not be seeming as that clever, some deck names are really clever. Bird wizards and wise birds like Wan Shi Tong Librarian, because one of the Wan Shi Tong cards seems kind of good and the other one seems really bad. There's like the whoa, my game was like free. I think that was my RAM fucking up. The new Wan Shi Tong card looks really good and the old one does not. So we'll see. Wee. It's really weird not being the person to host the party. I'm usually the person that's hosting the party every time, so somebody else is doing all of it, which is kind of nice. I am Wan Shi Tong, he who knows 10,000 things.
This is where the Droam fleet has gathered here during this. The alarm rings out.
We need a Lincoln one.
The crew of the Vengeance.
I'm surprised of all the crossovers there are. There isn't like a, I don't know, a President's crossover. The damage on the blast is really high. Oh, okay.
Alarms ring through the ship, waking the crew of the Bloodlust.
Alright, let's go. Warlock.
can hear the growls and shouts of the crew. They're looking for the hatch to the mine bay.
You will,
looks
by the
like
way,
it
if you want to play this
requires some
character,
kind of
there will
crest to
100% be a guide for this
From
one.
here,
It's not going to be a hard guide because it's just Warlock, and we've all played Warlock before, so I think we all kind of have an idea about how this goes. Warding, 15 seconds, D-door, get out, run for your life. Ah, good, they took it. I'm glad to hear that they took it as well, because that would have been bad.
One down.
If I hit him with the 15 seconds and they don't take the D-door. I assume people are doing the other ones. Is this one sinking?
Even the deepest slumbering Droam
Oh, Bash is still alive. It's happening. Especially if they're hardcore. Oh, I forgot there's hardcore right now. Oh, shit.
Just one more Droam ship to
Whoop.
send to the bottom of the ocean.
I didn't see the timer. You know what? That happens sometimes. That's why we have restaurants. That's why we have restaurants. That's when that happened in one of the animated Batman shows? Well, yeah, dude. That's how they got Al Capone, the IRS. Even criminals pay their taxes. Anyway, I need some more grown-up juice. Good old grown-up juice. There's a Path of Exile map called Death and Taxes, and I don't get the reference. Like I know that the phrase Death and Taxes and all that, but I just don't know. I don't know how the map corresponds to that. I guess there's a guy that just keeps chasing you down no matter how often you kill him. Maybe that's why. I don't know. Anyway.
Lobo the Bloody, known across 2 continents for his vile ritual sacrifices of innocent lives,
Grown-up
has
juice.
now fallen to your wrath.
Ah, juice for grown-ups. Oh, I feel so grown-up right now. Oh, Tel Cruiser, the Eldritch Blast wave looks like Baja Blast. It does kind of look like Baja Blast. It does have that Baja Blast color. Where's the nearest Taco Bell to me? Taco Bell near me. The nearest Taco Bell is nowhere. The nearest Taco Bell is 20 minutes. I heard about the Baja Blast Pie. I assume the Baja Blast Pie is... Ooh, rip. Hope that guy wasn't hardcore. No, he's a legend. He's fun.
Broken the Droam blockade of Stormreach Harbor.
Sometimes they get you, you know? Yeah, I don't think they have the Baja Blast Pie here. So I don't think I can get one. It'd be good. I'm sure it's good. Well, I'm sure it's fine. Has anyone had a Baja Blast Pie? Also, rip Slacken. R.I.P. Got this money, but I'm paying my taxes on the IRS? Yeah, exactly. It happens. There's a whole section about it in Better Call Saul, where he has to explain to Jesse, like, why you gotta pay your taxes. Level 5's dying? I think that's because if you do 1 play session, it's not too bad to get to 5 in 1 play session for some people. And by the time you get to 5, at that point, you're already like, you know, kind of losing focus because you're doing well. So you start to kind of like space, you know. It could be Salt Marsh without gear, but that's a misadventure. That's a trap, which again makes me think it's people who are just like, they're like gaming, but they're like not super paying attention. 310, 11 HP. We don't know. We couldn't see his HP before. Being able to see his HP is like a new thing.
You've beaten back Droam's surprise attack.
We've beaten them off this time.
Tend to Tollis's injuries.
I love the music in these quests. I hate these quests so much. I think they suck. There's like big piles of guys. Like I get the theming and I understand why there's guys because it's like the army. In fact, actually, I'm gonna go back here a step. I like the fact that they're actually really well organized in this quest. I like that all of the kobolds are like mining. They all seem intentional, all the placements. So I really like those elements. But I just kind of hate how many monsters there are in these quests. But it makes sense because it's the army. Ugh. I'm like, I don't like these quests, but my justifications for why I usually don't like quests don't hold up in court. What am I gonna do? Dang, Mimic Boss and Catastrophe. Let's see if I can survive. You can do it! Just drink a resist acid potion. If you're level 6, before you go into the catacombs, you can buy resist acid 20s from the vendor upstairs. Like the morph, not every quest had a million guys. Interesting question, because it would be themed better. Oh, why? I'm like, my mouse isn't moving because there's a coffee cup in the way. Oh. Can I click these anymore? Oh, you can't just instantly explode all of these? Oh no, I made a mistake. I thought you could still do that. No, it's been patched. Unlucky. All right. I'm gonna fight my way out of here while my team does the rest of it.
That huge explosion.
I don't watch a lot of Twitch, but of the Twitch that I do watch, I do enjoy watching speedrunners. And something that I always find very, very entertaining is when speedrunners fail at a speedrunning trick. And then at which point they just go like, oh my god, it's patched, game is patched, but they're like playing a Super Nintendo game. I don't know why, but that always makes me giggle, like a little kid. You know? Can't Hess in, ooh, this emote here. It's on me. Oh shit, I don't even have the thing on my action bar. Whoops. Well, it's my emote now. Mostly because everyone's too far away. Emote on me, in case people want it. JK, it doesn't work. Alright, never mind. No more moat. I was like, ha, I got the moat. And then it's broken. It's a broken moat. If blue, be careful. Oh, dude, I can smoke a blue moat. See this guy? Hey, it's Rhyolite. It's more like guy who's Dio-lite. Zing, got him. Set a charge on the moat before activating it? That's a good idea. Set a nuclear bomb on the moat. It's like the rogue time bomb. Has anyone been messing around with the time bomb? Does it feel better now in the tier 5? They did say they updated some of the scalings, so I don't know if it actually made it better, but I'm curious. I do want to play a mechanic at some point. Also, why am I doing the optionals? Because my teammates are doing the quest and I gotta do something. Alright. Another man, they regret it. Good to know. Ooh. Mark. Like, I can't catch up at this point because I'm too far behind, but now I can get extra XP from my teammates because I got distracted. So I killed one optional. I'm breaking boxes. Hell yeah, man. But yeah, I want to play crossbow mechanic. And part of me wants to go either pure or like 18-2 or 18-1-1. Maybe 18 rogue, 1 arty, 1 something. What's the other one though? Fighter for a feat? What feat do you need? I don't know. 18-1 something. The 1 arty gives you rapid reload, which seems convenient for 1 level, plus conjure bolts. So 1 arty makes sense. Hip flask is just a bad capstone, so I'm not worried about that. And 4 not working in a row. Hell yeah. Complain. Fight the system. Yeah, it's really annoying that how many they break. I don't know why they break. Hopefully SSG is able to solve that problem. SSG did say, or Cordovan did say that they are looking into some of the issues currently, and that there will be a patch likely like 2 weeks from now. I mean, it's not sobering to hear 2 weeks from now, but next week is Thanksgiving, so what are you gonna do?
A familiar kobold voice barks.
True. Yeah, you don't get the AoE. You need 3 for the AoE attack, which is kind of annoying. The problem with Rune Arms is I want to play a dex-based one. The reuse mechanic, 50%. Oh, you're already at the attack speed cap. Oh, yeah.
The smoking body of the Demolitions Master crumples to the ground.
Something in one of my teeth.
Defeated Droam's scheme to undermine Stormreach. You've reached the end of the
Yeah, it's a
tunnel.
static. It's not bad.
Surely this must exit to Droam's base of operations here on Zendrik. With your mission accomplished,
I have too much
you should
farm.
report back to the Coin Lords
Too much
for
farm to
further
shit.
instructions.
True. Too much farm to shit, dude. No, I can't leave. I got D-Door boozled. Damn it. Yeah, group stealth is always interesting in games. In Lord of the Rings Online, there is the group stealth ability you get that on a burglar called Share the Fun. And the only reason I ever used Share the Fun was because I would go out into the PvP zone as a burglar with my buddy who played as a guardian. But he played as the Red Guardian, which is all about bleeds. So basically we would just stealth around, find one guy, and then pop out of stealth, apply all of our bleeds to that one target, and then they can't cleanse them all. There's nothing they can do, and then they just die. That was good shit. No one expects the Guardian to pop out of stealth. The big heavy armor two-handed guy, no one expects it. Although, to be fair, he wasn't that big. He was a dwarf, but, big adjacent.
For some reason,
big in spirit.
Droam army has chosen this location for their camp.
Yeah, man. Also, dude, okay, so we would also do the reverse gank. Okay, so what we would do is there were these bridges near the beginning, or near the middle of the map, near TA. So, Tolaskaran is like the middle keep. And so what we would do is there'd be these large bridges that go over rivers. Is he would like go across the bridge, and he's playing Guardian. He's got sword and shield, right? What they don't know is he's wearing all DPS gear. Literally no tank items, but he's got the shield on, so it looks like he's a tank. So he goes across the bridge. The whole enemy raid sees him. He starts to run away, blows 1 cooldown. They still chase him. Then he jumps off of a cliff, like off the bridge. When you hit the ground in Lord of the Rings, the penalty you get is a while you're instead of taking damage, you take like a movement speed penalty, but you also take a penalty to your ability to block, parry, and evade attacks. So he would use Guardian's Pledge when he's on the bridge, that makes it so that he basically blocks, parries, and evades every single attack that comes in. Then he would jump off the bridge. Well, he's low. So, of course, 6-7 guys follow him off the bridge because they want to get him. They're all these Orc Reavers, with these Reaver players with like, yeah. Like they're excited they're going to get the kill. They're going to sink their teeth in. He hits the ground, swaps to a two-handed weapon, hits Warrior's Heart, goes back to full, gets a 50% DR, and then I pop out as my burglar. And we 2v7 them because they can't block, they can't parry, they can't evade, and they can't run because they're now at minus 60% movement speed for a minute, and you can't override it. Whoops. God, that was so good. Because they're like, oh yeah, it's easy. We'll get them. Nope, not today. The old days in the moors. Gonna stealth both of us and just playing Reaper and got stronger the more people to fight. Yeah, dude, Reaper is fun. That's my favorite type of Warlock to play. Or not Warlock, Necromancer.
An ancient giant temple complex rises high above you. Is this the reason for the Droam army coming here?
Yeah, those are the good times. You lure them off the bridge, and then it's all... Whoops, sorry. You got caught in the honey. These Crusaders walking bombs. again, for me, it was just a, it was just the honeypot strat. It's so sweet. They got to take the bait. They have to take the bait.
Upstairs, a Medusa hisses. Don't just stand there, fools.
It also helped that he was basically one of the best Guardian players on the server. So both in PvE and PvP, guy was a beast. He could out keyboard and mouse basically anybody.
Picks on stone resound from down below. A monotone chant echoes from the hole in the floor.
All
a withered
right.
and bent figure step. The hag fades away with a torch.
You didn't really expect me to fight without my army, did you?
I don't need energy criticals. I don't deal any elemental damage. It just occurred to me. So I could take Arcane Alacrity. Huh. Huh. 2 sets of foot pedals? I don't think he did. Salvage came out, just got my first Nebula. Hey! Nebula fragment. Nice. Congrats, dude. That's awesome. That's great. The Nebula fragment is really, really rare. I don't know what you're going to do with it, but I hope you do something fun with your Nebula fragment. I turned mine into a perfected Jits Tetka, which I still have, which I'm not getting rid of. Can't be out that long? Yeah, I'm sorry. Remember when I said Ravenloft was 8 years ago, Runt? Let me say it again. Ravenloft came out 8 years ago. December 2017. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, Fizz in League of Legends? Yeah, he came out 14 years ago. You guys remember when Fizz came out? Remember watching the Champion Spotlight with Freak? How cool was that, huh? When Fizz came out 14 years ago? I'm sorry, you're old.
I'll leave you now, but here's one last thing to
Rise in age, my minions. Rise in age. Is a vortex due to Rona period? True. Arcane Alacrity work on Eldritch Blast? I mean, it's like cooldown, not cast speed, but yeah. The problem is they can't increase the speed of Eldritch Blast. They actually did originally have an ability here in Blood Component that was like your Eldritch Blast is 10% faster, but it never worked. What the fuck? What is this? What is... shit. Oh no. Well, they'll figure it out. Can't be that hard. Ah, yes. Thorn's current expansion. Guys, stop 1v5 in the edgelord with the sights. You'll just die if you don't want to go on them.
Crazy style.
Yeah, man. More health.
The lights on the floor go out. The portal collapses, cutting off further reinforcements from Droam. Your mission is a success. The few remaining stragglers pose no threat to Zendrik.
Horse, you're lucky you're almost ban-proof. But thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Hope we're doing very well. That's when I started. No. The newest hero when I started, I believe, was either Riven or Graves. I can't remember. I'm old, dude. I'm an old man. I bet Dorak would know who that Guild Wars 2 content creator is. I don't, unfortunately. I didn't really watch a lot of Guild Wars 2 content before I started playing a little bit. Oh, we're doing Necro 4. Nice. 4 expansions to Saltmarsh. Just remember Shadowfell Conspiracy is 12 years old. Yeah. I mean, the expansions thing is kind of complicated because, you know, getting an expansion every year kind of makes expansions feel less special in a sense. It feels like less of an event when it's like, oh, there's an expansion coming out. It's hard to be like as excited when it happens so often. It's just that's just how we get content. So the term kind of loses a little bit of meaning. Tumble. I don't need jump. Let's go with Hegel. Warlock feat. Bargainer's force of will. +1 will saves. All right. Mass hold monster. As it turns out, this spell is very good. Yeah, Guild Wars 1 Reforged. I can't believe they went with the name Reforged. You know? Like, I can't be the only one that's blown away by that. The fact that they were like, yeah, you know that World of Warcraft thing that like blew chunks and everybody hated? Where it's like they remastered Warcraft 3, but everyone hated it? Yeah. Let's use that name for our product too. Blows my mind. Guild Warzier? Yeah, dude. Guild Wars, the Revenge. Dark Bargainer Warlock, that's right. We're doing a Dark Bargainer Warlock. The goal here is to be doing as max damage as Warlock as physically possible. Literally no more damage, or no one can do more damage than I can. That's the goal here. Trying to max out the damage on this character. As a result, we have 60 Spellcraft because I've been taking Spellcraft here. I took Spellcraft here. I've got the Dark Gifts that give me extra skills. So you get even more Spellcraft to ramp up the damage. We're doing everything we can to get as much damage as physically possible. Ooh, nice. Every share. Oh. Do we have fire ice? If we don't, I can go buy scrolls. I have scrolls. Perfect. Remember, if you already bought Guild Wars in the past? True. I think it's cool. I think doing a remaster is kind of awesome. Again, I think that the Guild Wars Reforged is going to be awesome. The only thing I'm worried about, because they said they're going to be doing some UI changes, that's pretty much the only complaint I have about Guild Wars in general, is like the UI is... Ugh. Do fire, but not ice. Don't know the rune for fire or ice. Oh my god, I'm just gonna go buy the scrolls. Just in case. I can teleport into the shop, so I'm just gonna buy it. Nope, not you. Here we go. Teleport to the shop. Staff of Arcane Power, eh? Hmm. What is my bonus to DCs? So, do I have? Does anything tell me it's DC? No. Oh, I guess I have this enchantment. 47 on mass hold, not bad. Yeah, I got 47 on mass hold. I don't have any evocation here. What is my evocation? So it's 24 plus 19 is 43 plus spellcasting evocation is 16. So I have 59 on my evocation DCs for my Eldritch Blast. It's not bad. You know, it's not bad. Shenanigans to Golden Motes. I don't want to spoil them, but they are... Think of each one as a boss fight. Each one is a boss fight. Hi, horse. Hi, horse. Anyway, I'll be right back. I gotta use the bathroom. I shall return in a moment because this is a perfect time to step away for a sec.
The seal shudders and opens the depths of the temple. Dank, cold air pours out.
Ugh, I have returned. I knew it. I knew the moat was going to happen on me. Crap. Well. I stepped away for 2 seconds and the moat spawned on me. Nobody needs to know, right? What if I just do this, you know? Nobody needs to know. Is he gonna get ganked? True. Oh, I'm insufficient charges, right? I need to cast spells. Saltmarsh? Yeah, it's pretty sick. Moat at the beginning. So, D-door after we finish for the moat. This is gonna stay here, so we can just chill. So we're gonna wait for everybody. Wait, why did I come back? Because you want the moat? What if someone is someone in your group is in chat? That's good though. That means it's like extra coordination. It means I can just like say a thing and then instead of typing it, they can understand it. And the reason why it's good that if I say something, they can hear it, but I don't understand, is because I'm a grown-up. I'm an adult. And as an adult, as a man, as a person who is above certain legal ages, I'm able to drink specific juice made for adults. You see, some people drink apple juice because apple juice is good for you. Delicious, tasty. But I drink a certain type of apple juice that goes in a very small cup, and it's good for grown-ups. Wow. That's some good apple juice. Oh my lord. Oh. That's some good apple juice. Here we go. Also, if you didn't know, the moats despawn if you don't interact with them in 1 minute. But after you kill the monsters, you can sit there and the finished moat will just wait as long as you want. So you have all the time in the world. Yeah. It's a convenient way. I think a lot of people were nervous about the fact that the moats despawn and they give you a despawning message. So they're like, you're like, oh god, I gotta finish it. But as long as you don't actually finish the moat, it should be fine. I do like them apples though. All right, so I have Fireball, I have Ice Storm, and the fun fact about this one is usually when you play a character like this, you have to worry about what's in your main hand. Well, my main hand weapon only gives me +3 evocation. It doesn't, and I guess Mythic 4. I don't need any of the fire stats. So even though I get fire spell power from this, so my fire spell power is 300, I don't use it. I only need the light spell power. It's kind of funny. No fire spell power for me. It does feel weird playing a Warlock that only uses 1 spell power, but I don't know, there's something like, I kind of like it. It's freeing. Think about how many times you have to play characters and you need to have multiple different spell power types all the time to be able to accommodate all your stupid plans and everything you want to do. I cast an Ice Storm by accident because I hit the wrong button. It's like I'm playing a sorcerer or an alchemist. Oh my lord! The traps! No! Oh, unlucky. I gotcha. Kinetic spell power is still nice for Evards. Yeah, so I'll have some of it on the side. Like, it's not going to be dropped to 0. Most of my spell power that I'm going to have is going to be universal as we move towards the end game, which will be nice. So it'll apply to all of my spells. So it shouldn't be too bad.
Flames of damnation engulf this room.
Yeah, it is always the bard. I think it's just part of having a sacrificial bard. It's an important part of any party. Yeah, I should have a lot of just generic spell power. Again, I'm hopeful to get my spellcraft. I wonder if I can get my spellcraft over 200 and just have a lot of generic spell power.
The fourth torch flares to life, bringing the dark.
I don't think I can. 200 seems like it'd be a bit of a stretch, but there are still some people that actually do the chest blessing, which is kind of neat. For those that don't know, you can use a ability out of the from the Dragon Mark of Finding that increases the level of the loot inside chests. However, it doesn't affect your named drop rate, so it's not terribly useful. It's neat, but it's not like super useful for actually farming things. It's only good for randomly generated loot. Oddly enough, one of the places where chest blessing is kind of good is stuff like Night Revels, where during Night Revels you care about getting level 39 loot from chests. So you're looking for those like plus 16 items, things like that. Am I breaking this? No, I'm good. Just looking at those high tier plus 16 items, and the only way to get them is from chest blessing. So I don't know how many groups we're doing chest blessing level 39 farms, but
Light the flames, bring forth the heat from the flames, overwhelmed by the
so I found the 12-step guide. Hell yeah. Despite stream killing any bard. No, I'm not the bard killing guy. That's Arcaniverse. Tom is the bard killing guy. He kills all the bards, not me. I would never. I still remember that old clip of Tom being in a group where the quest is like entirely lagging out. Literally nothing works at all. And then all of a sudden, like everybody is like stuck. Nobody can do anything. And Tom is the only person that makes it out. And there were like 3 bards in his group. So he TPs out to safety using a teleport item and everyone else dies. And listen, I'm not out here trying to like say that killing bards is bad. It's just what happens on hardcore servers. Bards get killed. It is what it is. What I'm saying is I don't want to take the title away from Tom. That's his title. He's the guy that kills the bards.
The hallway continues unabated through
A little bard sacrifice. No,
flames crawl high.
it wasn't me.
Curiously devoid of flame.
I'm blowing the portal. Do I get the union involved? Exactly, 100%. Yeah, I'm not taking anything away from anybody. Okay. Dude. Fireball wand. Good old fireball wand.
A chill fills the room as the torches darken and the dark tune down to the light.
I'm listening to the song Coming of Age by Foster the People, and I just heard the sound effect from Diablo 2 that the ghosts make when they spawn in, and it's really tripping me out. We call him Stream Tom. You know what? He would like that. Yeah. If you ever see, if Arcaniverse comes back to streaming, which he should, great guy, big fan. Love Tom. If he comes back, yeah, definitely call him Stream Tom. He'll love that. What server is hardcore server? All of them. You can just play the hardcore event. All you have to do is log in and make a brand new character. When you make a new character on any server, you can go into the Hut from Beyond and pick up a winter loot at level 1. You need to be level 1 and you need to have no past lives. So it has to be like a new character basically. Or I guess you could take a bank alt, but sure. And then, yeah, you can start playing your hardcore journey today.
Burns with intense flames. He will arise when the torches are done. The cinder spawn springs forward.
Oh, so you're saying, so if sacrificing bards just always means better raid loot, you're saying that, oh no, Harmonious died to a trap. Whenever I die in a raid, it's not because I'm bad on my bard, it's because I'm just being sacrificed for raid loot? Oh, I see. I see your game, Flame Spirit. Wait, each server has its own leaderboard? Oh, of course each server would have its own leaderboard. Are they going to post a leaderboard on each server? Also, again, the leaderboards are crazy cheesable. So, here you go. Enjoy. I wonder if they'll do that. Now, bear in mind, even though it's easy to cheese all the leaderboards, I've said this before and I will say it again. Anyone in the top 5 of both leaderboards still worked for it. Okay? Just keep that in mind. I'm not going to discredit the people that put the time in, because even if you're like, oh, well, yeah, but Strim, you can get to level 34 and just farm out all the quests on elite difficulty. You're right. You can cheese the whole leaderboard, but that means somebody did it. Somebody went and they farmed out all the quests on for favor, okay? Even if they're level 34, they still did all of it, which is a huge pain in the ass and takes forever to do. And then again, for Reaper points, yes, you can just join your guild doing R10s and stay at the entrance to the quest at level 20 and just soak up XP. That's true. But that means people still did the quests. They still got it. Like, the leaderboards don't record what you think they're supposed to record, which is like people playing hardcore and getting achievements. Instead, it's just people getting achievements. So that's why I'm like, I think the leaderboard is silly and it doesn't make any sense, but the people that do place, if they place high, did it with a lot of effort. It's not an easy task. So if you see anybody at the top of the leaderboard, those people did put a lot of time and effort. It's not the fault of the people at the top of the leaderboard that SSG made a leaderboard easily cheesable. Needs to be a separate server? Yeah, 100%. Oh, absolutely. There's no reason for leaderboards to be in here. I thought the leaderboard was going to be like, I don't know, like there'd be a loot that would just like scale up infinitely with durability. They'd just keep going or something like that. I don't know. I don't know if that would work either. I think that probably still doesn't work. I do not know the solution to this problem. Again, I've never been a big leaderboard guy. The highest leaderboard I ever placed was 10th on the first, or 10th place on the first hardcore leaderboard. I just don't care. Don't hate the player, hate the game. That's literally what I'm saying in a nutshell. You know, what you said is just more succinct and smarter. Yeah, when they said leaderboard, I thought it would be like a different kind of leaderboard and not just like the regular hardcore leaderboard, which is kind of funny. Dude, this character does so much damage. I know I'm not doing anything because I'm like behind my teammates most of the time, but dude, Warlock does so much damage, especially this. Look at this. Look at these guys. They're getting murked. They're getting hit by a bazooka. That is my Eldritch Blast. Speaking of bazookas, I know you guys are excited for the new Code Vein game coming out next year. Og. That's a lot of damage. Oh my lord. 173 every 2 seconds? I mean, that's a good amount of fog damage. I didn't know where you were going with that. I can be funny sometimes. Sometimes. It's the brain poison that's really helping a lot with the old humor calibrations.
The assembly area is a large.
There's any top 5 Soul games? Same. I'm not a big anime guy, as in I don't watch a lot of anime, although I can recommend the most recent show I watched was Mob Psycho 100. Great show. Can recommend. 10 out of 10. Anyway, I don't really watch a lot of the anime, but one of the things that I liked about Code Vein that really stands out to me is it solves one of the problems I have with every Dark Souls game, including Elden Ring, which is actually moat, which is exemplified by Elden Ring. Playing through the Elden Ring DLC was fun. I really enjoyed playing through the Elden Ring DLC. I think that like everything about the Shadow Tree was really interesting. I really enjoyed the boss fights. I had an absolute blast, but I really hated the fact that pretty much every single item I got in that expansion, I couldn't play with. Like I couldn't use any of the items at all because every single item was like, by the way, you need 785 million of every stat to be able to use it. And I'm like, I was playing an int build at the time. So like I got the new sword that let me do like some of the moon spells, and that's kind of cool. But outside of that, I couldn't use anything because it'd be like, do you have 100 arcane? No, you can't use it. Do you have like 200 strength? No, great, you can't use it. And so for me, I just didn't enjoy that element of it, especially when you get into later games, and every Souls game has that. And the fact that Code Vein is like, oh, if you get a new weapon, you can't use it now, but if you change your blood code, you can use it because your blood code determines your stats, and you can change things around. And I was like, oh, I like this. I like this. That's good. Mob, the guy who makes Mob Psycho and One Punch Man, is really cool dude. Yep. I don't know. I've only watched the anime. I haven't read any of the old Japanese comics. Whoa. I'm out of tumble charges. No. Quick, hit them all. Oh no. Oh, we got it. Nice. See, that was good. Plus, also, when I played Code Vein on stream, and I was like, "Hey guys, should I play with the companions or without the companions?" And everybody in chat was like, "Oh no, dude, you gotta play without the companions, dude. You gotta go solo. It's like harder that way. It's like when I ask what classes you start as in Elden Ring, and everyone's like, you gotta go with the depraved, man. You can't start with items. That's not fair. That's cheating. So I had to start with that stuff. I have replayed Code Vein having the companions with you. Bro, it's so much easier when you have the companions. It's not like an easy game by any stretch of the imagination, but oh my god, it's so much easier when you have a companion with you. The game is designed to have a companion, so playing without one is, oh my lord. Especially some of the attack patterns, some of the later bosses. Monstrous. Monstrous. Yeah, good games. So I'm very excited for the sequel. I didn't even know they were making a sequel until I saw the trailer. It was like coming out in February. I mentioned this before, I don't really buy any new games because unemployed and I don't have a lot of money. So I kind of bank all my currencies and keep that shit on lock. But that will be a new game I'm buying. Unnecessary handicap? No. It's a requirement for streamer entertainment. People in chat love the fact that I was playing without the companions at the time. Watching me seethe for hours was fun. I'm trying to remember what the hardest boss was at the time. I will say I didn't play the DLCs. I didn't find the DLCs very exciting. I found all the DLCs was just like generic area with difficult boss fight at the end. And I finished one, and then I went to the second one. I was like, I'm not into this. I don't know where I spent the longest. Where did I spend the longest? I would say probably the duo fight against the Cannoneer and the other guy. That was probably where I spent the longest. Because having to fight two things at the same time, one which is super fast and 60, it's basically Ornstein and Smo on steroids. That was a fight and a half. Also, conveniently, Close to the end of the game too. Yeah, no, I didn't have any of that. The only time I brought a companion along during the main campaign is I think there was like one section where I think EO asked you and it's like, hey, can I come along for this thing? And I was like, sure. And I got like a different cutscene or something. But she's like cheating. She has like a giant two-handed axe and rips everything to shreds, which was very unexpected because I was like, oh, this like girl who's wearing literally nothing and is like basically doesn't move and is very slow. And then all of a sudden, it's like, oh yeah, what's her weapon of choice? Gigantic, massive two-handed axe. Sure. I mean, it is anime.
The familiar voice calls again, louder and clearer.
Barbarians do big damage. Can't complain. Yeah, so I'm excited for the second one. I'll probably replay the game to get a refeel for it. Where did I spend the most time? I think I had the longest time, or the area I spent the most time in was the Burning City, probably. Just because of I refused to skip a lot of like the optional fights along the way. So I remember just repeating a lot of fights over and over and over in the Burning City. I remember that being something that took a long time. I remember getting through the snow area pretty fast. I remember the memes of like the White Palace looking the same everywhere. I didn't really have that much trouble navigating through it, to be honest with you.
The frozen floor shatters as the battle rages on.
Oh, we missed a moat. It's upstairs somewhere.
Breaks once again.
Magic enter polar max, yeah.
The Doomspear's rage is barely contained by the ancient frozen abyss. The Doomspear stops fighting and
This guy got destroyed.
It was the only way.
Like the games I saw gameplay of it just seemed like a boss fight per DLC. That's basically what it is. You have like really generic concrete areas in a boss fight. And the boss fights are so bullshit. It's like some of the most horseshit boss fights I've ever experienced in a video game. Cannot recommend. D&D 5e game. I don't think so. Maybe somebody could make a campaign setting out of it. The campaign setting is kind of interesting with like the revenants and how they like come back to life. You gotta get the blood beads and everything. You could like make a reasonable story out of it and then give people a different blood code. Unfortunately, I don't think it would make sense to have like a main character because the main character being able to absorb people's blood codes wouldn't make sense. Oh, I'm the party leader. Devil's Gambit next, starting with Grim and Barrett. R1, Grim. Teleport to the harbor. Harbor. Oh god, I can't read.
The silver flame
Yeah, so I'm excited for it.
Activity in the area.
Most of the stuff I'm excited for is just like stuff I know is probably going to be good. The new Destiny expansion looks good with the Star Wars stuff, so I'm excited about that one. Path of Exile 2 League with the Druid. If you're going to play a Blood Mage again, but go in animal form.
Great mortals, the planar orb
Should be a good time.
I'll leave my
The new Lord of the Rings expansion's coming out. New Star Wars stuff. Oh, in Destiny 2, the new expansion called Renegades is an homage to Star Wars. So, for example, you'll be able to get a Praxic blade, which is not a lightsaber. It just looks like one. You'll be able to get a blaster, which is, or a, I can't remember what they call it, but it's definitely not the blaster from Star Wars. It's definitely its own unique thing. There's definitely not just a Sarlacc pit. There's not just, you know, the canteen and everything else. It's an allusion to Star Wars. It's an homage. Bone Witch can use some. But Option Skeleton, have you considered just playing Blood Mage with Hollow Palm Technique? I'm excited for Blood Mage Hollow Palm Technique using animal forms. SWTOR? No, I haven't played SWTOR in a while. Is there a good update coming to SWTOR? Last time I played SWTOR was 2020. It's been a while.
guards a cage containing a large diary.
Remind me, stream, if you go to heroic as an epic character, can you still loot the chests? Yeah, you can loot chests in heroics, absolutely, as an epic character. You just can't do Reaper mode. And you don't get XP. Also, if you're an iconic race, can you do a racial past life? If you use one from the store item? No. Iconics cannot get racial lives. You get the iconic life, which gives you the iconic and the class. So it got sold to Broadsword. Is it?
Thanks to Barrett, you can
I like Star Wars The Old Republic. For what it's worth, the main campaigns, I told people like during the pandemic after I played through it, like if you were bored and you needed something to do, playing each class campaign is amazing. I will still hold out that the Imperial Operative campaign is like some of the best MMO storytelling I've ever experienced. It blows my mind. Never break into my crit. I mean, yeah, there's not a lot of physical spells in the game. Yeah, I went Hollow Palm Blood Mage because I tried Fire Blood Mage using tri-elemental Firestorm with all of the infusions last season, and it was really horrible. It just didn't work. All the infusions are bad. The MTR fusion mechanic is bad. It's just all bad from start to finish. So I hated it. So I just swapped to Hollow Palm, and it was so good. Blood Mage apparently does really well with Hollow Palm. It's mostly the fact that you get all of the insane lifesteal, which is really, really good. And then on top of that, you get a lot of defense for being a Blood Mage from the regen. Napoleonic and World War I trench warfare that takes his reinforcement from Trench Crusade. That's kind of neat. It's a different way to do that.
The stone door rolls.
I know many people that are into like that Napoleonic stuff. I'm not at all, but I know several people that are.
Along the cliff wall leads to a ridge above, where the cleric's ritual is underway.
Yeah, Terror from Beyond was that was one of the operatives or operations, right? The raids.
The cleric turns towards
you. Yeah, I think I've done Terror from Beyond. I think I either did it or I watched somebody do it. I can't remember. Do you have a good guide or knowledge of Ice Alchemist? You say your stay is one of the big three. Yeah. Just take the Alchemist that I put together, silly one, for the starter guide, and just take the ice spells and take the ice abilities. So everywhere that says acid, just take the ice version instead. Multitude. I wanted to like Bone Witch because in Diablo 2, one of my favorite characters to play is Bone Necro. Like, I love Bone Necro, dude. But unfortunately, Bone Necro is not the same as Bone Witch. There's nothing that hits the same as Bone Spear does. Could have sworn you said that in the video. I did say that in the video, yeah.
Laughter reverberates from behind this.
A containment generator. Just what I need.
It's my anti-tank gun. Funniest thing that's happened on the side of the trench line. That seems really neat. I love like the alternative takes. That's cool. I really like that. That's awesome. Yeah. I feel like you can get inspiration from so many different places when it comes to coming up with your own ideas as to what you want to do for different types of tabletop. Like again, for me, the tabletop that I'm currently running was the whole inspiration is a simple comment that came up during Twitch, like during streaming, where somebody talked about like, I can't remember how it came up, but somebody was basically something along the lines of like, what if raise dead was like easy? I think we were talking about it, like in DDO, what if it was like easy to raise dead or like easier? And it's already pretty easy, but what about like low levels? And then I thought about it for like 2 seconds and was like, yeah, what if raise dead was easy? Yeah, interesting question. So I thought about it and came up with the whole premise of an entire universe in which people studied magic to fix death, because that's the most, like, that was the problem they wanted to fix. So they learned how to cast Raise Dead as the first magic spell. And so as a result of that being the main focus, it's the thing people know how to do the best. And so all magic has sprouted from that. And so, like, you can teach children how to raise the dead because it's so easy, because everyone knows how to do it. It's just a thing you learn. But all the other magic comes later. So, like, you know, healing magic gets taught later on, or like other things. And so as a result, it flips everything on its head. How does the universe work? How does the world work? You know, if you get into a bar fight, can you just kill a guy? Do you get in trouble for that? What does real death mean? What are the real consequences for these things? And so it just, it kind of birthed this whole like series of consequences. So I started writing and just feverishly writing a whole world. And I was like, okay, well, if you die all the time, or not if you die all the time, but if people die all the time and come back to life, what can they see? They know what the afterlife is like. So there's no questions about religion, so you have to change how religion functions. So because a lot of, you know, modern religion is based on like what happens when you die. Well, you know what happens when you die all the time, you see it. So, you know, we got to change it up. So I built things around like different like types of philosophies, and it was interesting how it all kind of came together. But then I ran into the problem of like, okay, if raising the dead is exceedingly easy, and everybody can do it, so then what does that mean for the players? So like, you know, what kind of classes are the characters going to play? Am I just going to say, okay, you're a wizard, but you can raise the dead? And that didn't really work for me for what I was doing, because I just realized that is not going to line up with how I see things. So I decided that no, instead of having something like that, it would be like, oh,
and there's no sign of a lock.
We have to have custom classes. That makes the most sense. So instead, I gave the world document out to my players, and I was like, here is the whole world that I wrote. I gave them some like you know, 80-page document or whatever. And I was like, read it, take a couple weeks, and then I'm going to interview you. I'm going to do a one-on-one. I'm going to ask you questions about your character, who you are in the world. Do you have any magic powers? Where do you come from? What's your background? Blah, 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 blah. And then I wrote character classes for each of the players. So everyone has a solid backstory about who they are and where they want to go and what their character is trying to do and what their goals are. And then I give them their character sheet. And so whenever they level up, I give them their level. So they like get new powers when they level up. I'm actually working on level 10 for my players right now. And one of the characters is the Frozen Soul, who is kind of like a melee ice caster. So they're like a melee caster. They have a heavy focus on ice and void magic, which is basically like there's a void in their soul that they fill with like, they have like an icy heart. But then I was like, what if a void in the soul was a literal void? And so I added a new element. So as opposed to just like the regular damage types, there's also the void damage type, and it's exclusive to their character. Not technically exclusive to their character for reasons, but just rare. So yeah. And it's been good. I'm still working on the 10th level. I don't have all of the abilities sorted out for what they're getting for 10. I'm also right now, we're on a bit of a break because I kind of had I started getting a little stressed out because I had too many things going on at the same time. So I decided to take a slight break from the campaign, so that gives me some more time to flesh these things out. So I'm also doing a soft revamp where I'm going through everyone's sheet and updating all the abilities that should have been written better in the first place. Either things where things weren't cleared out or like explained carefully enough that I've learned over time that need to be explained better, and also adding in things that scale better as well. Moat. Purple moat. Yeah, also, by the way, if you're ever interested in the character classes that I've written, fun fact, you don't have to wait. In my Discord, under pen and paper, if you go into the pinned comments, I have all of the character classes pinned. So it's already done. Multitude.
There you are.
Welcome. We're on Multitude. He's the person who have been dead less than a minute. The animate dead takes a minute to cast. Question: why is the healer taking so long to revive your friend? I mean, yeah.
If I get inside the manufactory where they make these things.
Yeah, the players are interesting. We have in the party there are 5 people. So we have the Frozen Soul, which I mentioned, was like a melee caster, so it's somebody who gets into melee range. The way that their character works is that as they cast skills, their character builds frost on their skin, and then they can expend the frost to then do things. So some skills generate frost, some skills cost frost. Other skills can only be used when they have a certain amount, but they don't necessarily have a cost. So as the fight goes on, they like get more powerful, as an example. Additionally, the frost can also physically manifest as like temporary hit points, and then they can like use those spend those temporary hit points to do things as well. So they have like a dual tiered resource system. It's kind of neat. We have the Kinetic Juggernaut, which is basically my take on Barbarian. The whole point of the Kinetic Juggernaut is a friend of mine who wanted to play this type of character was like, I want to play a character that's like kind of like a Barbarian, but like has a magic element, but not like I have to learn a bunch of spells magic element. And I was like, no problem, I got you. And so the Kinetic Juggernaut is basically my take on that. It all sprouted from, there's an ability in DDO on the Ravager tree. The first core of Ravager is, I think it's called like Furious Rage or something. And it's whenever you roll a 1, you get +1 to hit and damage. That stacks up to 6 times. So you pretty much always have +6 to hit and damage because you roll so many 1s in this game. And I was like, that's a great idea for an entire character mechanic. So her character has a resource called Fury. And whenever her character misses an attack, she gains Fury. Or if she rolls a 1, she gains extra Fury. And the idea is that she can spend her Fury to then have more powerful attacks. So either she hits and all of her attacks go through and she does lots of damage because she's like a barbarian type character, or she misses where she gets mad. And as her character gets mad, she literally gets more powerful. Because now she can use more powerful abilities to kind of circumvent the missing part. So it's kind of based entirely around that, and it's a really fun concept because again, when she gets like literally you roll at the table, you roll a 1, I missed, you as a person get mad, but now your character gains more powerful to circumvent it. I really like that mechanic. I think it's really fun. That was good. One of my players, he is I called them the Forbidden Artist. They are a necromancer type character in a world in which raised dead is super easy and anybody can be brought back to the dead, brought back from the dead at any time. Necromancy is pretty bad because if you do a necromancy, you kind of sever somebody's soul from their body. So if you take somebody's body and do a necromancy, well, now they can't be raised. So it's it's pretty frowned upon. So instead, for them, it's the Forbidden Artist because it's like they're trying to basically master death effectively, and so they're kind of like a combination artificer plus necromancer, where they're effectively trying to like rebuild life from those who have already died. And so their mechanic is soul. So as they deal damage to enemies, they generate soul, and then they can use their soul to basically cast more powerful abilities. However, if they don't have the soul to be able to cast on spells, they can dip into their own life pool to cast spells instead that do different things. On top of that, this character also gets the ability to create a homunculi, but the homunculi has to be made of individual parts, so they have to like build it from things that they find. And so he's got this horrible kind of creature. I don't know if I have a picture of it. I might have a picture of the creature because he's been finding all these parts, and I'll let you guys kind of pull it apart if you want, but let me see if I can find it. I think he posted the picture. Where is the picture? Where's the picture? Where's the picture? I'll find it in a sec. I have to keep scrolling. There's so many pictures. There's cat pictures. There's all sorts of stuff. It was a long time ago when I got the picture pasted. Here is the creature that he created. I'll post the link in the Discord, or not in the Discord, in here. You can kind of see it. So this is the picture, but I'll showcase it. Oh, purple moat. 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 So yeah, this is the creature itself. So it's got like a demon goat leg sort of thing. It's got these like claws. It has a crab shell body, but it has these like gold lizard claws. It has these like angel wings on it. It has a kobold head, but the bottom part of the kobold head, the neck, is like a demon fire sac, so it can breathe fire. How do you get a figure? He built it. He built it himself. So the problem with that, Lord Dials, is there's no wizard. They don't have a wizard in the party because no one can pick the class wizard. So the Fury mechanic can't be exploited by a divination wizard because they have no wizard and they don't have divination magic. if they had access to all the classes, absolutely, but they do not. We need to get to things. I don't have lockpick. Yeah, so he built it himself, which is pretty sick. Out of like multiple different figures and a lot of glue and a lot of patience. He built Mortimer. Anyway, and then what else do we have? Then there is the one party member who's died, unfortunately. So one player died. It was the otherworldly scion. Okay, so one of my friends, when I was coming up with this idea, he comes up to me and he goes, listen, for my character, I want to play a guy that has a psychic fish that lives in his head. And I'm like, what? He's like, yeah, my character, like, that has a fish that's psychic that lives in his head. Like, in his head, there's a fish, and it's psychic. And I was like, okay. So we made it work. Basically, the fish is like a parasite. So there's the parasite and the host sort of mentality. And the host has no powers himself, but the fish, or the parasite, can grant the host power to do things. So they kind of have to share a body. And the way it works is that if the host dies, the parasite is not necessarily dead because the host can be resurrected, but the parasite can't be resurrected from the dead. So they have to like kind of balance that play. Anyway, due to a series of circumstances, unfortunately, he died as well. So we lost it, but yeah, he had like a whole bunch of psychic powers, and yeah, it was basically just like a really powerful psionic character. He had the ability to control people's minds, to manipulate energy, or not energies, but like to manipulate any type of force, different types of like direct forces, and with different type of psychic energies. And it was neat, but he also had two personalities in his head. And so you had to play a character that had two personalities all the time, switching between one character to the other. And so sometimes the players, or the party members, want to talk to one person. Sometimes they want to talk to the other character, but maybe that character was like not available or not talking. Let's do, Tavern Brawl. Let's do Tavern Brawl. So yeah, it was kind of neat. Anyway, he died. He then got replaced by the Arcane Skirmisher with his new character. So unfortunately, he died in a huge like graphic event. It was really horrible. His character could not be resurrected. So he needed a new character. Fortunately, we workshopped for a few weeks and we made a brand new character. Now, this character was kind of like a Eldritch Knight, sort of like a wizard warrior sort of deal. But the whole idea was that the character could only cast magic by enchanting their arm. They had like a prosthetic arm, and they enchanted everything through their arm. Kind of think of like Edward from Full Metal Alchemist, but instead of he could like change the shape of the arm, that was just like his magical focus. And so when he was like a wizard where he would prepare spells, but instead of using them from a spell book or memorizing them, he would inscribe runes into his arm, and then to cast a spell, he would pull a rune off and throw it to like activate the spell magic. And he was kind of like a light armor, sort of dodge in and out of combat, sort of wizard type character. So he's kind of like a skirmisher, wizard sort of thing. He had a lot of things going on. It was really cool. Took a while to kind of figure out and nail down all of the pieces that were meant to work. However, due to the nature of the story, he wanted his character to actually be a continuation of a character he played in a previous campaign, where he was going to be the son of his last character from the last campaign that we played. The problem is, the last campaign we played was in Eberron. It was a campaign based on DDO, and so how is his son going to show up in this other universe? So we did workshop it, but basically, as a result, his character could not be resurrected because he wouldn't be affected by the same magic of the world. So if he died, it would be a final death, right? So because of that rule, he knew that already. He's like, okay, got to be careful if I die, final death, absolutely. 3 sessions into the new into his new character, he fucking dies. Dude, it took me weeks to write the whole character. It was so much work, and then he just instantly died. Anyway, so after D&D, we're like at the car. It's cold outside. And he's like, so, yeah. And I'm like, yeah. So we ended up, what we decided to do was he made another new character, but I made him do a Gestalt character instead because I'm like, I don't have time for this. Taking 17 and going to Sharn. Am I doing Sharn twice in one day? Yeah, probably. So we made a Gestalt character, but the Gestalt character, I was like, pick 3 classes and combine them together. So he's playing a Scout Rogue, a Swarm Keeper, Ranger, and a Circle of the Spores Druid. And he is playing the Hive Keeper, is what his character is named. Where's the Warlock trainer? This right here. Thorman Heartsbane. Like, I'm looking at this guy. Unavailable, but still Concept Diviner, forcing the brain making stronger to do that. It's funny. Oh, yeah, yeah, absolutely. If they had that power, then sure, that could definitely fit and make something interesting. Unfortunately, they just don't have that power. Or fortunately, because I don't want them to have that power, so it also works. Okay, do this, go here. Multitude, Lost, at sea, R1, Hello, we're heading to Lost at sea. Take care. And disjunct items and craft on all the Fey tag for event? Yes, as long as they have the Fey tag before you disjunct them, they will have the Fey tag afterwards. Okay, that's good, that's good. Here, we got the next tier. But yeah, as a result of the players only playing the character classes that I give them, I'm able to kind of like manage the power levels, but like they're really strong. They just hit level 10, and I would say the available abilities that they have kind of put them at like level 17 character level in regular D&D.
You appear underwater, encased in a magical bubble of air. A Warforged waves you over.
How hard is 5k favor achievement, and do you need to do the Cane at the missions? 5k favor is really easy now. I get 3,000 favor every single time I do Past Life. So you don't need to add too much to get to 5k favor. $5k favor used to be harder back in the day, but we have so many more quests now. Every expansion adds like 250 favor. So yeah, there's a lot. So if you want to get a +5 tome, getting 5k favor is not terrible. If you don't own any of the expansions, it gets a lot more complicated. But if you own the expansions, you should be fine. You just have to make sure you own the different expansions in DDO. If you just have access to the quest pack, like the Gather Your Party, it shouldn't be too bad, I don't think. Is there anyone who doesn't own any expansions who has experience with doing 5k favor?
Have Vaunt's mark on them. The Sahuagin must have taken Vaunt's cargo inside the cave. You step out of the water. Cool.
Because I don't have any experience doing 5k favor without owning content. Without any expansions and without Candace challenges? Okay, yeah. Because that sounds right to me, but also I don't really know.
Fools, you've made enemies of the
You gotta do Titan? No one has to do Titan, dude. Gotta do Titan. Oh, whoops. Wrong button. So it's still doable? Yeah, it should be.
The Sahuagin ambush was fierce, but you've survived it handily.
It was good at playing the tavern piano? Hell yeah. Yeah, I really like characters that are like well themed, you know? I really enjoy themed characters. I never played a character in a wheelchair because dungeons have stairs and that seems like it would be a nightmare. But you have like magic that kind of circumvents that problem. The old stair-based magic.
The water near these rooms churns violently, creating unnatural eddies. Something nearby must be causing these dangerous.
Gotta do Titan ×3 solo. True, yeah, you gotta do normal, hard, and elite if you're free to play. Damn, unlucky. Hit my tank for Titan today. Nice, then you can tank the Titan for us. That's awesome, Horse. I'm excited for you to tank Titan. In fact, not excited. I expect you to.
But a snarling gnoll and her thugs stand
Yeah, well, in Eberron, you could definitely get like an Xavier wheelchair.
cries the gnoll.
100%.
I don't know what
An articulated leg chair.
but people back in Shan are paying us.
You don't have a wheelchair, you have a leg chair?
With the pirates
Oh, no.
you can find
There's a D&D universe for you. A universe where they never invented wheels.
You've recovered Vaunt's
No wheels, no cogs, but they still have machines.
It must be very valuable to have drawn such attention. Whatever it is.
They just couldn't figure it out. No one figured out the idea of making a wheel. Doesn't work. Welcome. We're going to Sharn 1. Hey, Sharn, welcome. I'm going to get water, actually, but I'm going to do that on the next quest because I don't want to AFK this one.
Waits for you here. Atop one of
Magical
Sharn's
wheelchairs as
lofty
equipment. I mean, that's just good, inclusive video gaming.
Isabet tells you to take the elevator up to the terrace, then speak to Lucien Vaunt. Her employer wants you to pass along some information about the Strawbridge beacon. You enter the boarding house, an island of quiet in the hustle and bustle of the city. A genial halfling nods to you from behind the desk. A violent explosion shatters
The druid in my party is too powerful. He kills everything. I have like racial completionist, but I still feel useless next to a druid.
The windows shatter, and agile forms swarm in.
Wheelchair be artificer at the end of the campaign, so the wheelchair with spider legs? Hell yeah. Like Porky from Earthbound.
Operation and transformed it into his place of business.
So ended up becoming an oracle. He spoke every language, could be relied on based on every knowledge skill, and he had insight to call God's bluff. Yep, but just don't ask him to open a jar. Okay, so, okay, I'm ready, I'm waiting. I'm waiting in the wings. I have outstretched arms. Is its own animation? Yeah, it's really long. The knock is for? You can't knock a jar. You can't knock a jar. It's not locked. There's no way. There's no way. I'm looking this up. Knock on a jar. D&D. Okay, so knock. A door, box, chest, set of manacles, padlock, or another object that contains a mundane or magical means to prevent access. The target that is held shut by a mundane lock or that is stuck or barred becomes unlocked, stuck, or unbarred. You could knock a jar. Dude, you can do that. I didn't even think about that. Oh my god. Sell, like, you just sell at some market wands of knock for opening people's jars. Even the frail wizard with it. You know why knock works on jars? Because yeah, frail ass wizards out here with their 6 and strength getting bullied by all their family members, being like, oh yeah, you went to wizard school, still can't open a jar, huh? Pipsqueak, because they get like shoved into a locker by like their family members. And they're like, I'll show you. I can open all my jars just fine. Amazing. You can cast knock on a jar.
I have a message for you. Says Vaunt.
Pug wants it? Eagle Pug.
Belongs to me now.
A dog.
I paid the Boromar clan good money to get
Galgar Lid Remover.
Don't think for a moment.
Galgar's Lid Remover described the method for opening jars and other objects when it accomplishes a singular fashion. The spell causes a demonic 8-foot thing, glittering like crystal, ablaze with white fire, with razor-sharp claws, fangs, and horns, to appear from nowhere with a banshee wail, snatch a jar from the caster's hands, and twist off the lid with a scream of tortured metal, and then vanish with the sound of shattered glass, leaving the jar and lid on the floor at his feet. The spell is really extreme. Oh my lord. Alright, I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be back in a sec. I require water. No, it has the sound of shattering glass. So you hear the sound of glass shattering, but the jar is fine. You're going to use Arcana in place of Endurance. Oh, yeah. All right.
You push open the door to the apartment. The surprisingly well-decorated rooms show signs of a struggle. Your stomach clenches in anticipation as you near the crime scene. Felon must have spent his recent winnings digging himself out of debt. Imagine meeting your end right after getting yourself clear. At least he died in the black. After examining the corpse,
all right. Oh, I can intimidate these guys. 69, baby, plus 69 intimidate. I probably don't need to intimidate them, but it's nice. Okay, where am I putting my points next? I have more points. I'm going to try to get this, right? We're going to Eldritch Seeker for 5% crit plus this. I really hate that I can't get Spell Tearing, but it is what it is. I do want Spell Tearing.
You hear voices from the direction. You manage to make it past the gas plugs blocking your way.
Might as well break everything while my teammates are doing everything else. But yeah, D&D is cool. It's a really fun creative outlet and is something I deeply enjoy. I love playing D&D. It is a really good way to just kind of flex some of your creative muscles and kind of, I don't know, explore something entirely different. So that's one of the reasons why I enjoy it. I'm not much of an artist in terms of like drawing, so that's not where my creativity comes through. I just don't have like the focus or determination to be able to sit still and draw something and learn. I could over time, so I appreciate art when people make it. The same thing, I'm not like a musician. When I was a kid, I used to know how to play trombone, and someday I'm going to eventually learn how to play this piano right behind me. But I am unfortunately not currently a musician, so someday, let's see. I just want to be able to play piano good enough so that I can know a few songs. So when somebody is like in a movie, I can like, you know, the apocalypse happens and I'm walking through some building and there's like an old piano and I can sit down and like play a couple songs and impress somebody. That's currently my goal as to why I would want to learn to play the piano.
Crossbow bolt dipped in poison and a palm covered in slashes. Yet this time a new detail catches.
Dude, everything dies instantly. I love Druid. Yeah, for me it's just a great creative outlet. Just a way to, like, everybody needs some amount of creativity and a way to like express themselves, and I don't do it in other ways. I guess I do with like video games and D&D and stuff, but like I feel like playing a video game is an element of creativity, but there's like games in which you can create things inside of it, you know? Like I get really bored playing like a Minecraft or a Rust or a Valheim or things like that. I like don't have the interest for it. But creating character builds, coming up with character ideas, to me, I find that really fun. I am standing up. Want to stand up too? So normally yes, I would say yes, but I'm going to veto your stand-up request. And the reason why I'm going to veto your stand-up request is specifically because I this morning I went outside to go play some Pokemon Go to get some physical exercise, which is good for me, and I didn't notice a patch of ice, and I slipped and ate shit. And I kind of banged up one of my knees, so I don't really want to stand up right now because of that.
Every victim had worked for Vaunt. It's too big of a coincidence to overlook, especially since a note in the
yeah, it was not ideal, but whatever, it's fine. I haven't gone outside to play Pokemon Go in weeks. And apple juice? True, I should put some. That's the other thing too that I'm worried about is I am drinking some apple juice, but for grown-ups, and so as a result, if I do stand up, I'm worried I won't notice if I hurt myself.
Looks like he was fleeing for his life when the murderer got to him. That ledger told you what you needed to know. The victims.
As it turns out, the brain poison is not good for keeping you aware and acute of or apprised of situations. So I love that the druid just instantly did like 6,000 damage to Urk. You guys ever played druid before? It's got good class, man. Good class.
She points you towards an alleyway.
Spicy apple juice? Oh yeah. Let me get some more apple juice in here. Let me just get the juice flowing. Give me a sec. I'm gonna crack open some more apple juice. Yep. There we go. That's good for you. Gotta get that vitamin C. Apples are good because they have insoluble fiber. Too bad the juice doesn't. Apple juice.
Zolkus quickly casts a dimension door. The tiefling and the goblin disappear through it.
Good. Oh my god. Experiencing Caster Druid? Don't you love it? It's really funny because a lot of people, somebody commented on, I think it was my Alchemist video. It was either the Alchemist video or another video. No, it wasn't Alchemist. It must have been an older one. Where somebody was like, hey Strim, I'm trying out this caster, but it feels kind of slow. And I tried out another video, or like another build of yours, and again, the caster, it feels really slow at the beginning. Like, am I doing something wrong, or is this casters? And so I told him, I was like, yeah, that's the thing about all casters. At the beginning, you barely know how to cast like a first level spell and you're like figuring it out. But later on, you learn good spells like reshape the universe in your own image, kill God, you know, spells like that. So once you learn all of those spells, then your character's like a little bit more powerful. And that's kind of what happens. Alchemist hits that at 12, Druid hits it at 17. 15 is good enough, but man, Cold Druid at 17, Jesus Christ. Ignoring all immunities, and you get Tsunami? Tsunami.
That must be your way inside. Time for you to investigate the
How did that guy make it past me? Don't answer that. I wouldn't recommend playing Bear Druid, just because if you already have like quick and maximize and power, you can just slam all your SLAs. Like, leveling Druid is... The reason why I don't love leveling with Cold Druid is because it's kind of slow. You know? You're all single target. And it's not like Alchemist single target, where you have 3 really fast SLAs you can just slam out in the triple vial spell. It's like you got Call Lightning and a bunch of bad spells. But once you hit the AoEs, you get Flame Strike at 7. And you start going Fire. And you kind of just keep rolling. You take... Usually the play is you take Fire Elemental form at 17. And then at 13, and then at 19 is when you take Cold Druid, and you swap to full cold at 19. Or sorry, 19, 17. At 17, you drop full cold, but you run 13 to 17 as Fire Druid, usually. Where is it? Where's the blueprints? What? They're immune to bear traps. I mean, they are immune to bear traps. I just don't see it as being like that big of a deal. Where's the thing? We broke everything. Where is it? Am I blind? Huh? Where are we missing the thing? Oh, it's right here. Literally right here at the beginning. Oh my god, the ledger. Bottom floor. Oh, unlucky.
Have been moved to the office upstairs for shredding. You need to get in there.
I will say, in the quest named The Age of Rage, I love where there's the bear traps that are visible. They're on your screen, okay? There's no secret, they're not hidden. There's bear traps that you can see, and people run into those bear traps and get stuck, and then immediately the blade trap starts wailing on them and they panic. Because, again, you can see the bear trap. It wasn't hidden. The game doesn't hide that information from you. And so they step in it, they get stuck, and then they get murdered by it. And there's something so funny about, like, watching somebody just get stuck in the bear trap that they could see and they're just done. And it happens so often in that quest. Oh my god. Again, it's only because you can see it. So you watch it from a million miles away. It's the panic. It's like you can watch their character trying to jump. You can watch them like twisting and turning, trying to find a way out of the situation because they're stuck. is great.
Find them! You can't touch me! This is one of Vault's prototypes!
Heroics and the other in epics? Yeah. Yeah, Blightcaster is so much better in heroics until 17. At 17, Cold Druid takes over, and from 17 to cap, Cold Druid is just like the king.
But you're nowhere near as clever as Vault.
Again, that's one of the reasons why I call it one of the big three.
Limitless.
You can't really go wrong with Cold Druid.
And more guards show up. Just
It's really good.
that.
A familiar voice.
I like
calls
Cold Druid.
out up ahead. Time's up. Your golems will have to finish this. Time to move, people.
Wait. Now how do I get out?
Time to move people. We're moving houses, but I'm tired. I can't help somebody move.
Victor clearly didn't think this through.
I have it. I'll just teleport away.
I'll just teleport away. The Sharn group again? Oh shit. Well, where are you in Sharn? Somebody might leave my group at some point. That's true. You did miss the Sharn group again. Oh, I'm sorry, dude. Yeah, I'm just kind of like, I'm gaming, you know? That and also my ability to remember the things that are happening in the short term is pretty low because of the juice that I'm drinking. You know, brain poison. You guys ever partake in some brain poison sometimes?
Direct more guards your way.
They went downstairs.
Good old brain poison.
Comes from somewhere below.
Come on, let's go. Here we got a prototype. Nice. And there's a moat. Moat.
As this chant continues, forge raids coalesce in the air.
I'm gonna start it. Leveled my hardcore tune a bit earlier instead. Oh, nice.
Indicate rapid losses.
I hope you grabbed all your lanterns or all your loots right away. There were unfortunately too many people that did not do that at all.
Don't do anything rash. I'm coming out. Perhaps we can make a deal.
Gamer Diesel. Also, Demons was slain by Ancient Magma Brute. Let's go. Ancient Magma Brute strikes again with the kill count. If you guys want to die to something, Ancient Magma Brute is a top tier contender. The top killers in hardcore are Kobold Shaman, Ancient Magma Brute, and Misadventure. Dementia Juice. Yeah, let's go. Quarter Monster. And 3/4 Coca-Cola. The problem is, like, I can't drink Coca-Cola because of their shitty commercial. I refuse. Yeah, when the Kobold Lightning Bolt hits you for 40 and 40 and you die anyway, isn't that cool? Isn't that cool game mechanic, you guys?
A popular night spot owned by the Boromar. Councilor Sylvia Patella owns a string to get you on the guest list. Perhaps now you can drive a wedge between the Boromar and Vaughn.
Yeah, in Hardcore League, it's definitely one of the most dangerous monsters is the Ancient Magma Brute.
Get inside the door.
Hey, he ain't the Ancient Magma softy, tell you what. He beats you up.
From enjoying a night on the town.
Ancient Magma Brute be dealing some damage.
We're loitering near Club Clawfoot. But this is Boromar clan territory.
Yep.
Something's brewing.
Yeah, definitely a top killer. It's because it casts Produce Flame, and Produce Flame has no saving throw on it. And so if you got no save, you just get cooked instantaneously. Like literally cooked. 61 spellcraft. Can I do better?
Wants you to check on Club Clawfoot's employees.
Was I'm at 323 light. I'm gonna have to force spell power. How do I force spell power?
He thinks it might be tainted. You notice a sign on the door. Rat infestation.
How do we force spell power?
Already been contacted. Do not open. The employees report nothing terribly unusual.
And the follow-up? Yeah, plus also just the melee. Dude, just as he hits you with a big arm comes down. Yeah.
To hear that the club is safe and secure.
My boy has a big arm. He's a mean one.
A piercing alarm reverberates throughout the night. Regina turns to you and cries, "The alarm! Someone's breaking on the door!
The alarm!
It must be an attack! Quick, adventurers! Do what you do best!
Do what you do best!"
More dimension doors have opened nearby.
This way. This way. Everything dies. Yeah, that reminds me of, okay, so I talked about how I wanted to play a shout healer. So I had this idea of playing a Bladeforged shout healer, which was 18 sorcerer to warforged, being able to heal myself through repairs and healing my allies with shouts. I've wanted to do this for a long time. The last time I attempted to do it was in hardcore, and it was the hardcore that Saltmarsh had released in, and I did heroic Saltmarsh, and I was level 5, and I had 156 hit points at level 5. Level 5, first life, no tomes, no ship buffs, 156 life, okay? It was a lot of health, and because I knew hardcore was coming to get me. 2 paladin, Bladeforged. 18 sorcerer, 2 paladin. So I was like, I am gonna, like, it's gonna hit, I'm gonna get there, it's gonna be good. With that health, in elite Saltmarsh, I take 176 damage from a Bullywug Shaman's Produce Flame. No save because his Produce Flame, he was a champion. 176 damage, instant death. Elite difficulty, level 3 quest. 176 in one hit, no save from a champion. And that put me to exactly -20, which was exactly because I had the extra unconsciousness range, and I still died in one hit. And ever since then, I haven't tried that build again, which has made me very sad. Oh, moat.
The attack is finally over.
Moat.
Peaceful quiet descends over the nightclub once more. Now,
I guess they don't care about the moat. No problem. Some people aren't doing the moat, so that's fine. It's one of those things that it stings so much that even though that was many years ago, it's right here. Right in the brainstem, man. Right in the brainstem. Yeah. I mean, maybe. It was, I was even saying it was like kill ads, kill ads, kill ads. It was, Down You Go, where there's the Bullywug section, or at the very end boss fight, where you have the big Bullywug boss, and there's the 2 Bullywug nests where all the shamans come out of. Ugh. Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 Hardcore League. Dude, the problem with that is you get, is it Nira?
You arrive in Dava Gate, one of Sharn's many business
Yeah,
districts.
I got Nira in Baldur's Gate 1, and she rolled a d4 for her health, and so at level 1, she rolled a 2, so she had 4 health. At level 2, she had 6 health, and at level 3, she had 7 health. I stopped using her.
Already started. Get on board quick, like, and I'll ferry you up to their window. Remember,
Yeah, you're gonna get the pretty much probably stock standard. You're looking at like 85% off the old expansion, so 85% off likely Sharn, Feywild, and then like probably 50% off Saltmarsh Plus, probably like 40% off Isla Dread, 40% off Mithranor, and there might be a sale on the modern expansion. Is there a guy that wanted to join the party? He not start Sharn yet. But you know what? I might as well open up the group in case. Just busyness.
What cannot be ignored are those Zendrick bloodhounds sniffing at your heels. You're exposed, Mr. Fort. Not for long, my friend. Allow me to demonstrate.
You won't get any bank space discounts?
Please come in.
Good. I like that it doesn't include my quest. Just business. You won't get any bank space stuff? Wait for December. December deals will be bank space. Remember, Black Friday is market, DDO market. Things with cash money, cash dollars. Okay? December is the DDO store discounts, so that'll be with DDO points.
I'd prefer that you do your house cleaning when
I don't know if they're going to put the original expansions back on sale, but Cordovan did say that there's a reason why the Ravenloft vendor is now there. So I assume you will be able to buy Ravenloft soon.
Not quite dead yet. Calibration issue.
It's finally happening, Chief Visigoth. Something you've wanted for years. Literally years. No, he mentioned it today in the Fridays of 4. I don't know if you saw it. They're like, yes, we are in fact doing it. he didn't give a time, but he said the vendor is there and it's there for a reason. And there's actually two vendors. There's the regular vendor, and then there's the one that is specifically for teleportation items, the Bottle of Mist. So I think they had to get some really janky way to make the Bottle of Mist actually work. Like, I think that probably the way the Bottle of Mist was programmed was probably like really horrible, and it's one of those like we can't do anything about it because it's in the game, but it is what it is.
First group of assassins, but they're surely not the last.
Make space in December, yeah. Christmas, man, you gotta wait for Christmas time. But yeah, it's probably one of those things where like, you know, somebody who does not work there programmed how the Bottle of Mist worked. Oh, that's cool. That's a good bug. The old swimming bug. In the third Dragon recorded 3 confirmed damage. Does it function like a secret item? Yes, it's like a secret item and it stacks with a secret item.
To do that, you'll need to clear the way so Casper can follow safely. He says to
so it only deals the extra damage on critical hits and it helps you confirm your critical hits. Confirming your critical hit is one of those things that makes me sound crazy when I talk about it, because you don't have to do that in modern games. Which is weird. Although, fun fact, you actually do have to confirm critical hits in Path of Exile if you didn't know. Which a lot of people don't know, but Path of Exile actually does critical hit confirming.
A motley crew of creatures takes up position on the bridge, spoiling for a fight. The low bellow of an ogre.
Well, I will say, outside of Waterdeep, I've never heard of the other two things, so maybe I'm too young and I don't really know about Dragon Heist or Dungeon of the Mad Mage. Literally never heard of it. But I imagine when it comes to like the hard D&D properties, so I'm talking about stuff like Waterdeep as an example, or Neverwinter, or things like that, that probably has to go through Wizards like really, really directly. So in 2024, I got to go to PAX East, and SSG did a panel where they talked about the creation of Mitranor and some of the monsters and other stuff. And at the panel, there was a guy who was like somebody who worked for Wizards of the Coast, who was basically like the approval guy who like signed off on everything that they did. And that guy could not have been more fucked to have been there. He was so bored. He had nothing to say. He was just like, yeah, you know, when they ask things, we approve it. Or sometimes we send it back to our team. What we got to do? Like, he looked like he could care less about the product. He's like, I don't give a shit. I don't want to be here. I'm sure he's a nice guy. Maybe he does care. But the vibe I got was that he couldn't give a fuck about this conference, about talking to people. Couldn't give a shit. That was the vibe that I got immediately from this guy. I was with Ipsum, so he can back me up on that. Maybe I'm misremembering. But yeah, he seemed like he had no interest. And that isn't a huge surprise. I get the vibe that Wizards of the Coast does not love Dungeons & Dragons Online in total, given the fact that Wizards of the Coast literally has like a D&D Live, much like the Nintendo Direct events that go on, and they never mention Dungeons & Dragons Online. Ever. So I have a feeling that if it's like a hard mainline D&D, something like that's actually popular, I don't think you're going to see it in DDO, because I think that Wizards doesn't really like DDO that much. When we were at PAX and we got to sit and watch the description, or like the thing where they were like talking about how they make the monsters in DDO and how they kind of bring the monsters to life, they talked about how there was the guy from like Wizards of the Coast that was there, was basically like their licensing guy, and he just, from my perspective where I'm sitting, he looked like he didn't give a shit to be there. He was like, yeah, okay, like basically he was like on his phone the whole time, not really paying attention. Like, he wasn't actually on his phone, he was like mentally on his phone. Yeah.
3 sky skiffs descend and a supporting patrol of gnolls moves to block your path.
Said in Waterdeep? Yeah, if it's Waterdeep, there's like, yeah, rubber stamp guy, 100%. So that's why I think that if it's like, if you're asking how come there isn't like inclusion of stuff from Waterdeep in DDO, again, I think it's because Wizards of the Coast does not love Dungeons & Dragons Online. Again, conjecture. I could be wrong. This is my conjecture. I am speculating. I'm speculating. I don't have any insider information. This is speculation. I'm speculating. I want to make sure that's super duper clear. But yeah, he's the guy that was there. Didn't seem like he bothered.
Now I feel like an idiot. Thank the host you were here.
This city watch station is
because again, Neverwinter, the MMORPG produced by, I know the name of this company. I don't. Anyway, Neverwinter. same company that made was that Magic ARPG that failed. They get promoted by Wizards, and I think it's because Wizards is really like has been leaning hard on the Faerun Arcane Cryptic. That's it. They've been leaning really hard on the Faerun like water spout, and it's like everything's got to be Faerun. Baldur's Gate 3, the D&D movie, Neverwinter. We just gotta go like Faerun, and so yeah.
You should have stuck with my plan, Fleabag.
You're my next meal, goblin meat. Right after.
So yeah, I assume that they just don't have the same attention span to it yet. But again, speculation. This is all speculation. I don't know anything. I have no insider information. But I think if you're wondering how come that's not there, ask why Cryptic hasn't put that into Neverwinter. Basically, is the answer. I love how we killed Urk.
That went about how I expected. So that leaves
Yeah, it works now. It's just World of Warcraft. Like, so if you like games that are World of Warcraft styled, you'll enjoy Neverwinter. It's World of Warcraft with a DDO or not DDO, D&D skin on it. It's not bad. I don't think Neverwinter is a bad game. It doesn't have the same like build craft that I want out of a D&D style game. So yeah. How long do you think Feywitcher hardcore items will take to farm all 5? Do you think I need to remake a character every time for each one? No, you can do it all at endgame. Just level up and keep doing it. Once you get to like level 20 or 25 or whatever, you can just farm them all out in one go.
You've reached Isabet, but all is not well.
She's gone.
I don't know how long it's exactly going to take, but I have like 2 that are almost done already, and the event started Wednesday, so I don't think it's going to take that long. I think if you just like get an event or one of the motes to spawn in each quest, you should be okay. Charn 2 next. No refunds. Yep. I don't have a lot of experience with Neverwinter. The last time I played Neverwinter was almost a decade ago at this point, so like I can't really speak to my experience with it. A lot of people don't like Neverwinter because they say it is very pay to win. I do not know what that means, because pay to win means a different thing to a different person. What I can say is that it feels very World of Warcraft in that it's quest delivery. So when you go around, and the classes are cool, but they're not like customizable like you want out of a D&D game. Unless you don't want a customizable D&D game, then it might be for you. What exactly are the rewards? All cosmetics. There is 2 cloaks, a pair of butterfly wings, a mount, and a helmet cosmetic that gives you satyr horns on your head. So if you are somebody who likes any of those ideas, also there's a separate set for the hardcore version as well. So you can either do the softcore version and collect all of that. Oh my god, I can't even do anything. Everything died instantly. But yeah, the summer court stuff is all like kind of yellow goldy sort of summer colored, whereas the winter stuff is all kind of like a dark blue, which all looks good. The hardcore winter cloak is maybe one of the prettiest cloaks in DDO, so I need to get it. The hardcore Reaper winter cloak is amazing. It's green, but I see yellow. Look, man, it's yellow, okay? Was like 10% of men have red-green color blindness? I'm sure at least 10% of people in, not 10% of people in here, but 10% of the boys in here also agree it's yellow. You know what he means by that? Yeah. I think pay to win means something different to everybody else. For me personally, like I've never seen pay to experience as being pay to win, because experience is something anybody can achieve by doing the lowest denominator, easiest amount of content. There's that. I'm not making fun of you. You can make fun of me. It's really easy to make fun of colorblind people. So I was at a movie theater, right? And this was over a decade ago. Actually, I can date it. I was going to the movies to see Kick-Ass 2 in the movie theater. I originally gone to the movies to see Pacific Rim, but unfortunately it was like the last day of Pacific Rim showing, so they didn't have it anymore. Red Fang ate my kitty, nice. So I went to see Kick-Ass 2 in the theaters, and we get in, and there was like this girl that I work with who I went to see the movie, and a buddy of mine. So me and my friend went, and this girl who I work with, who like, you know, I kind of sort of liked a little bit. Like, she was cool. I thought, you know, maybe we could hang. We go to see the movie. The movie starts, and Kick-Ass 2 was produced by Marv. Well, wouldn't you know that Marv's logo is one of those color blindness plots where they have like the circles, and then there's like the text is other circles in the color. So I couldn't see any of it because I am colorblind. At which point, my friend who was with me basically sits up out of his chair, looks at me, and points and goes, "Huh, you're colorblind." And then, like a cartoon, the whole theater erupts in laughter. Anyway, and then it passes. So as I said, it's really easy to make fun of colorblind people. Like, it's super fast. You don't have to, it takes no time. If you die while progressing, do you lose all the progress? Yes, that is the point of hardcore. Yeah, you had to be there for sure. Wait a minute, that it's to get anywhere near BIS, it's purchase currency, numerous items from currency. I can see that. I can see that. I have evil. I'm an evil warlock. Yes, I'm an evil warlock guy. I'm playing as the Dark Bargainer, who gets their own pact, the Dark Powers, which does evil damage, which means my base damage is evil and my pact is evil, so it all scales off of one stat.
Store manager. The door is securely locked. You'll need a key to get in. You unlock the door using the key to the manager's office.
Keys for loot boxes format? I agree. I also don't like the keys for loot box format, which is also how they do it in Lotro. So it is what it is. He was very unenthusiastic for poor licensing. Guy was assigned them by Wizard. Yeah, it's difficult. I don't know the answer in terms of like how that stuff is supposed to go. But I'm gonna be honest with you. I think about the fact that DDO is still going, and I'm like, damn, hell yeah, I get to play DDO still. They still haven't shut this game down. Why haven't they shut this game down? I have no idea, but you can still play this game. Isn't that cool? It's 2 decades next year. If evil, why Baja Blast colored? Great question. Hey guys, what's the best cocktail to make with Baja Blast? Asking for a friend. Does it still makes money? Oh, both of those things. Yeah, for sure. But like, it's just a surprise. You know what I mean? Again, all of you are right. I don't think so. Sip my 0 sugar Sunkist and eat my onigiri. Eat my onigiri. What are you, Brock? From Pokemon? What the hell? Or 2 of these colorblind spotters, recon planes. Yeah, I can imagine that. Did you know that also, I don't know. This is a bad fact. This is why alcohol doesn't help my brain right now. Back in the day, several armies used to train left-handed fighters because they wanted to make sure, or it was like a good way to have an advantage, because left-handed people have an advantage when fighting right-handed people versus the other way around because they have experience. And guess who's left-handed? That's right, me. Do not mix Baja Blast with white rum. Okay, good to know. Good to know.
You have a sense that you're being watched.
Did they would have shut it down? Oh, 100%. I don't think it's a hate. I think it's more of an ambivalence. If I had to guess. Yeah, actually, fun fact, I almost never turn on the Death Aura. And the reason I don't turn it on is not because I don't like it, but it's because I just forget because I don't take any damage. Lime, triple sec, vodka. Oh, true. I should ask a bartender. Dark rum like Kraken. I don't like Kraken though. I don't like Kraken.
You turned to head outside,
I know some people love it. I'm not a big fan. So our cruisers that borders have your permission to just deck you in the schnoz because you counter me.
These ne'er-do-wells have mistaken you for an easy
not in the schnoz.
This won't end well for them.
I have a big nose. It's not fair. You can't take a cheap shot like that. Makes enough money for Watsy to really care. Honestly, that's probably the answer. It's probably they just don't really care. Ooh, jeez. Hey, Yowza, get locked up, everybody. We don't have Baja Blast or Taco Bell. They don't exist on the side of the Atlantic. Oh my lord. Lord Dials. I would say you don't know what you're missing, but you have like delicious European food, so you probably don't need to worry about it. But man, there's like Baja Blast is like electric blue, and it does have an electrochemical flavor that affects your brain. There's one thing that North America is very good at. It's food scientists producing food flavors that chemically distort your reality. They're very good at that.
A steady gust of wind pushes you
Basically, if a drink or food is blue, you know it's going to taste good. Because a lot of scientists chemically are worked in labs to make it like the most chemically appealing flavor to your brain. Polar bear shot is in order? Oh yeah, dude. I could down like 100 polar bear shots. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We don't have a crossbow guy. We have crossbow guys. We don't have an artificer guy. That's fine. Oh, dude, I love Voltage. Mountain Dew Voltage is so good. Voltage and Baja Blast? Absolutely. Yep. 7 hours ago and 17 already? No, I reincarnated like 2 hours ago, and I'm an Iconic. Iconic start at level 15.
You find yourself in a small corner.
Run down right. I got you, Lavina.
If your suspicions are correct, the mysterious House Tarkanan has a hideout somewhere nearby. Look what the cat.
Boom, Ray's dead.
The crouching half-orc barely seems to be paying
Gotta
attention.
get the Ray's dead off.
How's the weather topside?
20 XP, that's sick. It's so close. Yeah, unfortunately someone died. How to distill the sensation of living on 9-volt batteries into flavor? True. I don't like Cold Red. I'm not a cherry guy. No. Well, because remember, it's only the specific hardcore lanterns, right? So you have to have a hardcore lantern, and I don't know who has one. This person may have had one, but I didn't see a note at the top of the screen. Whee! Yeah. Go down, please.
At first, Lady Thora
Used to go to a place in Seattle in the 80s that had tequila sunset, tequila sunrise with a shot of 151 rum. Oh, damn, that sounds good. I remember, so I just started dating this girl, and then I was going on a trip to the Dominican Republic. Just like a good old classic tropical vacation, do not do a whole lot, don't think about your problems, just enjoy relaxing and drinking all day trip. And it was great. And she was like, hey, my favorite drink is a Mai Tai. You should get a Mai Tai. And I was like, okay, sounds good. I'll get a Mai Tai. Yeah, I'll go for a Mai Tai. That sounds kind of good. So, anyway, order a Mai Tai. A Mai Tai is just liquor. Some places will water it down. Like if you go to a regular restaurant and order a Mai Tai, anywhere in North America, they'll water it down with usually some type of soda. But a Mai Tai is just straight liquor with some ice. You know, it is what it is. It's good. Anyway, I remember not knowing that, so I was like, yeah, I'll get a Mai Tai. Guy makes it, and I watch him just pour like rum and some whiskey and like, or not rum and whiskey, just like a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, the almond syrup. Just pours all of it together, and I'm like, huh, this is gonna poison my liver, isn't it? Anyway, have a drink, delicious. Have another one, delicious. Pass out. And after getting the recommendation, I was like, that's how I know this is gonna last. And that's why we've been dating ever since. Because she was like, get a Mai Tai. And I'm like, good idea. Actually, great idea. I learned something. Yeah, it's the same thing as the Long Island iced tea. Same thing, just alcohol. Just save time.
You arrive at the world-renowned Corona, A temple dedicated
Oh, you're
to
Swedish.
located in the
Yeah, isn't like I don't know if this is accurate, but isn't there like not a lot of penetration of North American products in Sweden for the most part?
Wants to meet with you after hours.
Is there Max Burgers? Yeah, it's like there's not a lot of well, the North American companies don't really make a lot of a distance in Sweden. Yeah.
One of Sharn's most powerful men has turned against Lucien Vaunt and has selected you to deliver the killing blow against his new
I don't have the best ear for accents, but I'm like pretty sure there is a Diablo 2 content creator, Zarfin the Loot Goblin, and I believe he is Swedish.
To your surprise, Vaunt's drawer warehouse is a lab and unremarkable structure.
And he makes amazing Diablo 2 content. Best in the business. I never thought I would move on from Mr. Llama SC, but I had to. Zarfin's too good. Long nose tea called Moho. Tastes like cherry Kool-Aid, but all booze. Yeah, that's the tricky part about both the Long Island iced tea and the Mai Tais, is that you don't realize how much you're drinking because you drink a Mai Tai and you're like, ooh, that's actually pretty good. But there's only alcohol, nothing else. And you're like, But yeah, it's funny. Quebec City is also very similar to that. So I live in Canada, and Canada has one of our provinces is Quebec, and Quebec is very, very French. But it's actually its own like unique kind of French, where like Quebec is not like France. They speak at a very different. You know, you can understand each other, but there's like a different dialect there, definitely a different manner of speaking and the way in which they say a lot of things, and also definitely very differently natured, because as it turns out, being away from France for 500 years changes your culture. But Quebec City is pretty cool because it has resisted a lot of like the standard North American influence. Oh, moats on me, moats. At levers. So it's pretty cool that they've kind of resisted a lot of the changes. I wouldn't say resisted changes over time, but resisted like a lot of the general commercialism. So you'll see a lot of more like local coffee shops, local places, as opposed to like the major chains and what have you. Those guys don't care, so we're just gonna go. All right. You can't do sweepstakes? You cannot do sweepstakes in Quebec. That is correct.
Acrid smoke pours from the sabotaged equipment.
Strawberry daiquiris? Yeah. But the thing about a daiquiri is it's not really that sneaky because there's so much sugar in it. I feel like every time I have one, I'm just like, ugh. Like I just feel it all the way up and down. 80% during winter due to a Christmas beverage called Jule Mist. Well, the thing is, in Sweden, the sales for Coca-Cola should go down by 100% because of their shitty, garbage-ass AI commercials.
A gnome roars at you as you enter the room.
My wonderful equipment! How could you destroy it like that? You'll pay for this.
Don't like the event, takes too long, silly, etc. That's okay. I don't think people have to be forced to engage with it. I was trying to come for them out. Oh, sorry. I saw everybody was so far away. My bad. Sorry about that. I saw a few waiting at end and thought that was it. Might be. Can you say it when you sweep their sweepstakes? Mm-hmm. True. Been a Dr. Pepper truther? Dr. Pepper truther? Bro, it's... What are you... we're not talking about the moon. I've said it before. I think it'd be really wacky if SSG made a hardcore server that was literally permanent. No events, just hardcore. I think it'd be sick. I wonder how many people would play a permanent hardcore server.
Somewhere nearby is
Oh no, dude, I lost my character with 18 past lives. Like,
vengeful forge wraiths. The beacon will surely be under
it'd be really horrible, but it'd be kind of cool. I don't know. I want that.
Tonight you'll steal the beacon.
It's very upsetting that RC Cola decided to buy Dr. Pepper, or sorry, Dr. Pepper. Dr. Pepper decided to buy RC Cola and owns the company now. So Dr. Pepper can still produce RC Cola and sell it whatever they want. and yet I can't buy any in Canada. Makes me sad. It's fine. I will somehow live. Again, I mostly drink water anyway. It's not a big deal. Oh, don't say that. I told my girlfriend, I'm like, yeah, listen, no more Coke products. We gotta put a ban on Coke because that horrible Coke commercial is garbage. It's just like the commercial was so bad and so destructive, and I'm really anti-AI at this point in my life. And she was like, okay, it sounds good. And I'm like, yes, so we should stop buying Coke products. And she's like, sounds good, no problem. You can stop buying Coke products. I'm gonna buy Diet Coke because I like Diet Coke. And it's like, oh well. Look, man, I buy 2 cases of Coca-Cola a year, and guess what? Now I'm buying 0 cases of Coca-Cola a year. Take that. That's right. My sales are gone. Yeah, it's depressing. I just like, it's really disgusting and weird to think about the fact that the reason why Santa's outfit is red is because of Coca-Cola. That's the only reason why Santa has a red outfit and is like seen as such is because of Coca-Cola and their power with the commercials, and visionary marketing experts who were like basically took control of the Christmas holiday narrative with Coca-Cola has been reduced to the fact that they made an AI commercial and then faked an AI behind the scenes to explain their AI commercial. Madness.
Another announcement. On behalf of Vaunt Arcanotech, it is my pleasure
Absolute madness.
to announce a revised and perfected version
It's just crazy to me to think that like a cornerstone of like marketing and an example that I guarantee you, like if you're a marketing student, you probably have like had the chance to study Coca-Cola's marketing opportunities in the past, to a company having one of the literal worst marketing campaigns in the history of mankind. Absolute madness.
It's simple enough that a brute with absolutely no arcane training.
Oh, can I kill this guy because he's in the mist? No, spell resistance. Okay. And by the way, I'm not trying to be out and be like, oh yeah, I love commercials, man. I want commercials to be everywhere. I want to be all up in those commercials. But I don't know. There's just something sad about it. Anyway, no more AI talk. AI talk makes me sad.
Lucien Vaunt crumples with a cry of anguish on his lips. He died as he lived.
But yeah, like I said, I'm more of a I don't really drink a lot of soda pop. When I do, I usually like to go from the more extravagant sodas. I've been drinking a lot of like the orange creamsicle sodas, so like you can get the Jones sodas, things like that. Those are good. But again, I don't really buy a lot of drinks. Okay, how about this? I don't buy a lot of drinks because I don't like wasting my money on liquids. Like if I want to buy something, I want to, this could also be the fact that I'm unemployed and I really don't have a lot of money, but like if I'm going to spend money on something, I really want to feel it, you know? I want to feel it. So if I buy some junk food, at least I can feel it. It's like heavy, it's in my body, so I know it's there. But like you can just drink a soda pop with another meal. You don't really feel the weight of it, right? So I'm okay with like buying like a milkshake. If I go to somewhere, I can get a milkshake. I can justify that because I can feel it. It's like heavy. It's got some weight. It affects my body. It's like I'm doing a thing. But a soda pop is just like, and it's done. So I find it like, whenever I go to a place, and they're like, yeah, do you want a drink with your meal? Even if it's a regular restaurant, even if I have the money, I'm like, I don't want to buy a drink. I'm just gonna get water. Why would I do that?
Guard the city it had protected for thousands of years.
Had to get a few. Love the IP. I hate Bethesda. Yeah. Although I don't know how much control Bethesda has over the Nuka-Cola stuff. I mean, they probably have some amount of control, obviously, but I am not a Fallout boy, as they say. A golden pony boy. Thank you. You know, it's been a long time since I read The Outsiders. All right. Taking 18, then cogs. Starting with smash and burn. Got me to start enjoying reading. It's a good story. Just threw that into my brain. I like to say sody pop because it's funny. I know it's obviously not the most young and hip way to say stuff, but for some reason my brain, when I think of like, you know, cola or whatever drink, my brain's just like, yeah, just say sody pop. It's just funny to me. It just rolls out of my brain really easily. Mental toughness for the crits. They're invisible. I want to make it a Mega Man with a Rune Arm and Eldritch Blast. So okay, I have downside. So when you Eldritch Blast, it disables your weapon in hand. So you can already do that, Flight Saber. But I have to hit you with the hardest, saddest thing you're ever gonna hear in your whole life. Your Rune Arms can't start charging while you're Eldritch Blasting. So they can charge while you're Eldritch Blasting, and you can fire while you're Eldritch Blasting. But once you fire, you can only start charging again when you let go of the button, and then once you start charging, you can keep charging while firing. But the start of a charge is blocked by Eldritch Blasting.
You hear the grinding of massive gears.
I tested this because I thought about making an Acid Warlock using Acid Rune Arms. And the reality was that it doesn't work as well as I wanted it to.
Could create enough noise to alert anyone guarding the place. Maybe there is a way to get inside.
All the instead of soda. No, soda is like a little treat every once in a while. There you go. I just really drink a lot of soda. I don't know. I think their whole water right after the waiter refilled it. Before the waiter left the table. Yeah, man, you gotta get that free water. Gotta get another glass of free water. Hell yeah. Anybody's reason to buy a juice concentrate and mix it with water instead of buying the juice itself? Well, juice concentrate is honestly just like a good product. Also, learning about how much the orange juice industry affected the world market economy was really, really interesting. And how like orange juice became a commodity basically by force, where orange juice from concentrate became this like globally traded commodity, even though the value of orange juice started to decrease and it was entirely inflated. There's a great documentary that goes into like the orange juice economy. Yeah, I will say the only drinks I actually buy from the store is every once in a while I do buy some cola. So I guess now I have to buy Pepsi.
You pocket the iron key you found.
And so I buy Pepsi or cola every once in a while. And when I mean once in a while, I mean like 3 cans, maybe 4 cans a year. And then the Arizona Arnold Palmer Iced Tea Lemonade. Bro, I love Arnold Palmer Iced Tea Lemonade. Oh yeah, true. 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 Look at this trick. Yeah, it's the same reason why I like buying the powdered grocery or detergent. Because it's less liquid, so it's easier to carry.
The smuggling operation falls to his knee. Take care of the special cargo they were smuggling.
Oh, I'm blind. Whatever, I'm going this way. And I'm studying it, just slam back 8 bottles of water in an hour or 2. Yeah, again, I think it also depends on where you live, because we talked about this, where somebody was like, yeah, you can't avoid Nestle because of like buying water. But again, I'm very fortunate. I get classic City of Ottawa tap water, so I don't ever worry about like buying water at a store. City of Ottawa tap, baby. We have the highest rated water in Canada. I have a friend of mine who's been trying to persuade me to go do a tour of the water treatment plant. I should someday. It sounds like it'd be interesting. From a YouTube channel? Ah, I see somebody also likes watching Technology Connections. Oh, moat? I'm coming. I had to deal with a Reaper. It's here? Okay, this is not gonna work. I mean, we could try it. Live stream from the water treatment plant. I mean, I'll think about it. It's not a horrible idea, actually. Live stream the water for a tour to the water treatment plant. Interesting. Okay, is it done? Let's go up there. Are we here? Oh, I can't cancel! I can't cancel! No, I fucked up! I thought I could cancel. You can't cancel. Fuck. I'm sorry, Pug. I did it again. Oh, no. I'm so sorry. I couldn't cancel. I thought you landed. Oh my god, that's the second time, dude. I'm so bad at this. You know what? I'm just not gonna hit the button anymore. I'm gonna let somebody else hit the button. Making sure the water is warm before starting the dishwasher? Oh, I bet she tells you every time.
The last forge wraith dissolves into a smoldering cloud.
To be fair to Technology Connections, every single video they put out is very good. But that one's also good.
The last of the special cargo crates is smashed into splinters.
Is that a hardcore bard killer? True. Just tell him you've been drinking? I did. Just let Pug hit the button? True. I should just wait. Rolls. I can't trust myself. My cider must be extra sour? No, I'm just extra sour. I don't want anyone to have any fun. But yes, I am very fortunate to live in a place where the tap water is extremely high quality and good. And there's no lead in the pipes. Fresh tap. That, and also, I don't like cold water. I like drinking like cool water, but I don't like drinking cold water. And so my girlfriend has like one of those Brita filters, and she keeps all the water in the fridge. So she'll like fill it up and let it like cool, whatever, and go through the filter, which is fine. But I just don't really like cold water. And it took almost a year of us living together where I would be like, yeah, can I get, or she'd be like, do you want some water? I'd be like, sure. And then she would like pour me a glass of the cold water from the fridge. And then she'd be like, why aren't you drinking your water? And I'm like, oh, it's too cold. I don't like it. And now she will be like, oh, if you want some water, she'll like fill it from the tap, which I appreciate because it's too cold. I don't like it. Saving money, learning how to make pleasant tasting coffees is so worthwhile. Absolutely. Well, so for me, I only buy like the cheapest, most shittiest garbage coffee ever. And the reason I do that is so that way, whenever I go anywhere and have a coffee, if somebody offers me a coffee, if I have a friend with an espresso machine, or somebody offers me like a nice coffee from like a fancy coffee shop or something, it's always excellent and top tier because I drink garbage at home. I set my expectations, I set the bar super low so everything clears it, and I always have excellent coffee whenever somebody gives me one. That's pretty much how I live my entire life, is I set my own personal standards really low, so that way I always have a good time when I go anywhere. Every restaurant I go to, the food is delicious. You know, the coffee I have or drinks, if somebody serves me one, is like always good. Yeah, man. That's just how I do things. Like, it's not like set expectations low, so like I hope things don't turn out well or anything like that. I just like, I don't know. I live a very meek life. And then I get the end result is that any amount of upgrade over that is extravagance, and it's exciting. Is there an easy to find list of spells that just do a thing based on DC like Phantasma Killer? What do you mean, Cruiser? I might be able to help you, but what do you mean? You mean like you want to see like a list that goes all the instant kill spells and this list that goes all the stun spells, all the paralysis spells, all the whatever? Is that what you're looking for? Microwave the water before drinking it? Oh, true. I gotta pull the... Yo, pour the water out of the fridge and then put it in the microwave. It's so stupid. Oh, shit. Oh, that's really funny. No, I'm not gonna do that. But I like it. I like where your head's at.
To be a makeshift temple, littered with
Got every market share that's owned by BlackRock? No, I don't need to do that. No, but guys, the free market's good. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, free market. Hell yeah. It works for everybody. Inventory slots are full. Crap. Scavenger hunt. I forgot to sell because I've been drinking. Anyway, Cruiser, to answer your question, no, that list doesn't exist. But I can answer if you're like, I want to do X, I can tell you about Y. So, Astro 2.0 version, hardcore loots, but I want Ladder instead of Drab because I had not played one yet. Nice. I hope it's good. I think that the new Astro is insanely fun. Especially with the AoE attack from Elemental Inferno, as long as you have mana. And honestly, you know what the best part about that is? I get to play a ranged character that puts all my Sorcerer past lives to good use. That's why it's good. 10 for instant kills. You can hit 120 on a first life character. I know because my guild leader has a first life wizard that he doesn't reincarnate, and it's got like 124, I think, on instant kills right now.
A familiar sound reverberates throughout the sewer.
Again, people overvalue past lives. Just so you know. And I don't say that because I'm like some past life apologist, where I'm like, it actually doesn't matter to you guys if you have past lives or not, as I drive past you in my 200 past life Warlock, you know, vroom vroom with 1,000,000 hit points and all these stats. Obviously past lives give you stats, but if you want to do R10s or have crazy numbers, you can do crazy numbers with the past lives. Used to microwave my Dr. Pepper before adding ice to it. You're joking, there's no way. As the guy that has put a Mountain Dew in a kettle and made hot dew on stream, there's no way I'm gonna believe that you microwaved your Dr. Pepper and added ice. I'm the stupid guy. Ain't no way. Yeah, they named a guild after it, yeah. It was too cold. I will say, I've done that, where you make food and the food is too hot, so you put the food in the freezer to let it cool. I've done that.
The Dusk Thief flees into the main trash disposal room. There's a blood-curdling shriek from beyond the door.
Pair arrow pally with all the AoE. Oh, dude, the AoE feels so good. Please, like BlackRock to influence executives in every large company in the world. Yeah, of course. But then those major companies are like, hey, by the way, tell everybody that the free market's a genius idea. It works for everyone. And the main problem is that there are too many people that have like literally no backbone, who are in a position where they make just enough money to feel very good about themselves, to be like kind of above the rest of the people in a similar class. And they aren't willing to jeopardize their position to say anything or do anything about it, to rock the boat or push against the system, because, hey man, it's working for me and my family, and I could say something, but it's going well. So that's why people keep progressing with the system, even though it doesn't work for everyone. But the problem is, I can't even judge those people, because what would I do in that similar position? Probably nothing. Because, hey man, if I had $1 million, shit, not $1 million, but if I was a millionaire consistently, because of the influence of some multinational corporation doing a bunch of evil things, I'd like to think I'm a rebel and a free spirit and I would do something about it, but I don't know. Probably not. 60 Reaper points, so I'm still not exactly starving for Reaper power. Yep. Oh yeah, and Reaper points, like, just that alone gives you so much of a counterbalance. Because remember, spellcast or enemies get +4 to saves versus spells in Reaper mode, on top of also getting a bonus to saving throws. I really hate that SSG has never publicly stated what the numbers are for Reaper mode, specifically to the players. Because I know what the numbers are. I can't say them, so I have to make YouTube videos with vague allusions to what the numbers are, and it makes me upset. The best I can do is tell people that they're wrong when they talk about numbers. Because the number of times I see like incorrect things posted, I'm like, nope, that's not right. I can't tell you what it is, but I can tell you that what it isn't. What numbers? Well, it was like the thing with the biggest one I can point to is the displacement, which was just obviously wrong, but SSG made it so that monsters got displacement and incorporeality penetration on higher Reaper mode, and I couldn't, like, people were like, yeah, you can't displace, or monsters ignore displacement and incorporeality on Reaper, on R10. And like, bro, you can just cast displacement and then walk into R10 and watch monsters miss you. So like, obviously that's wrong. I don't need to, like, I know that's wrong from one point, but I can also explain why that's wrong easily with 2 seconds in a spell like in a spell. Like, Easily disprovable. Did that make it to the DDO wiki? Absolutely. Did people talk about it and parrot it everywhere? Absolutely. But I can't do anything about that. Like, what am I supposed to do?
The wizard turns towards start.
Egad! How have you made it past? Not just my apprentice, but those Boromar thugs and my icy minions as well. Well then, it seems that I, Shepherds of Nether, must deal with you.
Oh, moat. I didn't even notice. I did not even notice this. See, this is why I have Pug do it, because I can't be trusted. So Pug has to be the one to do it. Holy Retribution of Gods, it's nice to recharge smites. Oh, dude, Holy Retribution, and it's also a good instant kill. I don't play the thing, yeah. When are we gonna mess up that gnome again? Jebazuk Knackle! He'll be back. Yo, my guy, Jebazuk Knackle, is gonna become, like, the Jacoby Drexelhan of our era. Just you wait. Yeah, portal resets mode timers 100%. Yeah, what numbers? I can't tell you. Sorry, it's against the rules. Don't notice the spawn? Yeah. This is the thing. I can't tell you guys about the numbers because I signed an NDA to ensure that I don't tell anybody the numbers. The problem is, though, you might be like, yeah, but stream, it's just an NDA. Like, no one's going to care too much. How long ago did you sign it? Maybe it's not still valid. Again, when I signed the NDA, explicitly in the NDA, is that if I break the rules and I tell you something that I'm not allowed to tell you, usually the clause is like, you know, sanctions or some type of thing. What happened? Maybe I lose my DDO account. Community Manager Cordovan is posted somewhere around where I live with a sniper rifle pointed at me at all times. If I break the rule, I'm gone. Game over. Okay? I don't take that risk. And I don't just say Cordovan is a great guy because he's fun to get a beer with and fun to talk to. Okay? And an extremely hard worker. But he's a great shot. Okay? So I'm taking those risks. Can I give a list of the numbers? 252,741. I don't know. Yeah, you die in the game, you die in real life. I ain't taking those risks. But yeah. I will be, let's just say this. I will be very excited when SSG finally, like, posts the numbers someday for what Reaper mode is. And I'll be like, yes! There were some hints, which is that Lord of the Rings Online added a difficulty setting to the game, which was basically overworld difficulty, which was 1-to-1 analogous to Reaper mode. And in that, they actually showed all the numbers of how everything scales. I can't... I feel like it's unfair for me to describe it since they now have hidden it, that it was only shown for like a patch and they got rid of it. But yeah. What spell level is Levitate? In pen and paper, I think it's 2, 3. I don't know. There's no Levitate in DDO. The affiliate sent armed goons. True, yeah, the Pinkertons are gonna show up on my ass. What a crazy turn of events, huh? Yeah, you signed an NDA for a reason. It's like it's an important thing. I am very privileged to be in a position where, as a content creator, I also get to have some insight into what happens behind the scenes. But also, as a member of the Player Council, I try to do my best to represent both myself and my own personal opinions, but also the opinions of, like, the greater whole. So if people tell me things and I understand it and agree with it and can comprehend it and relay it in a way that makes sense to me and makes sense to other people, I do my best to also represent those ideas. Roll call. I mentioned this before, but some people have had the question, like, you know, what is the Players Council and why are people on it? And the long story short, is the Players Council, the best way to describe it is it's basically like a focus group where you, if you're on the Players Council, get to see things before they come out. But you have to sign a thing saying you don't talk about what you see. And on top of that, you also have to recognize that a lot of things you might see might never ever happen in the game because that's how video games work. dude, sometimes, you know, SSG might be like, yo, we're gonna make a system in which you can turn into 2 characters and you can control them differently, where your keyboard controls one character and the mouse controls the other, and you got to figure that shit out. Maybe that's an idea that somebody had and they're trying to program in the game, and everyone thinks it's amazing. But unfortunately, due to technical problems, like the fact that that doesn't work at all, they end up not being able to implement that in the game. It would be bad if they posted that publicly, because then you'd have people going out on the DDO forums or on the Reddit being like, oh my god, they're gonna have a thing where you can split yourself into 2 characters and control one character with one hand and one character with the other. Like, I played piano for 8 years, I could do that. And then be disappointed when that thing never shows up. So like, you know, since I'm on the Players Council, I've seen many things that have been like mentioned, but then just never get implemented because of all the reasons of like working on projects.
You expected to find
so, if you ever want to become a part of the Players Council and see some of the things, and also have like the mental fortitude to understand that just because you see something does not mean that it's going to happen, they do open applications. They should start another wave next year, and I encourage people to apply. There are people in the Players Council who are like new to the game. Some people are longtime players. People are free to play. People have lots of experience. It's basically like a pretty wide focus group. Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that, Lom. That sucks. Effect in DDO, that's not the spell. The closest you can get is in Sharn. There is the 2 quests. There is the quest Just Business, which gives you a hoverboard, and then there is the quest in Sharn Docks that also has hoverboards, and I can't remember what it is. And that's it. There's no flying in DDO. It's always the reasons. Well, it's like a million reasons. It could be something as simple as we had an idea that's really great and you get it to 99% completion, and then at 99% you can't finish, like cross the finish line. The source sleds, yeah. Oh yeah, Reaver's Reach lets you fly, doesn't it? Oh, and Reaver's Fate. Yeah, Reaver's Fate. True. I'm lost. I'm in the dark.
You teleport the hapless student back to the entrance. Dane tells you that the last student was taken captive.
Did you get the Sun Sword? It's okay, it happens. We've all been there. It's better than not having the Sun Sword, yeah, doing the raid.
Student back to the entrance.
Yeah. Anyways, like I said, there's some exciting stuff that comes out. There's also some stuff that just doesn't make it in. It's actually makes your character delete itself after Heroic Shroud or something like that. Yeah. That's why, like, I can't undersell or I can't overstate how amazing the patch with the like region block loading is. Because the region block loading, making it so that individual regions, like adventure zones, only load in chunks, so now the lag is significantly lower than it used to be, is such a massive, major change for the game, specifically because not only did it actually reduce lag, it was also like relatively bug-free. They made a massive change to how the entire game system worked and how everything in the quest loads. And it didn't entirely break the game instantly. Just think about that. Madness. Grown-up juice. Ah, grown-up juice. Oh yeah. Oh, I'm an adult. Oh my god. Okay. I spilled some into my facial hair, which is what I need to shave. This doesn't look good. Ugh. 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 Yeah. I can get you the patch notes.
Quickly, Ant says. Unlock the security door so I
Ooh,
can
moat.
get out of here. Careful though. Pulling the wrong lever will summon you.
Oh no, he's up and purring. Make him comfortable. Yeah, I'm sorry, dude. That sounds really horrible. I'm sorry that you have to go through that experience with your pet.
You teleport the hapless student back to the entrance.
That sucks, man. Is there to make the CC agree so that tripping yourself in the slip and slide? Yeah, freedom of movement. It's a spell you can get and also shows up on several different items. But yeah, let me get you the patch note. And then I'll give you more details about it. Wraith Callers. EO patch notes. Patch newts. This would have been 75.6. Yeah, this one. This one. 75.6. That's the one. It's bare bones, but I can explain it in much more detail from like testing, experimenting, and looking at that. Basically what they did is they made it so that the game now it separates the adventure zones into squares, basically big blocks. And the way that that is different is that because the game is now separated out into blocks in adventure zones, if I'm here, I load these monsters, but I'm not loading the monsters that are over here, as an example. In DDO, all adventure zones always loaded everything at the same time. So when you load an adventure zone, it loads all the monsters, all the spaces, literally everything. That might sound dumb and bad, but remember, when DDO was programmed in the 90s, they didn't realize how big the game was going to get, and so the original adventure zones were like the waterworks and the steam tunnels that didn't need, like, you could load the whole thing and not worry about it. There's like 40 monsters, and it's a small zone, like who cares? So as the game ballooned and got bigger, and they added more and more bigger zones, the issue is not even just like Slayer groups. The best way I can describe it is, okay, you go and you're going to run Ravenloft, right? You finish Into the Mists. When you leave Into the Mists, it loads you into the Ravenloft Adventure Zone. You load the 2,000 monsters and every object in the area onto the server. And then you spend 20 seconds running to Death House and enter the quest. Death House takes you more than 5 minutes, so the instance resets. And when you leave Death House, you load into Ravenloft and load 2,000 new monsters and all the new objects associated with it. Their collision, everything else. And then you recall the town. And then you go to Fresh Baked Dreams. And wouldn't you know it, you decided you wanted to do the Hag optional to get a second end chest, and it took an extra 5 minutes, which means the zone resets. So when you recall out of the dungeon, you load a brand new Ravenloft with 2,000 new monsters and all that other stuff. And between every single quest in Ravenloft, you load a new Ravenloft. And now consider that there's maybe 50 to 100 Ravenlofts that get run every day. And now it only loads the monsters right around where you are. Again, something that is very obvious if you are somebody who has some of these types of games, that type of occlusion or only loading segmented things makes total and complete and perfect sense as something that you should manage up first and do early. Absolutely. 100%. You know, if you look at a game like Mario 64, when you turn the camera, things that are not in frame deload. But DDO was made a long time ago, and it's not always obvious what is causing individual problems in individual areas or how things are loading. And even if you know, okay, this is a problem, going back and making it do that when it didn't do that is not an easy task. So to my understanding, the Adventure Zone fix was like a multi-year fix in the process. It was not like something where they were like, this is a problem, and then to like put in some code and fix it. It took like over a year to redo how these things work and do that. When I close my eyes, the stream disappears. True. Lower the lag. Yeah, dude, the game, I know I'm drinking right now, so I can be a little hyperbolic, but I say this when sober. I've been playing the game since 2005 in the beta, when I stayed up all night, doing my first elite quest, which was recovering the lost home when it used to be in the lighthouse, with these two other guys who were like in the military or something. I don't know. Anyway, they led me through some of these quests, and we were like blasting through things. Like in my first all-nighter, I was like 14, and we stayed up all night, and I had a most amazing time. I've been playing this game since its inception. Right now, DDO has never been as lag free as it is today.
Creatures loyal.
Now, I'd still like it to be smoother. There still are some problems. But like, man, that patch was such a W. It's crazy.
If you gave them a gentle thrashing, it might teach them a lesson. Gossip goblins are hard at work.
I like it's straight locked if it loads 2,000 enemies at once. Well, it's not laggy anymore. It doesn't do that. Basically, my understanding and the way that Severlin, the executive producer of Dungeons & Dragons Online, the way that he described it is that they have a technical debt where they want to make changes, but they don't know what the halo effect is going to be, which is to say, if they make a change to one game system, how that's going to affect other game systems, how it's going to affect other things, and they didn't have that information. So what they did is they worked to basically make a series of dashboards that could better analyze the performance of the game everywhere. Analyze like how the servers are doing and how many frames they're getting and all this other stuff and how the performance is going. And then they can use that to guide them towards specific problems now, which is a thing that they didn't have. Which again, it's easy to go, yeah, but shouldn't they have had that like in the past already? Absolutely. 100%. If you're making a new game, you should have diagnostics that can examine your entire game and give you a good understanding as to where you're running into problems. That's very, very important to be able to manage these things. Something's like a friend of mine is actually making a game and they asked me to demo part of their game. So I did. And I was like, yeah, this game is eating my computer alive because they didn't cap out several different systems because it's their first time making a game. They didn't know that. And, or like they didn't have like that experience working with these things. And so the game was using literally 100% of my computer systems when it didn't need to. And so they were like, oh, great. So they like kind of went back and doing that. These are things that like should be done in the development process. But again, DDO was developed a long time ago when there were smaller computers that didn't need these same things. And so layering stuff on top of that, because remember, Dungeons & Dragons Online is a 20-year-old game. There's probably over 200 people that have added code to this goddamn thing. So like, it's just one of those things where I give a lot of grace to the developers at DDO because they let me play DDO still, and the game is working.
And the remaining demons are thrown back into the.
And also, anyone that comes onto the project, they got to learn how to make the code work with all the ancient nonsense. I remember I asked Steelstar a question about something. I can't remember what at this moment, but I remember I was like, "How come like this thing works like this?" And he just looked at me and he just goes. And Steelstar is one of the developers at Dungeons & Dragons Online. He's one of the systems guys. He's actually one of the people that did like a lot of the dex changes and stuff in the most recent patch. And he looks at me and he goes, yeah, you see, the ancients made a lot of bad decisions. As he describes it, the ancients. Those that came before, that built this game however many eons ago. I just found it really funny. Because again, it's a situation where like the people that made this game that were originally programming it starting in the 90s did not think DDO was going to be alive in 2025. No, the Ladders was another DDO developer, Torque, who does a lot of like system stuff and also does a lot of raids and things. And I asked him, we were at a bar, we had a few beers, and I was like, Torque, level with me. What's the deal with the ladder bug? And he didn't look at me and he said, listen, if you ever work on a video game, don't include ladders. That was his answer. If you make a video game, don't have ladders. And I was like, you got it, boss. No ladders. I understand. Don't have ladders. It was funny. That could be a bigger base inventory because it would break the duct tape. Yeah. It's still in the game. Azure Skies. Yeah. So Azure Skies. You've probably never found this before. You probably don't know what Azure Skies is. This is not in the game. You can't get Azure Skies. You can't go to Azure Skies. You can't see Azure Skies. But Azure Skies was something that was being developed during the Menace of the Underdark expansion. Okay? It's in the game code. You cannot go here. This is not a place you can go. This is not a place you can access. But it's in the game. Because when I was at SSG, Steelstar showed me. He's like, check this out. Somewhere in the game world, there is a little room that has a door to Azure Skies. And you can't remove Azure Skies from the game. Because if you delete Azure Skies, a quest that was added during Menace in the Underdark that never got fully added to the game, DDO won't compile. So they just don't mess with it. So there is a door to Azure Skies that players cannot access. It's like just somewhere deep in the game. And there it is. So there's your DDO trivia. Azure Skies. That's the like, oh, we can't change the base inventory size of the size of the inventory because if we do, it'll like break the game. Yes, it's literally load-bearing tech debt. And again, to me, I'm like, DDO is so quirky and magical. I don't get upset about that. I'm just like, damn, that's cool. Like, cool lore. Yeah. That's why whenever somebody is like, oh, I could fix this game and no problem. I understand exactly how to use it. And I'm like, this game is made with a proprietary engine. This shit doesn't use, like, this ain't Unreal Engine, okay? Like this, you can't just look at it and solve it. You gotta pull it apart, okay? You know how hard it is to get your Christmas lights apart? Speaking of topical, how hard it is to get the Christmas lights apart? Guess what? Imagine that times 1 million. That's DDO. Then we do lower more grave 16s. All right, I can use the mushroom. Then we do more lower more grave. Did he go named Azure Skies? Yeah. I will be back in just a minute. Required for Team Fortress 2 to run? Exactly. It's exactly the same thing. I'm back. 1,200 players at 9 tonight? Oh, sick. That's cool. You need to fix the game from scratch. Yeah, but like, to be fair, when it comes to like, you know, start from scratch and work on DDO again, that would never work because, it's not Moorgrave, lower Moorgrave? Oh shit, what's it called? I don't know what the quest area is called. It's not Moorgrave. Is it Moorgrave University? Lower Quad? What's this block? Hold on, what's this? Army of Eternal Night. That is under... Yeah, it is Moorgrave. Did I spell Moorgrave wrong? Oh shit. Moorgrave. Yeah, I did. Army of Eternal Night. Alright. Let's get started. Let's get started. Uh-oh. Oh, this guy. Talk to this guy. Wrong guy. Wrong guy. See this race screw loose in this wallet? Don't like what it's doing? It's good because it's the only thing keeping this screw from falling down? Yeah. It's a load bearing poster. Or it's a load bearing screw.
The head librarian gestures to
But yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I have literally zero lag here on Brain. So I'm having a blast. Guys, playing DDO is my job as of right now because I'm still unemployed. Searching, still, I applied for 2 jobs today. So we're getting there. But it is currently my job. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't love the idea of playing DDO all day when it's really laggy. It's like, if you work in an office, when the email server is slow, or your server is slow, and you just can't get any responses, you try to send stuff, you get issues, and you just sit there all day being like semi-locked out of your computer, even though your computer is still functioning, it's working, but the network isn't working, that is annoying and frustrating. That's basically how it's been for me every single fucking day for so very long. And now it's just smooth. Oh, so smooth. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, man. Depending on old code, if you change old codes, all those codes can't refer to anything endgame dead. You and Shader Kai and do anything with that. Oh, any recommendations for Melee Trapper on Hardcore? Yeah, anything Shader Kai is going to be good. So, for example, there's the, as long as you have the gear for it, I did the Critzilla build, which is the 16 Dragon Lord, 3 Bard, 1 Rogue, and you can trap on that if you want. And it uses Shader Kai. So it's Shader Kai, 1 Rogue, 3 Bard, Dragon Lord. You could probably shove the Rogue up, or not the Rogue, the Bard, because I believe I take the Bard later. You could probably shove the Bard later if you really wanted to get the bonuses to your trapping from Inspire Competence. You can probably get that sooner. Or older tunes than the other one. It's possible. To Critzilla? Yeah. I mean, I have to go and let me just Google Critzilla. DDO Critzilla. See what happens. Improve Critzilla, triple Critzilla, new Critzilla. Hey, I'm the 3rd link. Let's go. Pog. There's going to be a link to it in the video. I just forgive me, for I have had Crown Royal and I don't have the full capacity to find the link for you. But in the description of the video, there should be a link, and the link should be in the repository.
This is Zombocom, welcome. Yes, this is Zombocom. This is Zombocom, and welcome to you who has come to Zombocom. Anything is possible at Zombocom. You can do anything at Zombocom. The infinite is possible at Zombocom. The unattainable is unknown at Zombocom.
You can do anything at Zombocom. I do like Zombocom. What a great website.
Skeleton
sacrifice my plans to some paltry pack of latecomers. As it collapses, the skeleton...
All right, I think it's everybody. We're good.
I was so close.
Drive like a million miles today? Ooh, rough. Hopefully I was able to entertain you via audio. And if I wasn't able to entertain you via audio, probably because you were driving and doing other things and paying more attention to the road, that's good. Take care. Why'd you have to drive a million miles? Delivering stuff? No, that doesn't make sense. Traveling from one place to another? Traveling from one home to the next one? Moving from one Dakota to the next Dakota? The old decoder. Am I at 105 amp? No, I'm at 82. Grandparents down in Chicago. Sister getting married. Ooh, exciting! Congratulations to your family. Not really you. You didn't do it, but well, not to say not congratulations to you, but also yeah. I just hit 105. Still, that feels good. Double healing from everything. Oh baby. You wanted to listen to Stream Tom? I mean, you never know. Listen, a lot of old people do play Dungeons & Dragons Online. In fact, statistically likely that if you're playing Dungeons & Dragons Online now, you're above the age of 40. So, again, a lot of older people do like DDO. Maybe your grandparents would have liked the stream. I definitely think that my audience skews older, you know, because of my demeanor and the things that I say. So, everyone's like 88? That's good enough. 69? See, there you go.
A huge sphinx in the back of the room nods its head in greeting.
Hi, love. Welcome back to the stream team for 6 months. I appreciate the support. Hope you're having a good day, and thank you so much for tuning in. Things like Sody Pop. True, I do say Sody Pop. Not quite 40 yet. Oh, it's coming for you, buddy. It's coming. You can't tell me you liked Mega Man X in the 90s without being close to 40. That's how it works. I was there. Yeah, nah, I'm old as hell. I'm 33. Next year I'm gonna be 34. God damn. Can't stand it. Age increases, man. Did you know that? You slowly get older. And then as you get older, and then you keep getting older. It's crazy. I remember when I was young and I thought I was invincible. And then as I get older, I realize I'm still pretty invincible for the most part. I don't know. As it turns out, if you like make good contacts with people and you keep working hard, things work out for you for the most part. Not always, but sometimes. And you can always find happiness in the things that you do. Talking to people younger than this video game. Oh, dude. That's always the hardest thing, is like really young people. My God. I have the pleasure of interacting with people who are younger than me, who engage with things like TikTok and other various websites and assorted media. And man, it's pretty wild, the differences. So you hit 40 and then it rapidly increases? Nah. I'm telling you, man, what I want is I want them to have like the computer brain interface where they're like, okay, what we're gonna do is we're gonna set you up, we're gonna plug your brain into the computer, we're gonna download your brain into the machine, and you'll be able to live forever. You know, you'll be able to, download you straight into World of Warcraft, right? So you just like close your eyes, and they plug the thing into your head, and you get downloaded into the machine. So when you close your eyes, you think, cool, I'm going into the computer future, I'm going to the computer afterlife, and like realistically, if they just kill you at that point, and they just steal your data or whatever, it doesn't matter, because I'm signing up. I'm in the chair. I'm like stoked. I'm like, yes, I'm gonna live forever in the future. And if I instantly die, I won't know any difference. Like, that's what I'm talking about. That's the future that I want. The sci-fi bait. Hell yeah. TikTok ruined a generation? Yeah, probably. But kids like their memes. What, every day you stay pretty invincible? Not necessarily, but water is very good for you. Free me. Imagine it, Lenny. Hey, listen. Of mice and men taught me many things. Take the saggy flesh sack from me. That's actually a better outcome. True. I'm not that saggy, fortunately. I've been eating quite a lot better, which has been good for me. Kind of like just managing my physical health. Guard. Oh, I can't cast Dimdor here. Tick tock on the clock, but my body don't stop. No. Immortal, you just get a digital clone of you that thinks it's you. I know your Star Trek is a transporter, a transportation device, or a suicide box. I've seen your YouTube video before. I've seen your ethical dilemma. You don't need to ship of Theseus me. I've already been convinced. Sign me up. I will be the captain of that ship of Theseus. Is it me or is it a copy? That's fine. As long as I ever get to interact, it's good. Also, if I had to interact with me in a different body, I'm going to be honest with you, I'd probably find me very annoying. So I feel like it would be just like we would just bounce off.
Then an illusory jury appears before your eyes, eager to begin. Now that you have finished examining your evidence, you must present it to the judge. You place the evidence on the stand and describe the circumstances surrounding how you found it. The Sphinx.
Just play EVE Online. I'm starting to play it. I'm a grandpa in a 26-year-old body. Nah, it's okay.
Explain yourself.
Listen, all I know, Lord Dials, is I hope that someday you will be able to beat EVE Online.
Order in the court, says the Sphinx. This is
For those of you that don't know, beating EVE Online is when an EVE player quits the game forever.
The Sphinx continues questioning Worthridge.
Someday you'll be able to beat it. It might take you 20 or 30 years from now, but you'll get there.
You stand before the jury, ready to give your speech. As you begin, you watch for the jury's reactions. The jury finishes their deliberation and decides to
I do not play EVE Online, but I have friends who do. And I have some friends who have... Well, actually, I don't have any friends who have beat it.
The jury ponders
So it's like beating League of Legends? It's like beating League of Legends. Yeah, it's when you quit and you never go back.
As I said, I'm just holding on to that for a friend.
The jury finishes their deliberation and decides to accept your words.
If I had to interact with you, I'd find you so annoying. True. I don't disagree. It's one of the reasons why I am a big fan of like Don't Meet Your Heroes. I feel bad because I bet there's probably people that have met me that expected me to be like this super huge over the top personality when I'm like just some guy. Although according to people that I've met, they think that I'm fine, which is nice. Moat.
You place the evidence on the stand and describe the
Yeah, I don't know about that.
surrounding how you found it.
These things resist evil damage? What the hell? They resist all magic? Oh, they probably have magic resistance rating, don't they?
I object. How dare you?
Says Worthridge. Order in
Yeah.
the court, says the Sphinx. This is not the time.
They're not resistant force? Okay, so they probably just have magic resistance
State your
rating.
case. While the Sphinx continues questioning Worthridge, you notice the jury growing bored and restless. You stand before the jury, ready to give your speech. As you begin, you watch the jury's reactions. The jury finishes their
you go.
deliberation and decides to accept your words. You may continue.
I think we're done.
You continue your speech with more confidence.
Description: my preferred EVE Online activity is not available to free-to-play accounts. RIP.
I never said do it or else.
I said, do it, I'll help.
I'll help.
Oh, is it 6-core Blightcaster time?
And decides to accept your
Oh,
words.
baby.
You appeal to the jury with one last statement, delivered with aplomb. You conclude your speech. The jury considers you, deep in thought. You hope you have impressed the jurors enough to keep them in your favor.
Yeah, I never played EVE.
The judge
I'm
finishes questioning the
trying to think. The games that I've like thrown my life away the most at is probably just DDO. I have a lot of hours in Lord of the Rings Online though.
in the hope that you can trick him into saying something he shouldn't. Alarm flashes on Worthridge's face as he realizes that he said too much.
Come on, that was obviously coercion. Strike that.
That vampirism heals me 3 now. I'm unstoppable. True. In Reaper mode, we're gonna wait 20 seconds. 20. 19. Actually, I have enough time to get myself some more grown-up juice, and then
State your case.
if they're not here by that time, I'm gonna click the button.
Continues questioning Worthridge.
I have some grown-up juice for grown-ups.
Jury growing bored.
Some
You stand before the jury,
adult
ready
juice.
to give your speech. As you begin, you watch for the jury's reaction.
Recommend Lotro for a DDO player? Maybe.
I said, do it. I'll help. The jury finishes their deliberation.
Okay, so not there.
And decides to accept
We're going.
your words.
Next. Ugh.
You continue your speech with more.
Man, I feel like a grown-up. I feel so adult right now. All right, farm quest. Time for growing pains. Growing pains next. So sort of Mythic Dark Flame. So number one, even if you're not sure, maybe you do want to play Lord of the Rings Online, maybe you don't. Here's what I will say. Right now, there is a coupon code for Lord of the Rings, just like there is for DDO, called Explore Our World. So if you make an account for Lord of the Rings Online, which you can do for free, it costs $0, and log in, and put in the coupon code Explore Our World, it gives you access to all of the content, much like the Gather Your Party 2025 code. So no matter what, you should 100% do that. Now you might ask yourself a question, oh, do I have to make a new account? Do I need to add a separate email thing? The answer is no, you don't actually. You can do it without doing that. You can actually use your existing account as long as you add a code to your account, which... what the fuck was the code that I put for that? There's a command. What did I name it? Why do I have 7 pages worth of commands? What is the code? Hold on. Is it connect? It's connect. Exclamation point connect. You can use exclamation point connect in the chat to connect the codes together. So exclamation point connect will link you. The chat of my stream. It's just that's the code I have for the bot to bring up all the information. I know why I can't think about that. Oh, also, what am I drinking as a responsible adult? I'm drinking some apple juice, that's all. Okay, so what that means is there's a link there that goes to my account.standingstonegames.com. So that's the way you log into your account, right? Don't log into the account. I don't know why they do it like this, but you don't log in. At the bottom, there's like an enter code where you can activate a thing. Where you can activate a coupon. And so if you want to add DDO to your Lotro account, you're going to put in the first code that's there, so 23N33 whatever. But if you already have DDO and you want to add Lotro to your account, you add in the YCZKZ whatever at the bottom. Don't log in, you just add that code to the bottom, okay? And when you add in the code, it's going to basically just say, okay, cool, now you can log in this game. So that way you can have one account for both games. You don't have to have 2 separate logins, 2 separate emails. Instead, it's just all connected to one, okay? So that's how you connect it. Then you just log into the game with your account after it's already connected, and you use the code Explore Our World, all capital letters, all one word. And that'll give you access to everything. I recommend you do that just because it's available till December 7th and you have access to all the content. So I would highly recommend you get that sorted in case you're just not even sure if you ever want to play the game. Again, you could never play. You could just decide never to play Lord of the Rings. But let's say, I don't know, you slip and fall and you slam your head in the side of the bathtub. And all of a sudden you're like, oh my God. Tolkien's works are the greatest works I've ever read. And I really wish I could explore them and walk through them. Experience them, like going through Bilbo's house. I've never wanted to do this before, but all of a sudden, after hitting my head really hard on the side of the bathtub, I wish I could do that. Well, now you can. So that's how you do it. Anyways, the Explore Our World thing. There's an article on the Lotro website. So with the Explore Our World coupon code, if you look up Lotro coupon code thing, it'll probably come up there. Anyways, so to answer the actual question of do I recommend it? One of the reasons why I like Lord of the Rings Online is because it's pretty much the antithesis of DDO. DDO is go, 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 fast is fast, gotta level, TRs, gotta get XP, past lives, blah, 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 blah. Cool exploration, but it's like fast. Lord of the Rings is not. It is generic World of Warcraft style questing. Go to town. There's 8 guys that have quest rings above their heads. You say, hey, by the way, I want to do an activity. They go, okay, we have a quest for you. One quest is to kill 8 guys. One quest is to to pick up some weapons. One is to grab some herbs near the field or near the town. One is to feed the animals in the kennel. Stuff like that. Really basic stuff. You hand them in, you keep going. The thing that sells Lord of the Rings to me is, number one, it's very piecemeal. So you can do it at your own pace, unlike DDO, where a quest is a specific duration. If I need to take a break at any point in Lord of the Rings, you can log out and log back in later, and you're exactly where you were, like regular MMO. Again, like World of Warcraft. So there's no worry about like having to get done in a specific session. I don't have to do all of Ravenloft in one sitting, or feel like I have to do 3 quests or I'm wasting my time. Instead, I can just do a quest and then log out in the middle of the field where I was working on my quest and come back in later and pick up, which is great if you have kids or other things that distract you, because you can just stop playing whenever you want, which is nice. Again, simple feature. Every MMO has it. Just DDO doesn't have it, so you might like that. The big selling point for Lord of the Rings Online, and what makes it different from the other MMOs, is that Lord of the Rings Online is the most lore accurate non-book Lord of the Rings product ever created. Okay? It is more accurate than the movies. It is more accurate than every other video game. It's more accurate than the TV show. Everything. Lord of the Rings Online is 1-to-1 accurate with the book. If it happens in the book, if it's referenced by Tolkien, it happens that way exactly. And if it doesn't, there's a guy at SSG whose literal job it is to make sure everything lines up 1-to-1. Okay? So if you're like, I want to learn about the lore of the Lord of the Rings, I want to understand the story and really dig into it, you can, because Lord of the Rings Online is 1-to-1 accurate. It does add things, so anything where Tolkien described something in vague terms, they embellish and fill in the spaces, but they don't do anything that would contradict the lore of the Lord of the Rings. Okay? So if you're somebody who wants to learn about the story and dig into it, or if you're a big Lord of the Rings head, if you're like, I love Lord of the Rings, I read all the books, I even read the Silmarillion, you know, I have some Sindarin tattooed on my arm, you'll really enjoy Lord of the Rings for the story, which is why a lot of people play it. The story is like very, very good for that. And that's one of the reasons why I enjoy it. You don't need to hold 2 accounts anymore. You never did, but to get those codes to connect your accounts, you had to go through customer service. So yeah, that's why. After your YouTube vids always start a good morning. Never thought I'd be able to catch one live. Oh, I'm glad to be able to surprise you, utterly adorable Drifter. If it helps you feel any better, I don't stream every day, but I usually stream about 4 days a week, and usually for about 8-ish hours each time. So I am pretty easy to catch, depending on your region in which you live, because sometimes you might actually live in a region that it is not easy to catch the stream. Unfortunately, like if you live in Europe, I do start streaming kind of like after work European hours, so around 6 o'clock European time. Western Europe, not Eastern Europe. Yeah. But welcome. Hope you're doing well. And thank you for tuning in. Yo, what's up, Shade? How you doing? Never talk shit about quarterstaffs again? You shouldn't. Quarterstaffs are great. Okay, listen, Shade, here's the thing. Did you ever watch the TV show Teen Titans? In that TV show, the main character, not main character, but one of the characters, Robin, uses a quarterstaff as his main weapon of choice for fighting enemies. And by the way, he kicks ass. Just saying.
In the distance.
Don't smack talk quarterstaffs. Also, shortcut. Shortcut.
Clattering hooves. The sound of the demon horde. Waves of heat billow upwards from the
Usually have a high dodge percent chance. Pretty tough to catch. True, that's me. Dodgy and flexible. Like Nightwing better? Yeah, he's a cool character.
The heat overwhelms you.
Easy to catch because of asthma? Yeah, it's also the asthma. I can't run too far because of asthma. That's why I do the elliptical when I go to the gym. Because of the asthma. Can I move the new item? Mm-hmm. Well, the thing you have to remember about Tabaxi Trailblazer Shade, and this is a secret, I'm going to tell you this. Okay, it's a secret. Don't you tell anybody, because if you tell anybody, I'm going to tell Horse to come to your house. And I don't know what Horse is going to do, so don't you dare tell anybody else this secret. I'm telling you this just to you, okay, Shade? At the top of the Tabaxi Trailblazer tree, there's an ability. It's a 360-degree knockdown attack. It says it has a saving throw. It doesn't. It always works. Enemies can't save. Always works. That's right. 100% success rate. You tell anybody that, I'm telling Horse. So it's between you and me, okay? Don't tell anybody. And everybody listening on Twitch, same rule applies. Don't make me get the horse out of here. I don't know what he's gonna do.
Across a narrow stone bridge, you can see a sigil.
You heard something? No, you didn't. True. Exactly.
By a magical shield.
Did Pizza Nuts read this information? Mm-hmm. Exactly. He's been silent for 30 seconds. It's crazy, isn't it? It's wild. Wild stuff. Oh, moat. Well, alright. It's our moat now. Horse can never keep a secret? Yeah, probably. Honestly, I really appreciate it when you're... Oh, it's Scath! Scath the Vorpal! There he is! It's Scath, you guys! He died. Anyway, I really appreciate it when you're watching, like, or like playing a game or like watching a movie or TV show, and there'll be a character who will, like a guard, who will watch like a million guys get mowed down and will be like, you know what? I don't get paid enough. You go. You take care of it. Like, for example, there's in Neverwinter Nights at the beginning, there's like these door guards that are posted outside these manors that are posted there because the actual guards have either died or fled because there's this horrible plague in the city. And so the guards, or the people that are guarding the door, are like the butlers that are just like working at these houses. And when you walk up and you're like, hey, can I go inside? They're like, yeah, I'm not going to stop you. Like, I get paid to like clean the floor. I don't get paid to guard the door. They've told me to guard the door. I'm not going to die today. Go inside if you want. And I'm like, yeah, that's what I would do that too. If somebody was like, hey, our door guards fled, there's a horde plague, go guard the door. Bro, I'm going to stand out there. I'm going to smoke a cigarette and do nothing. I'm not dying for this. Shadow of the Goblin card from Scryfall. All right. All right, hold on. What is this card? What is this card? I got to read it. Okay, hold on. 1 in a red enchantment, unreliable visions. At the beginning of your first main phase, discard a card. If you do, draw a card. Disgusting. Undying Vengeance. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, this gem deals 1 damage to each opponent. So whenever you play a card from exile, you get to deal 1 damage to your opponent. So what you're saying is, I really miss Atali being in standard. Man, I wish Atali was in standard, huh? It's over. You ever played Dark Alliance? No. I did not play the original Dark Alliance that was on Xbox, Dark Alliance 1 or 2. And I also did not play Dark Alliance, Dungeons & Dragons Dark Alliance, which was the
magical energy surges throughout
the returning effect, or the new game, which then got taken off of Steam. Well, with the wow, okay, you can't play Thopters in standard, I don't think. Discover a strong mechanic. Oh yeah, because you still have the Trumpeting Carnosaur and a couple other cards from that deck. Oh, I don't know anything about Modern. It's either standard or nothing. There's too many cards in Magic for me to know all of them. Animated Batman, the dude walks in, the Batman, some villain turns, Batman looks away at him and just like closes the door and walks away. Yep. Yeah, we watched that on stream the other day.
A powerful Orthorn patiently awaits your arrival.
I try to like I've enjoyed learning about Magic cards. It's been fun. So like reading cards, reading some of the set, and like evaluating cards has been like a lot of fun, and trying to understand like the mechanics. There's a lot of interesting stuff in Magic the Gathering. I don't play Magic pen and paper, or not pen and paper, paper Magic, because Magic cards are expensive and I'm unemployed, so Magic is outside my realm of what I can physically do here. But yeah, some point in the future I will definitely spend more time learning more Magic. No clue where I'm going. I'm coming. People only play Commander anyway. I actually do have some cards. I did buy some cards so I could build a Commander deck to play with some of my friends. Okay, so a couple of my friends who neither are gamers, by the way. Literally neither of them. They don't play any card game. They don't play anything like that. Out of nowhere, they're like, oh, by the way, we started playing Magic. People that, like, I'm giga nerd. We've been friends since we were little kids. And out of nowhere, they're like, yeah, we started playing Magic, like, really recently. I'm like, what? Huh? What? Anyway, so they've been playing Magic, and they've been having a lot of fun, which is good. And I'm glad to hear it. But it was just one of those, like, I was completely flabbergasted. And so they've been playing, like, Commander. So I'm like, shit, I'm behind. I didn't even know. I guess I gotta get some real physical paper Magic cards.
Now that all 3 portals have been closed, the attack is almost at an end. Only the devil
Cocaine is cheaper? I also don't know. True. We're gonna change the format. The standard set when I was on Pro Tour. Pro Tour? What the heck? Hasn't Magic been accused of using AI though? I don't know. I mean, a lot of places have been... You have to understand, when people say accusations of using AI, remember, Domo, DDO got accused of using AI because somebody didn't like how one of the cloaks looked. And I'm not joking. In fact, I'm so not joking. Executive producer Severlin went into the thread where somebody accused SSG of using AI and was like, no, we don't use AI. Shut the fuck up. It was like, obviously they don't use AI. It didn't matter that there were a whole bunch. This is the whole issue with like accusations and things like this, where like you had people in the comments being like, yeah, by the way, this is clearly not AI. Visually, it doesn't look like that. It clearly is within the art style of DDO. If you pass it through a thing that says like, hey, is this AI? It's not. Oh my god, it's so dumb. Also, the fact that it's like, man, it's so easy for these dickheads to just be like, yeah, man, they just used AI to make this thing and just make a claim and with like literally no substantiating evidence and be like, yeah, this is how it is. Just forum ban these guys. I'm not in control of the forums. If I was in control of the forums, I would forum ban so many people.
This shop is filled with odd artifacts and hidden hand cultists. It looks like
That's like considering means it's AI. Yeah, 100%. It's like the half cloak, by the way, from like the novice loot, and somebody saw the half cloak from the novice loot and was like, oh, it's like clearly made with AI because it doesn't look very good or something. I don't know, but it looks exactly like the vines from Feywild that you climb on. And I'm like, you could say that doesn't look good, but yeah, that shit ain't AI, dude. It ain't AI. Really dumb post. Really dumb post. Again, I can't blame any company for experimenting with using these products at some point to try to see if it enhances their business, because you know, it's the buzzwords. You hear it all around. You hear this thing and it's like, well, maybe we should look into using something like this. The problem is, number one, it's very difficult to use any of these things because you can't produce anything that was produced with AI because everything you're using is immediately stolen. Because the second you decide to use something that was like produced by a machine, especially when it comes to the art field, the problem is art is traceable. So if an AI is producing something in an art style of an artist and that artist is alive, they're going to sue your ass back in time. So you can't just be like, oh, we're gonna use AI to do this thing. That's not how that works, because again, people can trace the art and figure out who made it and how the AI stole it. Because remember, when people say, oh, AI art, what they mean to say is complicated stealing. It's mostly what it is. It's just complicated stealing. So it's a bigger problem when it comes to like the art thing in terms of doing that. And then also, again, when it comes to using AI as a tool, as many people who work in different levels of programming can attest, there are uses where sometimes you can ask a program to kind of clean up or help you rewrite something that's a bit more organized as a piece of code. There are many people who are part of the live stream who have used ChatGPT or other services to rewrite things that they've talked about their experiences doing stuff like that, and that makes sense. But like, you can't just use AI to make something. You can't be like, AI make a video game, because again, AI is a misnomer. AI is a lie. It is an idea sold to you by tech companies to get you to invest in their products. Large language models. Large language models. Large language models. It isn't magic. It isn't an intelligence writing something. It is a language model that uses predictive text to write things based on existing text. It is not magic. And so these things can't create because they have to do things that exist. They use references to make things happen. And again, they don't know what they're doing. So you can't just go, oh, make a game or write a thing, because anything that the language model writes is going to be just, it is the predictive text on your phone. When you hit at the top to say what the next word it thinks it's going to be, that's what you're looking at. It is a more complicated, fancier version of predictive text, but that is what these things are. Every time you say AI, you're feeding into the notion that all these multi-billion-dollar companies are trying to evaluate themselves as being worth way more money than they actually are, because it's AI, it's the future, it's AI. It's large language models, not AI. Also, if a clone is a human, is that AI? That's a good question. If you clone a guy, is that AI? Interesting. Someone's upscaling UI for DDO with 4K monitors? No, I don't have a 4K monitor. Oops. Oh, I have the question correct. Welcome. But yes, to answer the question, not just fun, what's so bad about something made with AI in the first place? The main issue is that the large language models that people are using, the large language models that people use to produce these products are problematically very taxing for what they produce. And also, again, it's complicated stealing. These machines take in data from that they did not own. And if you're wondering, well, what do you mean they did not own them? There is information from Facebook where they've already had to disclose the fact that it would be really bad if people found out that their AI was trained using, what was the name of that service? There's like a piracy website where they downloaded millions of books to train their AI because they stole them. You have Disney, yeah, and Paramount, they're suing companies. Like Disney is suing the asset of all these companies that are stealing their copyrights because they just steal art and steal images. Now, granted, obviously, I'm not here defending Disney or defending these major gigantic megacorps because, you know, they're fighting their own battle because they have to, but not because I love these large companies. But like at the end of the day, like everybody can see that it's just stealing. It's all it is. It's just stealing. There are some good uses when we talk about, you know, people using it to help them write code or as a tool to do many different things. AI language models designed to use a very individual or specific purpose. The easiest example of which is, you may have heard about, there's a big project where basically, I can't remember the name of it, but there's basically a protein folding competition where people are given like a chemical composition effectively, and their goal is to try to model what the protein is supposed to look like. And people have tried to develop models for modeling the way proteins look. And basically AI has solved that problem where you can have a machine understand and run hundreds of billions of permutations and understand how protein folding works. And you can use this in the medical field for doing different types of scientific research. There are lots of good reasons where you can use these tools to help you in very specific and direct circumstances. But the way that large companies are using it, and a lot of these businesses, especially media companies, it's basically just complicated stealing. It's stealing, but oops, it's actually like there's a missing detail. And something you have to understand is that if you decide to use any of these processes, so you decide to go and use Midjourney or any of these things, in the Midjourney terms of service, they explicitly say, by the way, don't make anything copyrighted, because if we get sued, we're coming after you. Can they come after you? Well, I don't know. Did you use a VPN? Is your data there? They might. It's entirely possible these companies might come after you directly. Now, granted, if you don't live in the United States and you're using these services abroad, it's probably difficult for them to come and get you. But if you do live in the US and you are using these services and you decided that you wanted to make cool pictures of like Mickey Mouse doing backflips, and now they're getting sued by Disney, whoops. So again, you got to be careful about these things. It is almost exclusively just stealing. And you got to be mindful about it. So that's the reason why AI bad in terms of the general product and use. That being said, if there was a way where it wasn't like just stealing from people, it would be a little bit different. But the main issue is that a lot of these companies have cut a lot of corners with the express purpose of making money fast, as opposed to making an innovative or interesting product. And so the downside of cutting corners to make a ton of money as quickly as possible is, again, they just steal everything. Everything's all stolen. It's all stolen all the time, all the way up and down. It's all stolen. So yeah, it's a rough one out there. So that's why a lot of people get pretty sensitive and testy when it comes to talking about like AI or AI in terms of use in terms of media products. And also, we talk about the sliding quality of sliding scale, where you can look at like products and they get kind of shittier over time. The enshittification of products and everything you see, whether it comes to shrinkflation, where Oreos are smaller and they don't taste as good, or all the products that you normally consume are just like smaller and they're not as interesting, or they're being produced on a lower budget. TV shows are shorter, like everything is getting shorter, and things are getting smaller. And the fact that that is happening on top of artificial intelligence being brought in to make these products also worse and cheaper, so you have less humans making the same things for you that are lower quality, that are smaller, that you're paying the same amount of money for. Don't accept it. That's why it's bad. I could talk about this for 20, 30, 40 million hours. TLDR, do I think that the concept of these large language models is destroying the entire planet? I mean, verifiably, yes, because of their data usage and their power usage and the water usage. Yes, they're destroying the entire planet. But do I think that they're all evil? No. Do I think that big evil corporations are using them for bad things at the expense of the general public? Yes. I can't believe I'm saying this. I'm not a Luddite or an anti-technologist. But man, it makes me upset. I don't like it. That, and also the like massive lengths that people have gone to try to combat these systems. Next is Enter the Kobold. Like the fact that you have stuff like Nightshade, where people now have to poison their artworks to prevent them from getting stolen by these big companies. So a whole bunch of people are using Nightshade and other different types of poisoning tools to poison AI datasets to prevent them from being usable. Where people are making these AI tar pits. So when these scrapers are going across the internet, they hit a website that the computer can't do anything about, because they hit the tar pit and they basically, it's a series of recursive links that basically keep them going further and further into the system, where they can never escape until a human actually comes and pulls them out of it or notices. Take care. So like the fact that people are fighting really hard to oppose it is like, it's a sign where you're like, something is wrong here. I don't know. And again, every time, I'm guilty of this as well. Every time you say AI, you're feeding into the marketing. It's not AI. It's not. All right, well, looks like we're going to do Enter the Kobold alone, almost. Flag for Stealer Souls? I'm not, unfortunately. I just don't know what to do. I need 150k XP, so we're going to Stealer Souls, I guess. It was all in my truck. Ooh, that's horrible, dude. I have fortunately never been sprayed by a skunk. And I feel very, very lucky about that. And I also don't own a dog. I know some people, they get their dogs and, you know, dog goes out, hits the porcupine, hits the skunk, comes back in. You're like, oh no, dog, what happened? The porcupine and the skunk at the same time? Come on, man. Really good at finding skunks? Yeah, I can believe that. All right. Xiaomi Gardens, Osakax Valley, Mount Railson. If they paid royalties for the poached art and literature when the content is created for them, 100%, yeah. Again, nobody would have a problem if instead of stealing everything from everybody, they just paid for everything. But they don't pay for everything because paying for stuff is not how you make billions of dollars. So they don't do that.
Jungle surrounds the massive volcano high above.
Problem. Examples: McDonald's standard cheeseburger. They removed 1 and 2 pickle slices and raised the price from 70 cents in the USD. Oh yeah, 100%. It's one of the reasons why I don't eat a lot of fast food. It's just a waste of time. And I've been like cooking a lot more for myself. Well, okay, I've been cooking a lot more for myself because I'm unemployed, and I told my girlfriend I was going to make all the food because she is paying for a lot of things, so I'm very grateful. But also, shit's expensive, man. Well, that's not true. She's not like paying for everything. I pay for everything that exists for me. But yeah, like we split all the bills evenly and everything, but I'm still unemployed. Best quest in the game. Woo! Woo! Actual boss fight? It's not gonna be a boss fight when I'm here. I'm a warlock, dude. I'm gonna give him the old warlock treatment, you know what I'm saying? Do I know this card? Dark Depths? I don't know this card. Give me a sec, I'll look at it in a minute.
The lava cascades down the side of the volcano.
It's in Reaver's Refuge. It's a wild time to get there. There. You gotta go talk to a guy in the market named Orban. Then you teleport at the top of the airship tower in the market. Then you jump off the ship and swim underwater into a cave. Then you talk to the Storm Reaver to be let into the areas and head west to Mount Railson, and then you climb the mountain into the quest. Dude, I'm trying to help out. There's a reason why people don't run these quests, and it's not the fact that it's hard to get here, by the way.
I shall attend to it in a trice.
Oh my god. Mick 1988, who is not 40 yet, but is getting close, just subscribed for 6 months in advance. That's right. Did you know you can subscribe for up to 6 months in advance? How cool is that? So Mick, welcome to the stream. Welcome back to the stream team. I appreciate you subbing for the next 6 months, and I'm excited to have you here as you continue to age gracefully with me. You guys want to gamba on whether I'm going to beat this quest without dying? Yeah, platinum is not tagged, so you can have as much platinum as you want, Cirrus. Do I have a mod in chat who can do that, or do I have to do that myself? Before the quest ends? Gamba on if the other guy makes it? Nah, I'm not gonna gamba on somebody else. That's not fair.
Entrance to the volcanic mine that Keehan spoke of. The kobolds are frightened by your intrusion.
I try to minimize the impact of my live stream on other people. Oh shit, we have one chatter in quest. Like if I know you're in chat and you're in the quest, we can gamble on that. Hey, what's up, Bezic? Bluff. Thanks. If you've never done Enter the Kobold, by the way, this quest is sick. So, fun fact about Enter the Kobold, the warriors that are in this quest have Vorpal swords. What that means is they roll a 20, you die. So if they roll a 20 to hit you, there's no saving throw. You just die, by the way. You're dead. That's it. No save. You just die. Isn't that cool? What a cool mechanic. Isn't that cool? Yeah, have Death Ward or you die. Snicker Stack. That's true. The Vorpal Blade goes Snicker Stack. How bad idea would it be to play your Summoner Skeleton builds on my first PA with the League? Mr. No Name, it's actually really easy. If you want, I can provide you with the stats that I have, so you can follow it. Also, by the way, fun fact, this kobold head is sculpted out of just rock nearby, and this was, according to Nobob, who is one of the designers in DDO and a good friend of mine, one of the first things he worked on when he started at SSG was building this face. It's one of the first things he ever did. Fun fact. Oh, this is a very high danger quest. But yes, if you want the information, Mr. No Name, for playing Summon Skeleton and Mages, I can send you the information for my character if you want to try to copy it. The items I have are pretty expensive, but you can work your way up. I did not start with expensive gear, so it's a pretty easy start. The only thing you won't have is the actual Summon Skeleton of Mage's gem. You'll have to buy that from somebody. It's a transfigured gem, which means if you've never played Path of Exile, you get it from the Labyrinth, where you basically have to convert your gems, which, again, if you've never played, you can start doing that at level 30. It does not take that long to do. However, if you trade with other players, you can buy one for almost free. It's like one of the, it's an extremely low cost item, so I do not recommend you farm it out on your own and you try to buy it from another player using the trade website. It probably costs you at most one of the most basic currency, the Chaos Orb. So here, give me a sec. I'll get you the pub so you can follow it. Oh yeah, Deathblock works. But if you don't remember Deathblock, you're dead. Okay, fine. You want to gamble on whether I'm going to beat the quest? Fine. We'll do the gamble. Will Strim die in ETK? Yep. All right. Here you go. You get 2 minutes. Gamble. Do you think I'm going to lose at this quest? Warning, I'm undead. I cannot be Vorpaled.
The tapestries of the Kobold tribe are strewn about
I'm immune to Vorpal. However, if you know how this quest ends, yeah, it's R1. If you know how this quest ends, it's not guaranteed. This is a quest and a half. I do not have fire resistance. Let's just say that.
Have been tainted by the Kyber Dragon Shard essence and need to be eliminated.
This quest ends with an infinite amount of respawning greater fire elementals that cast Dispel magic, as well as living firestorms and living meteor swarms.
Beyond the gate, 2 Kobold guards.
I will bribe you to throw. Wow. Yeah, it's the Paragon Warriors with the cool armor. These guys have sharp Vorpal swords that kill you in one hit if they roll a 20. But I'll post the POV in a minute. I am just currently working my way through this dungeon. I should probably load Path of Building though. But theirs don't. True, yeah, their Vorpals did not get nerfed. Also the Kobold Shamans in here do cast Death Ward as well, which is really annoying. Path of Building. I'm getting it started. Again, so Greg, when you're putting that code in, just remember, you don't log in, you just put the code in, and then it goes, oh, would you like to connect an account? And then it's going to ask you to log in after that. So you don't want to log in right away. It's you put the code in first, and then you log in. It has just occurred to me how absolutely sketchy that sounds. Of like, yo, just like, don't log in on the official website. Put the code in and then log in. It's still the official website. It's just kind of funny. Trying to get some lag? Not me. Lag free.
You have cleared the nest of kobolds.
Here, a mirror appears on your next Calgar ship. I did send a ship out earlier today. You can check the shipment, see what I got. I sent another 4 million shipment. I do 4 million shipments every day. I like how I do all evil damage. That's so neato. Grab the key. Grab the key. Thank you. Who am I importing? Keepers. There's the door lever. Got it. Temporary friend haver. Lost cause. Good aim. Alright. Okay, I'm just gonna put the configs on. Configs. Okay, got this. This is active, this is active, this is active. I don't know if it keeps track of what my creatures are in my specters. I'll probably give you the information about the specters, but yeah. I think that's it. I don't think I need to do any other calcs. Oh, Major God is Lunaris, and Minor is Avarath. Okay, hold on. I'm doing the export. Generate. Share. Give me a pub-in link. It's still working on making a pub-in link. There we go. And bam. There you go. Although I probably should have given you the note about the specters, because the specters are pretty relevant. But where are we going? This way? Whoops. And yes, I am getting the special chest because it's easy. Nope. This way. Oh, I'm here. Okay. 1 and 2. And then we go here. And we turn this off. We go this way. And we go this way. We want all off. So that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get all of them off. The way that you turn them all off is that it's an L pattern. So every time you take one of these, it's going to do like a knight moving, okay? Like the horsey from chess. So it's the horsey movement from chess. So you're trying to pretend you're doing horsey everywhere. Okay, that's how you move. So if I want to get to here, okay, I only get there from horsey. So here can get to here. So I want to get to here. Or here can get there as well. So if whoever this is, so if Lost Cause hits this orange gem in front of them, it will horsey them into this. Right, that's how we get through. So if I want to get to here, you have to make sure you double bounce. You go here, we turn this off. Then we go into here, turn this off. And we need to get to this one, which I can do back from wherever here. So we go this way, then we horsey, we go here, boom. And we go this way. I think we're good. I don't see any others that are active. What's here? Active, this one? Is that it? What's still on? Still on. Which one is on? At the beginning, maybe? I don't see any. I don't see any that are active. You should be good. I don't know why it's not. It's still active. Is it broken? Oh, don't tell me it broke, dude. Am I missing one? Is there one I see? It looks fine. What is happening? No, literally, like, they're all off. The door's still closed, though. Wait, are they supposed to be all off or all on? Is it the other way around? Is it supposed to be all on? Oh, it's all on? Whoops. All on. Never mind. All right, do it again. Do it again, everybody. Do it again. Sorry, guys. I've been drinking. This is Horse's fault. I'm blaming Horse. What a piece of shit. Guy should have told me about this ahead of time. Holy moly. Oh my god, dude. Can you imagine? Imagine not telling people when you're working on a project together about what you have to do. My god. Could you imagine? Could you imagine making this type of mistake? Imagine. I have to get to here, so I have to go here. So we go this way. And we go here. And we go here. Okay, we're here. And I want to connect to that place. Go here. Wait, how am I trying to... Where am I trying? I'm trying to get to here? Oh, shit. I need to get to here. So we go this way. Left. It's there. That's where I was. Oh, nice. They solved it. Good job. Good job, team. I had too much to drink. Best in my life. Please restart so I can see from the beginning. Nah, you're good. Guys, I forgot. I've been drinking. Okay, give me a break. Oh, Mr. No Name, I posted the POB. I don't know if you saw it in the chat. So that's basically the character and all the stats that the items that I'm using and stuff. You can work your way incrementally, and a lot of the stuff is really not that complicated. Camp out your resistances so you don't die, have good life, and then the stats that you need to scale are minion damage and minion attack speed. That's it. So just those are expensive stats. So that's why like my one is really crazy, because it's got minion attack speed, it's got minion damage, and it's got skills. So again, it's very, very important to get those. But like, you can start with a lighter one. So you can be like, okay, those are the stats I know I want. I'm not going to have all those right away, but you'll get those eventually. So you're going to start like doing something incremental. The only thing I don't note there is my specters and what's in my animated guardian. I could probably tell you what's in that. But I'm going to do it after this boss fight first. Am I going to die? No. The trick to this is you just kill this guy up here. Then when everything spawns, we're going to hit it with, what do you call it? Evards. Just Evards these bad boys. Anyone who thought that I was going to fail to this, or like die, just got bamboozled out of their points. Sorry. As it turns out, Evards Black Tentacles is really stupid. Alchemist at length will make you drink. True. Yeah, that's why I'm drinking. It's the Alchemist video.
You have acquired the Kyber Dragon Shard essence that Hien requires.
Yeah, I have no idea why anyone thought I was going to die here. I didn't even take any damage. Guys, I'm a racial completionist. What are you talking about? Anyway, congratulations, you got bamboozled by Nearsouth. He tricked you again, and if you're upset about this, blame Horse. If you feel like you lost your money, it's because it's Horse's fault, by the way. I have to point that out, it's Horse's fault. What's the next one called? Prey on the Hunter. Okay, I probably should put the can I put the notes what my specters are? Oh, I can put in the notes. Hold on. What are my specters? I have the specters, perfect pain artist, and the perfect forest warrior. Perfect forest warrior. It's not accepting my things. No, I'm trying to type and move at the same time. It's hard to give Path of Exile advice. Perfect forest warrior. And that's not the pale angel. What's it called? The one that does the increased damage over time. Oh fuck, I'll look it up. Kiwi's specters. Pale Seraphim, that's the one. Thank you. Pale Seraphim. That one's really annoying to get. So if you need one, just let me know. I can get it for you. Because I already have it, so I can just summon it. But yeah, it's really frustrating to get. So it's the Pale Seraphim. And then what do I have on the... and then the Animated Guardian. AG has... Mask. It's the Mask. A Mask of the Quiet One? No. Mask of the something. Mask of the Stitch Demon? Mask of the Stitch Demon, that's it. Mask of the Stitch Demon and a Dying Breath. No, leader cast? No. The Mask of the Stitch Demon. So you use the Mask of the Stitch Demon because I link the animated Guardian with Guardian's Blessing, which causes your Guardian to take 11% of its health and damage per second. And so it dies really fast. But it's linked with both Meat Shield, which reduces the damage it takes by a percentage. But on top of that, it also has the Mask of the Stitch Demon, which sets its energy shield to 0. But then the creature heals for a percentage of its HP, 1% for every 500 energy shield you negate. And because 50% of its health is converted to energy shield and it has 100,000 hit points, that means it has 50,000 energy shield, so it regenerates 100% of its health per second. So you want Mask of the Stitch Demon, Mask, oh my god. I'm gonna let these guys break this so I can type this. Mask of the Stitched Demon, Garb of the Ephemeral. Yeah, we need a giant down here. Where's the giants? Can I Eldritch Ball this? I don't think I can Eldritch Ball this. I think I need a giant. Come here, giant. There we go. Southbound. What's the staff I was talking about? Dying Breath. And the boots that I use are boots with brittle boots with brittle round. There we go. Okay. Now we want to repost the pub. And this should be in the notes. So I'm just going to double check to make sure this is working. If I click the link, please tell me it has notes. Beautiful. There we go. Hey, it's perfect. It's everything you need. Yeah, I'm an iconic. All right, perfect. So those are the specters, because it's not going to tell you that. The perfect paint artist is super cheap. You'll have to buy these, by the way. You'll not just like get these from playing the game, unless you run a lot of ritual, but I don't like ritual, so I don't run it. The perfect paint artist is extremely cheap, borderline free. The perfect forest warrior is not cheap, and will take you some time to work up to it, but it's super good. And then the Pale Seraphim is really hard to get. So if you need a Pale Seraphim, you can use Global 6666. I think it's 6666, 4 6s, which is the channel where people share specters, and you can ask for it, and somebody will give you a Pale Seraphim, which is really good for that. And then as far as the Animated Guardian is a skill that basically builds a golem out of actual armor pieces, and so those are the armor pieces that I use to build the golem. Now, when you're looking at this, you might be like, oh, that seems kind of cool. I'll just buy all these things. Everything in that list is actually very cheap, except for the Mask of the Stitch Demon. The Mask of the Stitch Demon is so not cheap, it's really hard to justify even buying one, but it's insanely good. But it's really not cheap. So until you get a Mask of the Stitch Demon, just run a Leer cast instead. So you can just sub in for the item Leer cast. And then there's an aura attached with Guardian's Blessing, the haste aura. Just don't run the aura until you get the Mask of the Stitch Demon. So the 11 divines. Oh, perfect. Only 11 divines. There you go. Yeah, Global 666 for Spectre channel. Very good. These guys have 5,000 life? Oh my god, I'm a Warlock. I can't do anything with this. Gotta get out of here. Back down we go. Did I update this to Prey on the Hunter? Nope. Hello and welcome. We're on Prey on the Hunter. I forgot to update the quest. Run, dude. You can do it. These guys infinitely respawn. We don't have to fight them. We just go. Ah, perfect. There we go. Oh, hey, look at this. Moat. And by the way, I am very easily accessible. Borked. All right, moat's broken. Let's keep going. I'm easily accessible, so if you ever have any questions, just ping me in my Discord and ask any questions, and I will be more than happy to answer them and get you information when I'm awake. So if you're like, oh man, Shrim, I had a question about a specific thing you said, feel free to just ping me in the Discord. I'm more than happy to answer your question. We have a PoE channel specifically just for that. Not for picking me specifically, but we have a PoE channel just for that. We're talking about PoE. Because the build, I'm going to be honest, is pretty straightforward. You can start using Summon Skeleton and Mages at 12. But you can really use any summon you want. Summon Skeleton and Mages comes online somewhere around like level 50 to 60. It's going to feel really good. Before 50 to 60, it's going to be kind of slow. But if it's your first time playing PoE, you won't really notice. It's like how, you know, you might play like Druid and level with Druid and be like, man, Druid feels really good in DDO. And you're like having a blast. And then you play Alchemist and you're like, what the fuck was Druid? Alchemist is crazy. The players use tank build. Are Eldritch Blast patterns better than other situational? Okay, so TLDR, there used to be a damage difference between the different blast patterns. Now there is not. So Eldritch Cone and Chain do the same amount of damage. It just depends on which one you like better. I like Cone because I like to target my character, like just use directions to target all the monsters. The benefit of Chain is if it hits one guy, it can bounce off screen or hit enemies that are behind you. So Chain hits 3 targets every time you blast, whereas Cone hits as many as are inside the cone. I value the Cone aiming personally, so that's why I use it over Chain, but some people really prefer Chain. Person to person is going to depend. You got to find out which kind of person you are. When it comes to the other patterns, specifically single blast is the most damage. So focus blast is really good for dealing single target damage to monsters. So when you're fighting an individual creature, that's where you want to crack out these single target blasts because it does the most. But other than that, yeah, that's pretty much all you need. Another reason why I like Cone is, yeah, you don't have to hard target anything, so I can just like hold down the key and blast, whereas if you are using Chain, you have to target the monsters individually to make sure you're actually hitting them. Also, Cone breaks boxes, and Chain doesn't really. But also, as was pointed out by Hartman, Chain breaks more than Cone. You can also take both and just swap between them at your leisure as well. Cone Blast or Chain Blast? You see what's Cone versus Chain? That's an interesting poll. I'm curious. I don't know the answer. Yeah, good question. Cone versus Chain. Let's see. On a poll? Sure. Which blast do you use? Cone, Chain. Which blast, when you play Warlock, which one do you prefer? Cone or Chain? Vote now on your phones. Eldritch Blast or to be useful for? It's good for when you don't want to blast. So for example, if you're blasting, so like for me, when I click, I blast. If you want to play a melee or a ranged character, so let's say you want to be a crossbow user, you want to use the Inquisitive tree. Maybe you want to do dual daggers and use Vistani. Maybe you want to use a two-handed fighter and multi-class with fighter. There are a lot of reasons why you aren't exactly wanting to Eldritch Blast, because Eldritch Blast takes up your attacks now. You can't attack, you just blast. But if you want to be a weapon user, the Cone, the aura is good because it's a passive, so it's passively doing something. It frees up your weapons so you can take other things. And on top of that, the aura itself, it just always goes off. You don't have to think about it. Yeah, it's like Magic Warrior. You're just pulsing out energy all the time. Arcane Warrior. Yeah, Arcane Warrior is also good for that. There's a feat called Arcane Warrior, and what it does is when you damage a monster with a spell, you get 1 melee power that stacks up to 20 times. Beam users done dirty. Bro, nobody's using Beam. In current year, if I find out you're using Beam, come on now. Ain't nobody using Beam. Left. Okay, good. Thank you. Making a beamer? Oh no, dude! Don't be a beamer on the road. But you attack at double the range, dude.
A protective barrier surrounds several white dragon eggs.
I'm gonna assume we're going left.
The ice.
We're gonna hit the left. We hit the left. Yes, it's a left. Double left. If those of you that don't know, there's when you come into this ice section. Oh, it's not left. Oops. Maybe it's mid. Nope. It's right. It's right. Damn. Really far away, you're safe. Really far away? It depends. I can't use the beam, I'm sorry. Greatsword, Fadark, Paladin, benefit from being a Warlock for the aura. It's tough because the capstone for, wait, it's not here? Oh, it's this way, right? No? Did I get bamboozled? Hold on. How boozled did we get? Oh, I got super boozled. Oh, I got bamboozled back in time. Oh shit, it is this way. I got mega boozled. Oh no, the alcohol, it's affecting my brain. Especially because I'm trying to have a conversation at the same time with you fine people. You young enterprising personnel. Hold on, I got bamboozled in the ice. Don't get bamboozled in the ice. This is very similar to how in Lord of the Rings Online, Durin the Seventh gets bamboozled by the anvil of Winterstith, but decides to refuse the anvil because he realizes it's actually Harimo Iceheart whispering to him through the ice because he's a smart dwarf. Only like probably one of you will get that reference, but don't worry about it. Anyway, the problem is the Paladin Capstone, Knight of the Chalice, increases your Ascendance stacks up to 25, which is basically 60 melee power, and it's really hard to give up on 60 melee power. So yeah, it's just a really tough sell to give up 60 melee power from the Capstone. So Paladin is one of those things where like the Capstone is really good. So if you're like a pure 20, dropping 20 to 18 is a really tough sell. But if you had a build that was like maybe 12 Paladin or 6 Paladin, it's a lot easier of a justification. One of the luckiest things. Bro, I still don't have that mount. I'm so jealous. The boss fight's over. Great job, team. This thing is 100,000 life. Sick. Good job, team. I was unfortunately very spaced. Whoop. Alrighty. Give me my runes and my toothpick. Give me my items. Yes.
Return it to Hirosin in Reaver's Refuge. The entrance to the White Dragon Sanctuary is just inside this cave.
All right, now I'm gonna do the classic hit the teleport, head to the marketplace, and then. Wait, is there an augment from Kalos's mixture? The imbued ice augment comes from Kalos? Imbued infusion? Oh my god, that's horrific. I hate that. You know what else I hate? The fact that I'm ending the live stream. What's up, you guys? I hope you guys had a good time checking out the stream. Have you a fun time exploring and enjoying the content. But I gotta end the stream for 2 reasons. Number 1, I had a lot to drink because I'm a responsible grown-up, and by drink I mean water. I had a lot of water to drink, so I'm just feeling really hydrated right now, and I need to take a break from the stream, which is important. And 2, nope, that's it. I have nothing else to say. But thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. I will be back. I'm not streaming this weekend. I'm busy, unfortunately. But I will be back next week with some more stuff. So we'll have some good things. I'm going to put a video out over the weekend about my thoughts with the Fae event and things that are going on within it, as well as some other stuff. So please stay tuned for that. And I want to get a build out, but I'm still working on some other things. Additionally, Fae event hardcore build guide. Some people are like, where is it, Stream Tom? You're getting it. It's coming. Just give me some time. I wanted to cook on a few new builds, so I wanted to make sure the stuff would be fun. Builds that would be new and interesting, but also successful for the hardcore. So we're kind of like straddling 2 worlds there, but it should be good. But yes, thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. If you enjoyed what you saw, consider following the channel. If you did not enjoy what you saw, don't worry about it. You don't have to watch me anymore. I'm going to be going away, so you don't stress about that one. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got. So again, thank you guys for watching. Hope you enjoyed yourself. I had a lovely day today, and I hope you all have a wonderful weekend. I will see you all soon, because it is a beautiful, beautiful evening. I am tanked right now. So let's raid somebody. Let's raid. There's a lot of people, different people in the DDO category. Oh my god. Raid It's Indiana. I've never heard of this person, so let's do it. They're a gamer and they're Australian? That's crazy. Australian people don't play DDO. What the fuck? What are you talking about? I can't even think of 3 Australian people that play DDO. No, I can. I actually can. I was like, I can think of 2 immediately, and then I thought of a 3rd. Yep. Anyways, that's it. So thank you guys for watching. We had a fantastic time. I'm going to bounce like a bouncy capsule, and I will see you all later. So thank you for watching. Enjoy the raid, enjoy the stream, and I will see you in the future. Bye-bye. I can actually see you right now. Through your window. You can't do anything. And now we're gonna hit them with the raid.
Oh, thanks for the raid stream. Hope you had a good stream.
Raid.
I have no idea.
Ooh.
I clearly did get raided. Wait, what?
And new.
Good.
That's exciting. I like threats on. Good raid.
Yeah, just doing an R1 ton.
Anyways, I gotta bounce. So YouTube chat, be good. Have a good night. I don't say be good like your children. Like be good. Don't be rude to your babysitter or something. Anyways, enjoy yourself. See you soon, and I'll have a new video for you very shortly. Bye bye.
Congrats on winning.